Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could just please ask you to take your seats. Lovely. I would warmly welcome the Lieutenant Governor, our President of Bright Futures, to say a few words on our behalf.
Well, good morning, everybody. Susie, thank you for the invitation. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the Bright Futures team here today. I think I've got about 10 minutes, so where to begin? Well, my basic proposition when talking about the sorts of topics that you've come together to think about today, i.e. strategic human capital management, well, my basic proposition is that it's hard. In fact, it's very, very hard. And unusually, when speaking as a Lieutenant Governor, this is actually a subject that I vaguely know a bit about. My personal experience stems back to 3 years as the Royal Navy's Director of Personal Strategy from about 2006 to 2009. And in that role, I was charged with strategic HR planning and all personal and employment policy development for our service personnel and their families. At that time, I think my caucus was about 30,000 strong, with about another 5,000 or 6,000 in the training pipeline at any time. And if you took the families into account, you could probably double that number. As an organisation, we had about 130 different major skill areas, ranging from fighter pilots to haute cuisine chefs, nuclear engineers to members of the clergy, orthopaedic surgeons to infantry soldiers. Training pipelines were incredibly long, in some cases up to 10 years, and all our manpower systems were bottom fed. We had little or no sideways recruiting. And although the overall numbers were big, given the number of specialisations and sub-specialisations, you can do the maths, individuals really did matter. And so I suspect, faced with that dynamic, the HR professionals here in the audience are probably wincing already. Our people were often recruited in direct competition with other major industry sectors, the majority of which, to be honest, were considerably more agile and richer in resources than we were. And like many businesses, technology was and still is driving an exponentially increasing pace of change. Post 9/11, the strategic operating environment was changing just as quickly, and so were societal norms and the expectations of our workforce. Even now, 14 years later, I still look back on it as almost certainly the toughest job in my career. Not only because of the wicked nature of the problem, but also because genuinely objective data was sparse. Proper empirical study to support strategic trends analysis could and did take years. Agendas abounded in all directions. And another general rule in HR matters, everybody was a self-declared expert. Indeed, of those 35,000 serving personnel, it was quite clear that 34,999 felt they could do the job far better than me and didn't mind telling me about it most of the time. And quite often, it felt as if government policy, and I'll be very clear, I mean UK government policy on education and skills development, was not only not aligned to our requirements, but on occasions actively acting in opposition. I vividly remember the Blair government target of getting 50% of the adult population through degree-level tertiary education, which was introduced at the beginning of my tenure there. Frankly, I couldn't at the time think of anything I wanted less. I certainly felt that most, if not all of our skills requirements needed people from what I might loosely call the top half of the available recruiting pool in terms of education, ambition, motivation, and physical fitness. The very last thing I wanted was for them to be diverted into 3 years plus of university study, largely of subjects that had little no relevance to what we needed them to do, 3 years that we could have provided them with extensive and extremely high quality vocational training and then sped them through to the front line. Now, don't get me wrong, I do actually have a very great deal of sympathy with governments when it comes to formulating and delivering education and skills policy. Take all the frictions that I had to deal with on a single organisational basis, factor them up by 1,000, add an overlay of vociferous political theology from all parts of the ideological spectrum, a splash of educationalists rich in all sorts of ideas, some good, some not quite so convincing, powerful unions, a significant amount of money, vested interests, and at least in the UK's situation, a decentralised, multi-layered, multi-quangoed, multi-authority system. And it's not altogether surprising that progress at the national level was not as consistent and coherent as we all felt it might have been. But, on the other hand, did we engage with government outside of the mod to try and influence or change this? Not really. Did the three services get together to lobby coherently other relevant departments and politicians? Nope. Even though we were another arm of government. In fact, we spent more time fighting each other and tried to poach each other's resources than studying and shaping our own HR environment. This was bizarre, really, because at exactly the same time, we were all running around with our hair on fire, driving through one of the many transformation programs that I've had to endure during my career. And this particular one, we had developed the mantra of what we called command pull as the guiding principle for change. A slightly odd phrase, you might think, but one by which we meant that our whole organizational effort should be fundamentally redesigned to be cued by demand from the front-end user. In this case, our frontline operational commanders. All the organizational lines of development were to be focused around providing what the commander needed, not what they thought, this is the lines of development, thought that they could or should provide. Not exactly rocket science, you might think, but it was new to us at the time, and it was a fairly useful and somewhat overdue exercise in reordering the cart and the horse. But my goodness, it was harder than it looked, not because the cart put up a fight, although it did, but because it placed a significant intellectual onus on the end user to be much more rigorous about defining and articulating from the outset what he or she wanted, rather than retrospectively moaning when that which was provided didn't quite fit the purpose. It's just a shame that we didn't stand back and think to apply the same principle at the time, looking out from the organisation as well as looking in. Anyway, at the risk of labouring it, I hope you get my point. Given the challenges any government faces in this area, the more you, as the island's businesses, employers and wealth generators, come together to cohere a shared strategic view of what you want from the human capital and skills generating systems of the bailiwick, and then the more you consistently and constantly articulate it, the better. Even better if you can actually put a framework in place to start doing something about it, clearly working with government, but not necessarily waiting for government. And by that, I imply no criticisms of our administration here. Gavin, I think, will speak in a few minutes' time, and I've no doubt he will update you on not only the state's achievements in this area, but also its challenges and its continued aspirations. Obviously, of course, dependent on that other thing that's going on today, inshallah, as they say. But anyway, that's why I've been so enthused about Bright Futures from its inception. A little over 2 years ago, when Susie decided to start to wrestling with this particular ball, and why I've followed its progress with great interest. And Susie, I can't see you because the lights are so bright, but may I genuinely congratulate you and your supporters on what Bright Futures has achieved so far. You've undoubtedly built a world-class network around the subject. You have conceptualised and articulated the issues at hand with insight and sophistication. You've built momentum, and you've started to deliver targeted intervention and support for those individuals with skills challenges. And you have stepped up that support significantly in response to recent events. You've been excellent proponents of the just do it principle, and that clearly is now starting to bear fruit. So today is the next step in that process, and heaven knows after the year we've had, there is plenty to talk about. A positive tsunami of issues in our climate changing COVID, or soon hopefully post-COVID, Brexiting, reviving and thriving, big resetting, demographically shifting, Asian pivoting, hyper-connecting, Internet of Things, AI-driven, post-truth, fake news, globalizing, or then is it renationalising, nobody quite knows world. Whew, I'm glad I got through that. I wish you all luck in picking your way through that lot. I only offer two thoughts. First of all is that in such a complex matter, maybe small is genuinely beautiful. With only 63,000 of us to get our act together, and of course, as of tomorrow, with the newly elected government raring to stamp its mark on the world, and the clearly stated aspirations to use the COVID reset as a real driver for positive change, there is an authentically compelling opportunity for Guernsey here. And the second is, much as I love technology and have been addicted to science since a small boy, all of my practical life experience tells me that it is innovative, enthused, empowered, and motivated people, suitably challenged and encouraged, that are the real accelerants for any organisation and society. People can be genuinely remarkable if they're given the chance. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I would now like to welcome Elaine Gray, who is a partner of Kerry Olsen, one of our sponsors for today, indeed our lead sponsor, without which we wouldn't have been able to put on an event like this. So my personal thanks, and on behalf of the directors of Bright Futures, thank you. Elaine is also the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who we're also delighted to be here today. And I welcome Elaine to the stage to say a few words now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Excellency. Follow that if you can. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute delight for Kerry Olsen to be sponsoring this event today. And I would like to echo the Lieutenant Governor's thanks to Susie for putting on an event like this. It's hard enough to do an event like this in normal times, but goodness me, in these extraordinary times, it truly is exceptional. In the last figures that I could find, which are from 2019, Guernsey was rated amongst the world's top 10 countries for life expectancy, with an average life expectancy of 82.75 years. And at age 65, a man in Guernsey can expect to live until 85.6 years, good news for you, and a woman to 87.3 years, even better. This placed us in joint 9th place with Switzerland, and at the top was Monaco. Now, this statistic, on any view, is fantastic news. It's testament to the excellence of our public health services and, in general, to the way of life that we enjoy. We have more effective, more immediate access to medical treatment than many other places, including, for example, the UK. Our smoking and obesity rates are better than the UK. Our rates of participation in some physical activity better than the UK. We have strong compliance with health initiatives as our community response to COVID shows. Truly, we have reasons to be thankful. But like so many things in life, that success is double-edged. Rising life expectancy and an ageing workforce present us with great opportunities, but it also brings challenges. In this era of longevity, professional life can last far longer, spanning generations of technology and businesses. I'm sure I'm not the only parent amongst us who has faced a child coming home from school to say, "Did they have electricity when you were growing up, Mum?" The answer to that may have been yes, but there was a degree of horror and astonishment that I said we didn't have computers on our desks when I started at work. Nowadays, we can and do employ people through their 60s and 70s. Indeed, our recently changed senior partner to consultant enjoyed his 70th birthday this year. He absolutely loves what he does, and he wants to keep doing it for as long as he can. That works for us, so why on earth would we ask him or force him to leave? If he's lucky, I might let him go part-time when he's 80, but, you know, we'll see. But we do need to recognise that there are issues with that demographic. In common with many other places, our pool in Guernsey of traditional working age adults, by which traditionally we've considered to be those aged 20 to 54, is shrinking. Many employees have a need financially or indeed even emotionally, and that is a very important driver, to stay in the workforce past the traditional retirement age. And staying in business and staying competitive in that world of unprecedented longevity demands that businesses support the ageing demographic. It should engage everyone in the C-suite. In a recent survey done by HR1, 69% of respondent employers said that longevity in the workplace was an important or very important issue. For the HR officers, the business needs a comprehensive engagement plan which understands and accommodates the needs of the older workforce to ensure that there is an environment fostered for their productivity and contribution. For the Chief Information Officer, you need to think about the IT approach and making sure that adaptations are in place to support that older demographic. For the Chief Financial Officer, my goodness me, you have to think about retirement planning and incentives to help keep that demographic in the workplace. For the Chief Risk Officer, Issues such as age discrimination and liability needs to be considered and appropriate steps taken to manage that risk of liability, and critically to change the culture of the workplace so that there is an understanding and respect for those older workers. And for us as individuals, career longevity means a constant reinvention of self and skills and competencies. Companies which engage those workplace strategies, policies and management actions that plan for working lives can reap a longevity dividend, and those that lag behind will face issues and skills gaps and liabilities. So I leave you with the thought that creating ways for people to have meaningful, productive, multi-stage careers is a major opportunity for us in Guernsey. It's an opportunity for all generations and for us as individuals. For reasons personally, it is a reminder that I really must update my will. But given those life expectancy stats, I suspect it may read something along the lines that, being of Sunbind, I spent all the money. On behalf of Katie Olsen, I again repeat the thanks to Susie for putting on such an important and innovative event, and thank you for the opportunity to explore this topic.
What a wonderful speech. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you. I'm now delighted to welcome Gavin St Pierre, the Chief Minister. I don't know if that's technically correct, but let's just roll with it. Gavin, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, it's technically correct for today anyway, and for the next week, but who knows after that. Sir Ian, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The lights are extraordinarily bright here. I can barely see a thing. But I'd just echo both Elaine and Sir Ian's thanks and congratulations to Susie and the whole Bright Futures team for organising such an event, or certainly the second such event. It is incredibly important. Of course, the PricewaterhouseCoopers, the PwC report recently talked about 30% of jobs disappearing or to the impact of artificial intelligence by 2035. And indeed, of course, the OECD and the World Economic Forum also have identified the impact on low-level financial services jobs, identifying that perhaps 60% of those have more than 30% of their activities are capable of being technically capable of being automated. So that helps give some of the scope of some of the environmental challenge which we're currently operating in and heading towards. And I think that does raise a number of issues, and Elaine has certainly touched on one of those, which is in relation to the nature of the changing demographic and how that is going to require us all to reskill and to do so frequently and with much greater frequency than perhaps any of us anticipated. Certainly, when I started my career, not only did we not have computers on our desks, but I certainly didn't anticipate the changes that I would have in my career, and I certainly didn't anticipate I'd be doing what I'm doing now. I'm actually probably in the one occupation which doesn't require any skills, but that's an entirely another issue. But I think the key point is there is a requirement for us all to be constantly focused on reskilling. I think the second thing it identifies is the focus on the education system, and I think much of Sir Ian's comments about the challenge for governments, I think, does apply here equally in terms of the identification and development of education and skills policy. We clearly need to prepare our children and young people and equip them with the skills and the skill sets that they are going to need for tomorrow's world. And that absolutely has to be a focus on educational outcomes rather than our unfortunate obsession in Guernsey, and I can say this now that the ballots have closed, so it isn't an election pitch, but our obsession in Guernsey with bricks and mortar and how many bits of bricks and mortar we have and where those bits of bricks and mortar are, all very interesting, but actually the key focus clearly needs to be on educational outcomes and how we organise our education system to deliver the skills which our young people need. And then we need to also focus on the fact that Guernsey whilst it does have a very high employee participation rate in our economy, there is still a large cohort of non-employed, those that for whatever reason are not working in our economy, whether later in life or non-working parents or whatever it happens to be. And I think we've clearly learned in the last 6 months or so that actually there is much greater flexibility in our capacity to be able to be economically active and in other words, to be able to work from anywhere. And I think those three things are really telling us that we're going to need to be much more agile. And the challenge is how are we going to enable that? And I think we talk constantly, of course, about connectivity and how that is going to enable our future economy. And I think this issue is another one which is equally ubiquitous in terms of our future economic and community challenge as to how we are going to enable our future. And I think the fact that we are gathered here today under the leadership of Bright Futures is an incredibly important recognition of that and an opportunity to try and solve some of these challenges. I think the other issue which has clearly come to the fore, we knew it, but it's become much more obvious in the last 6 months, is the link between the economy, economic performance, and not only the environment, but also mental health, or health generally, and well-being, but of course particularly mental health. And I think that, of course, has been recognised in the Revive and Thrive strategy, and I think that's the incredibly exciting part about that strategy is that the first time it recognises that those major policy areas which have traditionally been seen as being separate challenges for government in developing policy responses are actually intimately intertwined and interlinked, and they can't be decoupled. And I think that will better enable responses. And I think the fact that Bright Futures can be the partner to help government develop that strategy into action plans, and I think, as Sir Ian said, to be with but not necessarily waiting for government is an incredible opportunity, because we collectively, those in this room, and this has been recognised in Revive and Thrive, it isn't simply a government handed down document and everybody shall follow it. It is intended to be co-produced with the community, all sections of the community, third sector and the business sector as well. We need to develop and then deliver a really bold vision for our community, and so that we are prepared for the future. So unfortunately, I'm not able to stay for the rest of the day, but I do wish. I think it's an incredibly exciting agenda you have with some fantastic speakers. So I'm sorry I will miss it, but I do wish you great success in your deliberations today. And my thanks once again to Susie for inviting me to speak today. Thank you so much.
Gavin, thank you very much for another fantastic speech. And thank you, everybody, for being here today and supporting our mission and our vision to create a brighter future for Guernsey. Before I say a couple of words, the tech team have strongly encouraged me to remind everybody in the room that we are going to be using Slido today. And so could I please ask you to download the Slido app with the hashtag, because we're going to be asking a couple of live questions throughout the day, and we'd really like your input into that and shaping some of the thinking around some of the later sessions. Well, following the three quite amazing speeches from His Excellency, from the Chief Minister, and indeed from the very amazing Helene Gray, wearing both of her hats, I think it's important to start with a bit of an intro as to Bright Futures, because I know there are people in the room today who have seen the brand around, may have read an article or two about Bright Futures, but might not know really what it is that we do and why we do what we do. So about 2.5 years ago, My little boy, William, who is unfortunately sick today, which is why I've been running around organising child cover while the speeches have been going on, all in a day's work. He was just about to start school, and I was kicking around for something to do. I was trying to think about what the next chapter of my life was going to look like. And I formed an idea around the things that I really enjoyed doing. And this is a message that I'd like to share with particularly the students in the room who are thinking about making the next set of choices and what that's going to mean to them in shaping the rest of their lives. But I'd also like to share that same messaging with people who are my sort of age and thinking about that sort of mid-career pit stop. What am I going to spend the next chapter of my life doing, and what do I want that to look like? And what's that purpose going to be? My purpose was to try to help people in Guernsey. I'd just come back from Singapore, where they do the whole human capital investment piece incredibly well. In fact, they are my lighthouse. And that's where I seek a lot of my inspiration from. And I'll come back to that in just a few minutes, into some individuals in the room and outside of the room who have inspired some of our thinking. The Bright Futures vision and mission is genuinely to create a bright future for Guernsey. We are a philanthropic organisation. We give our time, ideas, energy and money freely and willingly to people who need it. Because we can see on a macro level that the human capital currency of a jurisdiction plays an incredibly important part in the overall economic success. So trying to identify different stages in somebody's life as to where we can have a positive intervention is at the core of what we do, because we know that preventative and a forward-thinking investment can often lead to multiple medium and long-term benefits, whether they be keeping somebody who's suffering with a mental health or mental ill health challenge from spiralling downwards in a very difficult time, through to just being there to talk to somebody when all other doors have been closed, through to doing a professional careers advice and coaching with people who actually don't want to go and have a conversation with HR, or don't want to go and speak to somebody at the job centre or a recruitment agency for whatever reason, just want to speak to an independent person or an independent group of people who know a thing or two about business. So we decided to set this up, and we're now 2.5 years old. To date, we've helped over 300 people. Now, that might not sound like a lot when we look at a population of 63,000 people, but the sorts of comments and feedback that we've had from those people have been heartfelt and truly inspiring for us, that has spurred us on to carry on doing what we're doing, because we believe it is the right thing for Guernsey. And yes, we punch above our weight. My goodness me, we do. My chairman, who is in the room, Paul Meader, at the back, has been very, very supportive, as indeed our patron, Guy and Julia Hans, I should say, in giving us the time and the headspace and just the opportunity to share different perspectives and ideas about what our next strategy should be like and what those aims and objectives should look like. My advice to any young person in the room is, if you have a dream, follow it. And if somebody says you can't, just do it anyway, because you can. And be brave and be courageous. Some of my greatest friends ask me time and time again, Susie, why do you put yourself through the trauma and the stress of doing all of this? And it's because I care. I care about everybody in this room. And I appreciate that on occasion, some stakeholders in the room have seen us as challenging, as a positive disruptor. We're here to help. Collaboration and collegiate leadership can lead to a much greater, bigger impact. And I think we're all on the same page in realising that vision. And I'd warmly welcome an opportunity to rebuild some of that and project it as we enter into a recessionary period, the length and depth of which is unknown, which spells trouble for each and every one of us. The infographic you can see is a demonstration in picture format of some of the stuff that we've done, some of the areas we're interested in. You'll see that we have invested in all stages of life. We ran a pilot, a discrete pilot that not many people in the room will know about 18 months ago, which demonstrated categorically how an investment in a child's life in the first 1,000 days of their life can have a profound impact in shaping their love of learning and structure throughout their life. We've demonstrated through initiatives with schools the value of speaking to people who are not academic, who are from a business sector, and can project a different sort of insight or perception into what a career in different sectors might look like. I'd like to thank the people in the room who have taken part in some of our career experience videos. So the Chief Minister, Paul Whitfield, the boss, has helped us, for which thank you. We've done with retail and many other sectors, so people can have an independent insight straight from the horse's mouth as to what it's really like to work in different sectors in Guernsey, without the perception of thinking things like, oh, I'm not good at maths, I can't go and work in financial services, which regrettably still happens today. But we're also interested in spanning or stretching out that careers advice, because it's important that we recognise that in a multi-stage life, as Elaine quite rightly highlights, we are going to need to stop and reflect and reassess where we are. Are our skills sufficient? Are we still relevant? Are we perceived as valuable in the marketplace? Because as harsh as this might sound, if you're working in a business, the primary objective of a business is to generate profit. And as long as we can stay relevant and valuable to our shareholders, to our stakeholders, and ultimately that's transjected onto the bottom line, we're onto a good thing. The minute that starts to be compromised, or external jurisdictions or competitors start to disrupt our market and demonstrate a different sort of value, that's where we start to have a problem. Investing in human capital should not be compromised because we're suffering economically at the moment. It absolutely should remain top of the list. It needs to be a boardroom agenda item. If ever this was an important and now urgent matter, it is now. So please, directors in the room and people who are in decision-making positions, don't let training just become a HR thing that becomes slashed over time because money's tight. Keep it as a top 5 priority agenda item because it's really, really important. When we turn our lens to the silver years, as Professor Andrew Scott said at our dinner last June, and indeed Baroness Camilla Cavendish will highlight today, we do have an ageing population. And if we are brave enough to change our mindset from looking at somebody who is in Guernsey, a woman over the age of 44 that is perceived as being old, hold on ladies, and 48 for a man, hold on gents, we need to change that mindset and see the longevity dividend that presents us as a massive opportunity for this jurisdiction. If my little boy, William, who isn't here anymore, unfortunately, is going to live to 107, he's going to have at least between 4 and 7 different careers. That's going to take a very different approach to thinking about what we do, how we do it, why we do it, and where we do it. And we need to start conditioning people of all ages of that. And we need to start giving people who are in their silver years a chance. Because goodness me, they have so much experience. They've got capital behind them. They've got the University of Life experience behind them. You know, they're not going to turn up to work drunk or hungover. They're not likely to have, like me today, childcare problems, because typically the children have grown up and flown the nest. Why wouldn't we utilise that asset in our community to shape a brighter future, an inclusive future for everybody? Now, I could stand here and talk to you all day about some of the other stuff we're doing, and I won't, but I'm here if any of you would like to carry on the conversation afterwards. But I would just like to say a final word. People like Guy and Julia are truly inspirational and have given me, a normal girl who grew up on a council estate in Manchester, the time of day that I never thought I would have. There are also people like Steph Eisenberg who also gave me that time of day. And I'd like to just say a couple of words to remember him. And indeed, the tech team have got some lovely images to share with us to remember some of the efforts that he very discreetly and quietly shared with the team at Bright Futures over the past 2.5 years. So to wrap up my introductory session, sorry for crying, but I think it is okay for big girls to cry too. I'd just like to say that the Bright Futures team have also been incredibly supportive. I'm incredibly fortunate to have a chairman in Paul Meader, and incredibly fortunate to have non-executive directors surrounding me like Dominic Wheatley and Professor Richard Condor, and indeed to have a very patient husband who is also sick today in bed, in Richard, and a very understanding little boy in William, who probably knows more about MS Teams meetings and Zoom meetings than I ever will. So thank you, everybody, for your very, very, very lovely support. Thanks for sticking with us. We've got a lot to do, and I look forward to sharing and creating and crafting that next chapter with you. Thank you.
If you're watching this, you're among the 3% of people that understand that the future of work is going to look very different from what it is now. So keep watching. Let's see where we're heading. It's also exciting, right? Siri will recognize your voice even if you're 5 meters away from your phone. That new chatbot feels totally real. Self-driving cars are no longer fiction. You can analyze your DNA. You tried flying that drone for the first time, and you're thinking of buying a smart speaker to make your life so much easier. A few years from now, and that's something like 3 years, not 30, artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, mass 3D printing, biotechnology, chatbots, virtual reality, deep learning, drones, augmented reality, smart objects will all be deeply enrooted in our everyday lives. Just like computers, phones, or electricity are for us today. Oh well, is this really gonna happen? And if it does, you'll adapt when the time comes, right? Life is good. You love your job. You've been working for this established company for a few years. You're comfortable in your position. You know what you're good at. People like you, and that last presentation you gave got you some amazing reactions. You're safe with your company. In the meantime, you see an article or two speculating on the future of jobs. McKinsey published a report stating that 45% of all current tasks could be automated with present technology. The World Economic Forum estimates that 33% of jobs in 2020 don't even exist yet. But what do they know, right? You've got time. Oh look, the supermarket just introduced self-cashier machine. You're at the airport checking in luggage. What the heck happened to all the real people at the check-in desk? Gone. Replaced by machines. But it's only the low-skilled jobs, right? Nope. Think again. In 2012, there were 150,000 humans working on Wall Street. 3 years later, automation has cut that number down to 100,000. That's 1/3 gone. But it's only the mathematical and scientific jobs, right? Nope. Think again. This Japanese insurance company, Fukuoka Mutual Life Insurance, is already replacing all its human insurance claim workers with an AI system that will handle customers more efficiently. See these articles? They're written by algorithms, and we can't tell the difference with human written content. And thinking of converting yourself to being an online poker player? Too late. There's an AI that can already beat humans at it. Most journalists, tax consultants, marketeers, technicians, knowledge workers, lawyers, even the person editing this video right now will to some extent have been impacted or automated by technology in a couple of years. And what have you been doing? Probably watching Netflix. And the problem is, the machines don't wait. And the machines, they don't watch Netflix. So what are the forces at play here? Basically, there's 10 million developers out there using increasingly simple and cheap technology to build new products and services. Some as young as 12 are already coding the future. Even that safe company you work for is increasingly under outside threat. And it's not just the Google, Amazon, Facebooks, and Apples of the world that I'm talking about. There are now tens of thousands of startups out there eating away at all sorts of jobs. Now, are they creating many jobs in the process? Let's look at some stats. Travel a bunch of years back to when Kodak ruled the world of photography. They were worth $38 billion and employed 140,000 people. That's approximately $270,000 per employee.
Our people work with pride to make Kodak a creative and innovative company.
Fast forward to recent times, YouTube sold for $1.65 billion with a mere 65 employees. That's $25 million per employee. Instagram, which had 13 employees and was sold for $1 billion. That's $77 million per employee. WhatsApp sold for $19 billion with 55 employees. That's a staggering $345 million per employee. So how is this all possible? Technology has allowed the emergence of what we call exponential organizations. These are exponentially fast-growing companies that leverage technology and require less employees but more tech-savvy ones.
You will find that we are technology optimists. We believe that technology is a major driver of change in the world.
And as software continues to eat up the world, more companies are trying to replicate these exponential companies, hire less people, but grow exponentially through technology. As this happens, job roles are slowly disappearing and being replaced by skill sets. Employers require you to know an ever-growing number of new and ever-changing fundamental skills in order to use the technologies they've implemented. Master the fundamentals and you can master the rest. A digital skills gap is growing for both mid-skill and high-skill level jobs. Before you know it, you've become irrelevant. But wait, what's this doomsday message? There's actually a way to leverage technology before it leverages you. And in fact, it's never been easier to do so. This might sound kind of corny, but it starts with the right state of mind. It starts with having a growth mindset, where you have the desire and the confidence that you can learn anything. Shift your thinking on how these technologies will rattle and mutate, but enrich your work life. Because yes, if you play your cards right, technology will make your work life and your life in general much, much better. The fact is that technology will actually remove boring, repetitive jobs from your way, but only if you understand the fundamentals. And you have no excuse not to do so. How can you stay relevant if you can't talk the lingo? How can you stay relevant if you can't execute? Can you talk tech? Can you talk APIs? Can you talk code? Can you talk data? While slow educational institutions are struggling to keep up, that's not an excuse. Train yourself, take your education in your own hands. Learn to code, learn about behavioral psychology, automation tools, playing with data, user experiences, be curious. And if you're an employer, train your people. Online and offline courses have never been more readily available or rich in content. It's time to build something. Your greatest credential in this new era is your output of stuff. Proof of your awesomeness. A website, a blog, a prototype, a simple data model. It's time to build cool stuff and showcase it. It's time to start learning. It's time to get shit done. It's time for your growth.
I don't wish to frighten anybody in the room, but that video was made 3 years ago. What a lot's happened in that time. So I think the message is, don't wait, don't procrastinate, invest in yourself, invest in your people, and invest in our collective economy. And on that note, I'm delighted to introduce the first session, which is an economic session. And the reason we've put this at the first session is because of everything I've outlined in my speech a couple of moments ago. At the heart of any healthy economy is a good flow of highly skilled, valuable people, human capital. It's the lifeblood of our economy, and it will be the lifeblood of our economy for many years and decades to come. So onto the stage, I'd warmly welcome Elaine Gray, partner of Kerry Olsen, who we all know and love, and president of the Chamber of Commerce, Paul Hodgson from Giba and a director of Butterfield, Chris Gehan, who is an entrepreneur, very successful entrepreneur, and is joining us from GIFA. We will welcome Scott Johnson in just a moment from Bloomberg, who will be delivering a presentation. And this panel will be facilitated after Scott's presentation by Yuri Bender of the Financial Times. So Scott, over to you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Goodness me, and the most important person, Rupert, I'm terribly sorry.
Don't you worry, don't you worry.
Thank you. So, Rupert Shepherd from Guernsey Finance, or We Are Guernsey. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I can't get the staff.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you in Guernsey, I'm disappointed that I can't be with you in person, but I'm very grateful to Bright Futures for including me in today's event, albeit remotely from a slightly gloomy patch of London. And it's a privilege to be on stage, to set the stage really for what looks like a very timely conversation between our panelists. At Bloomberg Economics, I have to admit we spend a large chunk of our time thinking and writing about the present. And sometimes it's even the very recent past, given the lags in the data. But as much as possible, we're thinking about the future. And that's an especially difficult but important exercise right now at this time of so much uncertainty. We've just, in fact, completed a forecasting round in the last few weeks, looking at the next decade for the global economy and how COVID-19 might reshape the outlook. So I'm going to leverage the work of some of my colleagues from across the world to provide a macro perspective in a series of charts. So as a frame of reference, let's start where we are now. This is a daily tracker that we publish, which draws on a number of alternative high frequency indicators for about 25 economies. China, as you can see in the orange line, China is an outlier because it absorbed the blow first. But otherwise, this chart's telling us two things. We've seen a fairly swift rebound in most economies since the dark days of March and April, but we're still meaningfully below normal. Now, obviously, the shocks, those have played out differently across the world, not just in timing, but also in severity. So countries with more severe outbreaks, those with tighter lockdowns, greater dependence on trade, tourism, services in general, those are the countries that have fared the worst. And Europe and Latin America are on track for the biggest contractions in GDP for 2020 as a whole in our forecasts. Now, I've overlaid in this next chart our expectations for 2021, and I flipped around the axis just for comparison. So as we consider the recovery, it seems a bigger contraction in the second quarter generally translates into a bigger bounce in 3Q and 4Q, and a bigger drop in 2020 means a bigger rebound next year, right? Well, if you look at the chart mostly, but that's not what we expect everywhere, and I'll get to why that might not be the case in just a moment. Now, I'm sad to report that we've been marking down our forecasts for the fourth quarter, and we all know, we can imagine why. The recovery is under threat from the second wave, and most countries should be able to avoid strict containment measures that would affect the supply side of the economy. That doesn't mean demand won't take a hit, and so we're already seeing signs of deterioration in high frequency indicators, but obviously not as bad as in March and April. I should also note that we assume a vaccine becomes widely available by the end of the first quarter of next year. Obviously, that's not guaranteed, and so delays would be costly. So in thinking about specific economies, China gives us some reason to hope. China was first in, and it's first out of the COVID-19 recession. So the recovery has been getting deeper and broader in China, spreading from industrial output originally on the supply side to consumer demand. And so we now expect growth of a little over 2% for 2020. That's not great, but we see a rebound of about 8.2% in 2021. For China, the big risks are really external. Flare up in the virus elsewhere could weigh on exports. And then there's a longer-term threat of further decoupling from the US. And we could see scenarios in which that happens in either a second Trump term or a new Biden administration. The US is not there yet. So this chart shows airport screenings year over year. In the US, policymakers moved quickly with monetary and fiscal support. So until now, it's been mainly the virus weighing on the economy, and in particular in certain sectors. But stimulus is running out. Negotiations aren't going well for a new package, as we've seen this week. So already we're starting to see signs of a deterioration. The recovery is slowing. So if we don't have additional support for incomes, we could see a more protracted downturn, a more typical recession in the U.S. with the pain really spreading from the hard hit sectors. Closer to home, one of my colleagues has mapped out a number of scenarios for the UK. For now, we are focusing on COVID-19, and we're assuming that the UK avoids a disorderly Brexit. This week, I think we've had reasons for optimism and pessimism. We're watching that closely. But just taking into account COVID-19, we've just recently nudged down our forecasts slightly for GDP growth this year to a contraction of about 9.9% in 2020 as a whole. The difference in from our last forecast is really just by a few tenths of a percentage point. But we revised down next year's rebound by more to about 5.4% from 6.5. The broader story is just that it looks like the economy is losing momentum. Headwinds, you can imagine, are fierce. We've got a worsening outbreak, and then tightening containment measures and a spike in unemployment. For now, it looks like the new restrictions are going to be relatively light, certainly compared to April, and government support is still more generous than in the US. But as you can see in this chart, we still expect a little bit of growth in the fourth quarter, but we've got a couple of scenarios. If we see, for example, a 2-week targeted lockdown, then we could have another contraction. We're thinking about 0.8%, so not huge, but not good. If that lockdown turns out to be a full lockdown, even for 2 weeks, then the damage might be about 4%. So in each case, we're expecting to bounce back early next year. Across Europe, the situation's similar. We've marked down our forecast slightly, but in many economies, we still see a little bit of growth. I wanted to show you this chart of Sweden, however, to emphasize a point about demand. So everyone knows that Sweden avoided a severe lockdown, controversially. But there have been moderate restrictions in place, and the government has kept most of these unchanged, even as other countries have loosened. So when you look at the stringency of Sweden's containment efforts, Sweden's now in a similar place to Germany. The trouble is that even with lighter constraints on supply, demand still suffers as people avoid the virus. So on the numbers, what we see in Sweden is that output's running about 3 to 6% below pre-virus levels. And that's probably the ceiling that we can expect elsewhere until the virus is under control, depending on the shape of the economy, obviously. But with the resurgence in the virus, that ceiling is starting to drop slightly. Now, in talking about the future of work, I know you're thinking further ahead beyond next year, and so are we. So the question is, beyond the human cost, which is really immeasurable, how much of the economic impact of COVID-19 is temporary and how much is permanent? I've stolen these two charts from an excellent paper by two economists at the IMF, I believe Valerie Serra and Sweta Saxena, which is worth a read. So in the early days of the crisis, we thought that the future would look a lot like the chart on the left, and that was effectively what my first set of forecasts looked like. The idea would be a temporary hit to output, followed by a swift rebound that's an above trend pace of growth that gets the economy back to its pre-crisis path. But that's almost never the case. And in fact, a colleague of mine just published a note this morning looking at 36 recessions since 1965. And in 90% of them, the recovery failed to bring output back to its its previous path. And this was for G7 economies. So quite often, even the trend pace of growth, not just output, but the trend pace of growth ends up slower than it was before the crisis. So it ends up looking more like an L than a V in terms of output. Increasingly, the chart on the right, that's how we're looking at this crisis. So what you see here is just our assessment of where we think the damage might be, on a medium-term basis. So obviously, some of the effect is structural. Some of it's cyclical and temporary, but some of it's structural, and that could leave the economy permanently smaller. When we aggregate this across our forecasts on a country basis, it's looking like the annual shortfall in output could be about 3 to 4%, even in 2030, relative to a pre-virus or a no-virus counterfactual. The impact could be a little less in advanced economies, a lot more in emerging markets. And the idea, I think, is probably familiar to you all. Recessions leave scars. So on the labor market side, unemployment could settle at a higher rate. There could be some loss of human capital. We could see more business bankruptcies, and reduced trade could hit productivity, and then uncertainty could weigh on investment. I think it's already weighing on investment, and that has spillovers back to productivity. So when we think about rebuilding, we need to focus on minimizing scarring and possibly, if necessary, supporting reallocation in the labor market if that's what's needed. But even once we're back to normal, and I think this is the mistake that policymakers often make, we need to recognize that there are long-term effects, and those have to be counteracted, possibly years down the line. So our chart, like the one I showed you that on the right, this is what the gap looks like over time. We also modeled a few scenarios with a vaccine delay and additional scarring. No surprise, we'd end up with bigger permanent effects. But one scary point that I would make is that our forecasts really aren't that far off the consensus. So in fact, if this recession plays out like others, when we look at those recessions since 1965, then our view may be unrealistic. That gap could be twice as wide over time. So instead of 3 to 4%, we could be looking at an 8% hit to output. And after the great financial crisis, it's relatively consistent with that. Now, I don't want to end on a dark note, because there are reasons to be optimistic about this crisis, this recession in particular. Yes, past recessions have left really deep scars, but some of those were triggered by financial crises, and that's not what we're experiencing. So for the most part, there aren't massive imbalances that need to be set right. Number two is that the policy response this time has been unprecedented. In most major economies, at least in the first wave. So, there's some question marks over the second wave. There's a risk of stimulus fatigue, but by cushioning incomes, governments have created pent-up demand, and that's been fueling the recovery so far, and that's crucial in preventing scarring. Lastly, there will be some productivity effects that are positive from COVID-19. Companies have figured out what they can do well remotely and what they can't. So new technologies have come to market. And in the long run, this could leave economies and companies stronger in many other ways. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Yuri and our distinguished panelists.
God, thank you so much for setting the scene. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
We're probably quite close to each other in the murky districts of London at the moment. Not
Yes.
the nicest of days here with the weather. Scott, based on this, before this research that you've compiled from your colleagues on COVID, I remember you personally worked on a health index about which countries were the healthiest. And I think Spain actually came out top, if I remember correctly. Were you surprised, with hindsight, that the healthiest countries were not necessarily the best in fighting and controlling the pandemic and in returning people to work in a safe manner?
In a word, yes, I think so. We had a healthiest country index that we published a few years ago, and Spain and Italy topped the rankings. So that was based on a number of measures such as life expectancy and health risk factors. So is it surprising that so many countries in Western Europe have struggled? In a sense, absolutely. But these are also highly connected economies, and there are certain characteristics of the virus, I think, which are difficult to counter. How rapidly it spreads, certainly the impact on the older population. So demographically, you might have expected Europe to be more exposed. You might have also heard of there's an index called the Global Health Security Index, which that wasn't ours, but we've used it before, and it was basically designed to predict how countries would respond to outbreaks and who was at the top of the list, the US and the UK. So I think the fundamental takeaway is probably that policy matters, and in this pandemic, even a 1-week delay has had consequences and a real human cost. So when you look at the US, for example, I think the country has failed to respond in a timely, consistent manner across states, and so even with the best of health infrastructure, that has an impact.
And Scott, you've made your mark in the past as an economist looking at Russia in particular. Do you feel some countries' statistics are a lot more trustworthy than others?
Yes, it's been very challenging using the COVID-19 numbers to try to estimate the impact on countries because obviously reporting standards differ, and Russia's a very good example. Broadly, I trust a lot of the Russian statistics, on the economy because I think the government has a stake in understanding what's going on, and there's also a degree to which I think Putin wants he wants some credibility in the data that certainly supports his legitimacy. But in the Russian numbers for COVID-19, Russia has the fourth worst outbreak in terms of cases. I think that is an accurate picture, but we've seen just in the last week, and this has really come out at a trickle as well. We've seen, the government accept that its numbers on deaths have been badly, underestimating the cost. So I think the official death toll from the task force overseeing the virus numbers is about 22,000. That's the official death toll, but the Russian Statistics Agency just came out with an estimate for April through August that was 46,000, so twice as high. So, I think the difficulty is when we look across countries, we've had to make some adjustments in our head. And, when we built rankings, for example, to try to see who's been most exposed, everything has to be viewed with a bit of skepticism.
Well, I hope we can look at the Guernsey statistics without too much scepticism. And I'd like to bring in Chris Gehan, Chair of the Guernsey Investment and Funds Association. Chris, Guernsey has been something of a small island poster boy for the elimination of COVID, allowing us to put on events like this, for instance, for a local audience in a physical format. I mean, that is like, it's a huge plus point, a huge success being able to do this. And neighbouring Jersey, for instance, had played Boris Johnson's ill-fated herd community card. Now they're following your lead, they're following Guernsey's lead. Can Guernsey be an example to other territories in not just how to tackle COVID, but perhaps in broader work and societal issues?
I think the answer to that is yes and no, and I think in some areas we're well poised. When you look at, for example, let's take the work-life balance. The work-life balance in Guernsey is very good because you finish work, you can get home in 10 to 15 minutes, you can go out, play sports, sing in a choir, play in an orchestra, whatever, just go and drink, to be honest. So there are areas where we lead, but I think that there are other things that we still have to deal with. And thinking about the lead up to this session so far this morning, I think there are other jurisdictions that are making much better use of technology than we are in the workplace. And I think that for us to actually become a leader in that is going to take quite a lot of effort and quite a lot of investment. I'll give you an example I've seen in my recent, when I say recent travels, it was right at the start of the year. I was in South Africa at a big fund administrator. They had 700 staff, 120 in tech, 580 in admin. That was their numbers a few years ago. They're now down to 280 in admin. They've lost no clients, they've increased their clients, but they've increased their automation. That 120 tech staff has made a massive impact on what they can do. And they've actually more than doubled the amount of clients they have while reducing their admin staff by more than half, and their goal is to get it further down to about 200. So in some areas, yes, we can lead. In others, we need to make massive investment to be able to do it.
Chris, I've had a question in on Slido, and please keep sending your questions in on Slido to the audience. They're coming in thick and fast already. And it's about skills gaps on the island from JP, I believe. Which are the key skills gaps on the island? Do you think technology, which you identified, needs more investment? Is that actually a skills gap as well as an investment gap?
I think it is a skills gap, and I was quite amused when I was introduced as an entrepreneur, because I don't quite see myself as such. But the first thing I did after setting up my own business was take on somebody 15 years younger than me and a lot more tech savvy, who can take a lot of the repetitive tasks that we do and automate them and turn them into, push button, it gets done, rather than us having to throw manpower at it. So certainly tech skills, yes, but I think that we need to see more of an evolution, probably away from just the grassroots administration type roles towards the high level, the governance, the compliance, the risk, we're seeing economic substance legislation here, so people with a good knowledge of investment management. More than that, we're evolving into a green finance centre, so people with understanding of green finance, of ESG or environmental, social and governance issues. I think we need to be continually upskilling our workforce and also to look at the different geographies we can play in. And one of the various things I do in my working life is that I tutor for the Guernsey Training Agency. Last week I did a half-day session on Islamic finance. Next week I'm running a half-day session on green finance. And the uptakes of these are starting to increase as people realise they need to have more understanding than simply performing administrative tasks.
Chris, I've been coming to Guernsey for more than 25 years, and one of the things it's been a particular pleasure to see has been the development in expertise in alternative investments, in private equity in particular, and Guernsey very much establishing itself as a hub for private equity expertise seems to be quite a timely decision, seeing that this asset class is now becoming one of the most popular for both institutions, families, private individuals. Is there room for boosting the numbers of private equity professionals even further in this hub of expertise? Or are we now at full capacity here in Guernsey for those types of professionals?
There's always room for more growth. As you've just indicated, the amount of work in this area globally is going up all the time. Unfortunately, we no longer have the absolute leading edge on private equity. Other jurisdictions have caught us up. And again, I think we've become comfortable for quite a long time with where we're at. I think we need to look to evolve. And whether it's more private equity professionals, and by this, I could mean either private equity administration professionals, or we actually have a number of substance private equity fund managers here who have staff performing the tasks other than administration, maybe supporting the management teams around the world and so on. I think we need to keep on pushing our skill sets out and engaging in wider, even more cutting-edge niche areas. Fintech's certainly one that I think we do need to push further out into. Green finance, and not just green finance, but ESG certainly is an area we do need to be looking at. And funny enough, going through this election cycle, I don't know how many manifestos I read that mentioned green finance. But there's always new areas we can move into. And even if they're not, for example, here we've looked primarily at fund administration. In Jersey, they've created a sort of pseudo-regulated bespoke mandate solution, which we haven't done. And that offers a slightly different advantage for the investment management sector. And we need to look at the wider, where's our skill set going? Are we creating more fund managers here? Are we creating more fund administrators here? I think the answer is both, but I do suspect the admin staff will go down, the management staff will go up, and we need the broader skill sets.
If I can bring in Rupert Pleasant, the CEO of Guernsey Finance, on this same topic. Rupert, many financial centres in Switzerland, for example, London as well, had previously established themselves as hubs of hedge fund expertise. I mean, this was a huge area. Yet this industry pretty much collapsed to a great extent after the financial crisis. Is there a danger that employment strategies in smaller financial centres can be linked with these short-term fads? I mean, Chris was talking about Islamic finance. So many centres have said, we've got a strategy for Islamic finance. Luxembourg said this 10 years ago. This area is going to explode. It didn't explode. ESG, that's a different matter. That seems to be growing. But there is a danger that our strategies can be linked to these apparent trends which can then collapse around us.
I think we're very lucky in Guernsey that we've got a mature and diverse financial services industry over here. So we're not a one-trick pony. If you look, we've got a very strong insurance, banking, funds, private wealth, pension. So again, very diverse and very wide. You also look at other facets that we offer, things like cruise services for super yachts and liners, etc., etc. So no, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket, and we're certainly not that one-trick pony. However, if something comes along that's interesting, then of course we're going to look at it. I mean, you mentioned hedge funds. Yes, absolutely. Private equity, very much so. Green and sustainability, as Chris has mentioned, I think that's a thread that's running through all the industries at the moment, and of course Guernsey being home to the first ever green fund. So, we're really an innovator as well. One great thing that Guernsey brings is being able to be nimble and be able to be quick. So if we do see an opportunity, we can get in there quickly. We have a regulator who is robust but proportionate. We can bring legislation online quickly as well. So again, if it's something we see an opportunity, we can go for it. But again, if it doesn't turn out to be an opportunity, we can cut it immediately. I think we do have advantages by being smaller.
What are the key facets at the moment, Rupert, of your promotional strategy in terms of job creation and how it has been affected by COVID-19 as well? How many of the new jobs do you expect to go to local graduates and how many will go to outsiders? Will this balance change now with more locals and fewer outsiders?
I think if I start with the strategy part, we have an excellent team at Guernsey Finance. We do a lot of work in-house. And our message is great. You know, our positioning, the way that we actually present ourselves on the international stage is great. However, we are not perfect, as we know. We're not getting our message out far enough. And there's three things from a strategic point of view that we're really looking to capitalise on going forwards, budget allowing. Firstly is to be involved in greater research, to use that research and engage with an international PR machine so that we can actually get that research out into our target markets and put, seasoned professionals, seasoned business development professionals on the ground in our target markets. Very much Hong Kong. We've bolstered our presence in Hong Kong recently. But why not look at Taiwan? Why look at Malaysia as well? South Africa, Southern Africa, very much there. Middle East, the UK. And what's absolutely key for us going forwards is going to be the US, looking at the US market, especially on the private equity point of view. Chris and I have discussed this on many occasions. So actually having somebody on the ground, that may also look at getting us into Miami as well. So strategy aside, that's what we're looking at. From a jobs creation point of view, GIBA for the election candidates produced a very useful document that went round recently. And I was interested to see in there that the financial services industry employs 7,000 people in Guernsey. Of those 7,000 people, 80% have grown up and were educated locally. So that's a very high proportion. And I think that's credit to the education system. And I know there's changes there at the moment, but it's credit to that. But it's also credit to the GTA. It's credit to the College of Further Education. And then being able to allow us or allow our young people to go and gain those professional qualifications so that they're involved in the financial services industry and making, a really meaningful contribution. However, there are weaknesses there, notably one industry, which is the accounting industry, where there are more jobs than there are candidates to fill them. So maybe that's something to have a look at in the future, but I don't think we should be afraid of bringing people into the island either. They bring a great international skill set, which then they share amongst the local workforce. So that's a huge benefit. Diversity in our workforce as well. That's massively important for a small island. And finally, they're also contributing towards the economy. They are paying taxes, they're buying houses, they're shopping, etc. So again, they are contributing towards the economy. So we mustn't be afraid of that.
I think you're setting the scene very nicely, Rupert, for a lot of the points we're going to be discussing during the...
I tried my best, Yuri.
But I've had a question from a teacher, a Guernsey school teacher, who she said she's very concerned. More support needs to be provided to teachers on the island. They are educating, guiding our younger generation into their careers. How do you address those kind of concerns from our educational community?
I think this is it's a political question. We're going through the examining how that education system works at the moment, and I think having looked at a number of the candidates' prospectus, on how they're actually looking at dealing with education. I think it's absolutely fundamental. They do need that degree of support, and I think the politicians in Guernsey need to listen a lot more. And I do think the next wave of politicians who come in. We don't know who they are yet, but probably later today. I think that will be absolutely key, and you know, they need to sit down and listen.
And hopefully business will listen as well. And I'd like to bring in Paul Hodgson, Deputy Chair of the Guernsey International Business Association, and also his spare time role in Butterfield Trust. Paul, can I ask you about technology? Chris mentioned that earlier as well. Guernsey has been very slow compared to other similar sized centres to embrace technology and fintech innovation. How can we change this and show the outside world that this really can be a jurisdiction ready to compete in terms of technology?
I think it's important to say that there are clearly challenges in that space in a jurisdiction of this size, and I think it's difficult to think that we ought to expect to be leading in that context, although I would cite a couple of examples. Northern Trust, for example, in relation to the use of blockchain technology in the private equity industry. People like the electronic CDD, the ID register, is a kind of leading edge proponent of that aspect of what we do in this centre. And also, I think, certainly in terms of what I do within the trust space, the administration platforms that we've adopted, not necessarily innovated, but things like Flying Boat and Navision are effectively ubiquitous within the industry, and obviously there are equivalent platforms across the fund sector. I think it's also important to distinguish between the adoption of technology within the businesses and the headline stories about some of the other jurisdictions who promote themselves on the basis of being kind of crypto jurisdictions and sophisticated in terms of their promotion of fintech. I think that's a potentially quite a risky strategy in relation to crypto as a business that could potentially backfire and adversely impact on the reputation we have for safety and stability in a place like this.
I've had another question related to both technology and education come in on Slido, Paul, and this questionnaire is saying there's been investment in buildings and facilities here, which nobody can really question. We've got the FinTech Hub, we've got the various schools and colleges, but the people to actually advise on these areas and to teach these areas like technology, shouldn't we be bringing more people into the island from outside who have expertise in these areas, rather than just saying we've got these wonderful shiny buildings?
Yeah, I'd absolutely say that, you know, part of the experience of the kind of working from home through lockdown has certainly taught us that actually the importance of buildings is definitely secondary to the application of technology in terms of learning. I guess from a practical perspective, I think the school systems that we have leave them to some degree open to bringing up ideas of their own. I know certainly from personal experience that the Ladies' College were very good at bringing homeschooling to their pupils, and have adopted a strategy with Microsoft to partner in terms of promoting their own qualifications within the school. But I think there's certainly a lot more that can be done in terms of coding experience in particular. So the work that's going on at the Digital Greenhouse, I think that can certainly be reinforced. And as Rupert said, clearly there's a large burden in terms of education more generally incumbent on those who are fortunate enough to have been elected when they finally find out who they are this evening.
If I can bring in Elaine Gray at Kerry Olsen. Elaine, what has the COVID-19 epidemic been like in practical terms for some of the areas that you cover? For dispute litigation, for instance, have people behaved reasonably and said, look, these are circumstances beyond our control. We understand that if an event or a venture is cancelled, there are expenses for everyone? Or does each party demand their pound of flesh, so to speak, despite the pandemic?
Yeah, well, do people act reasonably? I think most of us are in permanent occupation of the moral high ground, which is where litigators love to be. In Guernsey, it's fair to say that we haven't had the business interruption claims that I know have worked their way through the UK courts. And I think that's largely a reflection of the fact that in Guernsey we were, certainly financial services, almost no impact in terms of operational abilities in real terms. In relation to other sectors, clearly there were impacts, but our lockdown experience, especially when we look round about the globe, has been so relatively short that business interruption type claim, cancellation of events and such like, not really an issue. I think it's fair to say that more broadly, we tend to find that where there is a recession, litigation tends to increase because cash becomes king, so it's really important to collect your cash so that you can keep operating as a business. So from that perspective, it's fair to say that we had our busiest spell ever, actually, which is not what we were expecting, and we're very grateful for that. So I think that's the picture in terms of litigation is good. What I would say is that it had a really positive effect for us in terms of the court system, because although we'd been using technology when we had to, within a matter of weeks, we had a triage system set up in the courts, and we moved on to virtual hearings pretty much immediately. So for us, operationally, again, and that is a contrast to what we're seeing in England and Wales, and we do quite a lot of cross-border work. Actually, we've been up and running and doing pretty well, thank you very much, in the court system too. So unexpected benefits from COVID.
And Elaine, Kerry Olsen has offices in many jurisdictions. I've spoken to your people before in Asia, in Singapore. What can we in the UK and Guernsey learn from the way that China, Singapore, South Korea and other Asian countries have handled the recent workplace challenges?
Gosh, well, I think we should all go and buy shares in companies that produce face masks, which of course were so much more prevalent generally across Asia with SARS, so that I think they were ahead of us in that respect. I think it's fair to say that most businesses would have had business interruption or business continuity plans in place. I think it's also fair to say that very few of us had pandemics in there. We thought about hurricanes, we thought about earthquakes, we thought about outages, but very few of us, certainly in this part of the world, had really contemplated a pandemic as being part of it. Because our Asian offices had been through SARS, it did help us. So we were able to follow their suit in relation to things like shift working, remote working, limitations on meetings, social distancing, face masks, and also some of the very practical steps, you know, having your sanitizers that we're also so used to now. I think it's fair to say that what was imposed in Hong Kong and some of our other territories was easier for them to do because of the stricter government control. For us, there was a bigger piece in terms of thinking about individual liberties and balancing our rights as an employer to manage the business risk to us with those individual liberties. So thinking about things like, to what extent can we compel mandatory disclosure about travel and such like? So we learned some, but also we had a very individual exercise to go through.
And I've got a question come in for you, Elaine. You talked a little bit about automation there, about remote working. A very concerned local in Guernsey is saying, yes, there's all this automation going on, but what happens to the people that are no longer needed because of digitalization? Does that cost then just get moved to the government? And a slightly political question here again, bearing in mind the new government coming in. And is that a safe route to go down?
No, I think, so wearing my chamber hat, one of the things we recognise as a key strategic priority for the next few years is the skills gap, and is that issue of having a workforce out there which is skilled for the world that we live in for now for work, but with that automation piece coming through, recognising that we need to look at that and we need to change perhaps the way in which we are skilling. So one of our key action points is working with both the states but also the various educational providers on island to make sure that we are getting the right skills taught within the educational providers. And from our point of view as a business, it's a heck of a lot easier to employ somebody local. And that is, of course, the primacy that's given to the local market when it comes to employing people and getting permits for people to come over. You should be looking to the local population first. So it makes a heck of a lot of sense for us to be investing in that education and skills piece. And that's why I think most employers regard it as a bit of a no-brainer.
And there's another question for you, Elaine, on this locals versus non-locals. Are locals actually applying for their vacancies? Somebody's asking on Slido, and that's with specific reference to school leavers and graduates.
I think that's a really good question, whoever asked it, and I think there's a very mixed experience. So our job unemployment stats have come down at a peak of 1,600 to something in the order of 600 now. Speaking to some, particularly in our retail sector, and we've got our industry head, John Creasy, here today, one of the difficulties is actually getting those people who are unemployed to come and stay and work. And I think there's a big political piece there, which is a hard topic. It's a difficult one to face, but we need to work out the extent to which our social safety net is operating as a bar to the social ladder, if I could put it that way, in terms of getting people up to the next level, because sometimes the experience and the feedback and the data that we get is that actually it's better for people either to stay unemployed because benefits in relative terms are pretty good in Guernsey, or it's better to stay in a lower paid, less skilled area than to move forward. And plainly, that is an obstacle and an obstruction that we need to unlock.
And just one point to add to that, in terms of the impact of COVID, I think there's a cohort who, for various reasons, clearly unexpectedly spent a lot more time than they would have normally, either university students who didn't take up offers this year or have deferred places and not gone this year, or alternatively uni students who came back and have decided potentially to stay here for longer. I think that group may actually change the dynamics a little bit. There was always a pattern of people going away for university, getting jobs in bigger centres, and that group might consider coming back in their early 30s. I think there is the potential that some of that group may end up spending more of their time here at an earlier stage in their careers, developing relationships. I know a number of people who have deferred places have taken up offers with people like Deloitte and some of the other firms. So actually, that group reinforcing their local connections a little bit earlier in their career may see them either stay straight after their degrees, or potentially to come back at an earlier stage in their career. And obviously, that's another potential added bonus in terms of our stock of human capital.
Thank you very much. And there's another question for Chris, really on the entrepreneurial side that's just come in on Slido. Would a Guernsey enterprise investment scheme help incubate more entrepreneurs on the island?
Simple answer, yes. More complex answer. In the UK, it works because it creates certain tax breaks. But then again, they've got a much more, complicated tax system. So it would need to be tailored to our specific tax situation here. I actually know the former chair of the EIS in the UK, or the EIS Association in the UK, Lord Flight, and
a very colourful character, Howard, who I've known for many years.
Very much so, and I still remember him falling off a chair in a board meeting. It could work here, but to be honest, I think more we need an agency to assist entrepreneurs rather than a scheme that would create the tax breaks, because here we don't particularly have an over-the-top tax system like the UK has. I mean, I have seen various, again, I'll come back to candidate manifestos where they said tax breaks for entrepreneurs, but there's not actually a lot of tax here to start with. So I'm not quite sure where the tax breaks are going to sit. So we could look at a scheme, but enabling investment, I mean, anyone could invest in a new enterprise. Yes, we could create vehicles to do so, but they wouldn't benefit, from the same sort of tax breaks he would in the UK.
Thank you, and I'd like to bring in Rupert. When staying on this discussion, it's a vital discussion of entrepreneurship and nurturing local talent. I mean, we've seen entrepreneurs come to Guernsey from other territories, and we heard a very moving tribute. We saw a very moving tribute to Zeph Eisenberg, who was with us for this discussion last year. And I remember the vibrancy, the ideas, the inspiration that he brought into the discussion. It's a much sadder world without him, but there's a lot of local talent here in Guernsey, Rupert. For such a small island, Guernsey has really had its share of young social media stars. There's former grammar school pupil Harry Lewis, known as Rotashaw, who many of you will know, who he's got his group called the Sidemen, who hang about with the fellow YouTube sensation KSI. I mean, my sons are talking about these guys all the time. When they visit Guernsey, they're mobbed by fans. And electronic music producer Alexander Crossan, known as Mura Massa. He's worked with the legendary Chic and Nile Rodgers, who many of those of my age group will know. I mean, these creative young people, they're products of the local education system. These are the best advertisements for Guernsey. What sort of projects have Guernsey Finance, the Guernsey Business Association, the various groups, the Chambers of Commerce, what sort of projects have they proposed to these local heroes to work with these people to educate youngsters in entrepreneurship?
I'm probably going to have to put this out to the panel a little bit, because certainly from a Guernsey Finance point of view, it's not obviously within our realm. There's obviously financial entrepreneurs, and we're very much looking to attract them to the island, both from ourselves and our colleagues at Locate Guernsey as well. So we're very keen that Guernsey is seen as a centre of entrepreneurship, that, I think as Christopher said to start with, it's a great place to live. It's a great place to bring your family up. We need to work on the communications at the moment. Maybe that's a question in a bit, but I won't deal with that one. So, I think from a financial services point of view, very much so, we really do want to attract those entrepreneurs over here, because not only do they come and they bring their mind and their skill set over here, they bring jobs as well. They employ people. So, certainly from that point of view, very, very much so. I probably need my 16-year-old son to comment on the actual music and the YouTube side. But I don't know from anybody else whether they have anything from an entrepreneurial side.
I think from a chamber perspective, so we have links with Young Business Group Guernsey, YBG. We also have student members of chamber. They come to our regular events. And the idea there is to kind of work with your homegrown entrepreneurs of the future, get them introduced to the business community at an early age. And a big part of that is the mentorship, and just having people faces that they know, people to talk to, resources available. We have an entrepreneurs group within Chamber which is tasked with kind of reaching out to all of these things, and we're working quite closely with the soon-to-be Guernsey Institute in terms of making sure that they're plugged into what we do in Chamber as well.
I think it's a great question, actually, in many ways, because I don't think I've necessarily ever viewed it in quite the way that you've put the question to us. Clearly, these particular individuals, they are very personal businesses of those individuals, and very difficult to think about how you scale them. But they're certainly great advertisements for Guernsey as a jurisdiction. Their kind of numbers of followers are clearly promoting the island indirectly in that way. And I guess it's a really interesting question to think as to how we might better leverage that, because I absolutely accept the definition of them as entrepreneurs, but I wouldn't necessarily have thought about them in that way before. So in thinking about them as business units in their own right, how could we create more social media presence through the individuals that live here? That's a really interesting question. Certainly something I'll take away from today's discussion.
I'm really glad that that's a discussion that we can sow the seeds of now. And I'm being told by our organisers that I need to vacate the screen quite soon. And I think my wife's telling me that I need to vacate this room because she has to do a Zoom call in here as well. But what sort of, if I can just ask you finally, just a couple of words from each of you, what sort of lessons have we learned from COVID-19 as a catalyst for change in business and the financial services industry? Just give me a couple of words on this to conclude, if we start with Chris.
I think for me, it's about lack of travel, and it's about the fact that once we've made an initial contact with someone through travelling to see them, we can do all the follow-up virtually. We don't need to actually make as big a carbon footprint as we did before. I think we still need to initially meet with someone face-to-face, but once we've done that, a lot of the follow-up, I mean, I'm still doing online meetings every day, which I've never considered before we went into lockdown.
Okay, thank you. And Paul?
I'd very much agree with what Chris has said. I think the degree to which we can achieve a lot of the business promotion of the island through those virtual mediums has been really very, very powerful. I think from a personal perspective, I think it's also been a time where, through the reflection that I think we've all gone through, a focus on health and well-being, work-life balance, and the need to promote those interests for our workforce here on the island, and to effectively recognise that we have a competitive advantage in the lifestyle, the fact that we're here today, and that the rest of the world isn't able to do that. But that is actually a powerful opportunity set. And I know that, for example, Locate Guernsey are seeing a very significant uptick in interest in moving both individuals and businesses to the island for that very reason. So I think we actually have a very powerful combination of ingredients here that we need to leverage and make more of, is how I would view it.
Rupert, perhaps a new business model emerging for wealth management in terms of digitalisation and remote communication, and a different balance of costs and resources?
Absolutely. We earlier this year created a new digital team. Don't get too excited, it's 2 people. But that being said, it's been amazing how we've managed to move onto a digital platform. It's called On24. If you look at the first event that we actually held, the Guernsey Funds Forum, normally we have 500 attendees who physically attend. Online, we had 1,200 who attend. We normally have 9 nationalities attending. Online, we had 27 nationalities attending. So next year, we're going to go into a hybrid of the 2. But I think it just shows digital is so powerful, and we can actually specifically aim our message to the target markets that we have.
And finally, Elaine, if I can just briefly ask you, there's a social revolution going on the streets of London, New York, Paris, Berlin, Hong Kong, people demanding racial equality, diversity, fair treatment, and ESG treatment, products, green finance, everything socially responsible. Is Guernsey open to this revolution that's going on?
Absolutely, Guernsey's part of it already. We're writing ESG. It's become a real moral imperative. It's being written into the products that we sell, whether that be trustees in terms of their investment policy and decision making, or funds. So yes, it's part of the DNA now.
Well, thank you to the panelists for our lively discussions, and thank you particularly to the audience for the wonderful questions you've been sending in, which has really fueled and inspired the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been such a pleasure to be here. Please put your hands together for our panelists.
So thank you very much, Rupert, Elaine, Chris and Paul, and indeed Scott Johnson from Bloomberg, and Joy Bender from the Financial Times. So lots of fruitful subjects came out of that initial discussion, many of which we are going to pick up on throughout the day. I just want to sort of dip into the Slido questions that we've posed for the day. So one of the questions we posed for session 1 was, to what degree are your organisation's workforce-related activities changing in response to the COVID-19 pandemic? So 33% of you said significantly, and 48% of you have said somewhat, and only 18% of you have said very little. We're going to keep monitoring these questions and these responses throughout the day. And indeed, please keep sending your questions through and liking the questions that you'd like to bump to the top of the pile. And we'll try to cover as many of them throughout the day as we can. If we're not able to cover them, then we will absolutely keep the conversation going after today. But thank you, keep that going. I'd now like to introduce the next panel, which is a very lovely segue, I think, to some of the comments that were made by the first panel, which is all about the sustainability of human capital. Now, a lot of us in the room who I've spoken to personally have said, actually, you know, the whole COVID situation has been, you know, really quite strange. It's been quite hard. We seem to have all put a lot of extra hours in doing all sorts of different stuff. And indeed, some of the Grant Thornton research that we commissioned during the lockdown period clearly highlighted that there has been an overall demise in well-being. And as a firm, if I switch my other to my other hat just a moment, one of the things that Grant Thornton are taking on is they are demonstrating quite publicly across the workforce that they do care about employee well-being. And indeed, we are investing in, I think, the first organisation across the Channel Islands to get the Investors in People We Invest in Wellbeing Award. And we're probably 3/4 of the way through that. And it's been brilliant, actually, because it's given an opportunity for people to come to the table to talk about what well-being means to them in all sorts of different ways. And from that, we've developed a well-being strategy, which is a huge step forward, and it's something that we're incredibly proud of. Today, for this panel, we decided to introduce a number of different perspectives to give a good flavour of what well-being means to different people. And indeed, we're delighted to welcome to the panel today Joey Freeman, who is from Core Pilates, who has got to stand at the back of the room, and I can tell you, puts me through some fairly torturous Pilates sessions when I've got the time to do it. Richard Clark from Rossborough, indeed one of our sponsors, who also does a significant amount of work in the wellbeing space. Claire Cole of Beat. Claire Cole is one of the social enterprises that Bright Futures have supported. It's an excellent initiative, and I would encourage everybody to have a conversation with her today. It's a very different approach to wellbeing, but it's absolutely incredibly important now, and I expect she's going to be rushed off her feet before not too long. And indeed, Gwen Powell from Investors in People, who will share some insights from a UK perspective as to what they're picking up. So, panellists, if I could welcome you to the stage, please. Okay, Richard Clark, Rossborough, would you like to just share a couple of words about some of the initiatives that Rossborough are observing or working on at the moment from a wellbeing point of view?
Thanks, Susie. Yeah, hoping everyone can hear me okay?
Yep. Yes.
Great. So I think from our perspective, we realised a few years ago that many of our corporate clients, so Rossborough's a general insurance broker, but we have a specialist health insurance part of our business. And we recognised that a number of our clients were looking for some more help and some more guidance in relation to the kind of more proactive health and wellbeing aspects of what they were doing in their workplaces. You know, much of what we would do would be fixing people when they're sick. So private medical insurance or income protection, very sort of reactive policies that fix people and kick in after the event. But we recognised that there was a real desire and a real demand from corporate clients in particular to say, what else can we be doing to kind of get more on the front foot and be more proactive with how we can look after the well-being of our staff. And so we decided that we would recruit somebody within our team that would just be a dedicated resource in health and well-being, and provide that advice and support that there was clearly a demand for, and bring some kind of new approaches to that part of what usually HR teams were trying to deliver in their workplace. So bring some kind of strategy to it, highlight some of the fantastic local well-being practitioners that we have in Guernsey and in Jersey, and kind of bring them to the fore and kind of demonstrate what they can offer in a kind of corporate setting. Bring some new technology, so there's some fantastic well-being technology out there that can really help corporate clients deliver a well-being strategy, and also help clients kind of realise what they've already got at their disposal. So there's many things that might be associated with a private medical insurance policy or a group income protection policy that have been there for a number of years, but you just didn't know that they had an additional employee assistance program or an additional level of support. So to help unlock some of those things for corporate clients has been really important. And you cannot escape the word well-being at the moment, and it is thrown at you from all angles every single day. So what we've really tried to help clients do is to just kind of navigate their way through that and simplify that, and ultimately help them deliver and make sense of what could potentially be a well-being strategy for their business and for their employees. And you can definitely tell that the lines between work and life have become more and more blurred over the last few years. And we really feel like if you can influence people's well-being whilst they're at work, then that should help flow through into their kind of outside of work life and then back again into work. And because particularly in the last 6 months, obviously those lines between work and life have become even more blurred, we kind of really recognise the importance of helping clients deliver something and helping them unlock a potential wellbeing strategy. So that's been a big part of what we've done in recent years.
Brilliant. Thank you, Richard. Gwen, if I could just turn to you for a moment, please. So just for good order, could you just share some insights from an IIP point of view as to what you understand as being wellbeing, what those 3 pillars of wellbeing are?
So we use both people and wellbeing frameworks, and it's interesting because the last 6 months has brought to the fore both frameworks. Obviously, predominantly wellbeing has been a topic that's been highlighted, and if everybody speaks about wellbeing, it's because some things are happening in their businesses with their people. So each of the areas, social, psychological and physical wellbeing areas, are covered by the framework, which is the encompassing strategy that Richard probably mentioned, and when aligned to data, so things that are collected in terms of, so what are the needs, what are people's needs, what are the business needs in terms of continuity and sustainability, but also if you apply the same pressure on people, sustainability, continuity, what will enable them to continue to be productive and to actually be well. So each of the areas, social is something about interaction and the human nature behind who we are and what we are as human beings. And it's a very important factor, particularly where there's different things at play now in workplaces, where the workplaces are back at work, semi-back at work, not in work, being at home, working from home, and there's all those different scenarios at play. So just that one area of social well-being, and of course there is interactions between all the 3 areas, of not being a social being and not being able to have the chat at the coffee station or the corridor chatting, or even sitting at your desk near to somebody and your colleagues. The other area of physical is quite prevalent also. If you imagine there's quite a lot of people are sitting at desks, now whether those desks are in dining rooms or back offices or sheds, or actually in the workplace, that the physical drain of being on all the time mentally, it has an impact on your physical well-being, and maybe sleep patterns and things like that as well. So that all kind of contributes to the physical well-being area. And then the big area of psychological well-being, I think, that these 3 can't sit alone. There are psychological issues happening just in terms of the ways that we're working at the moment, and whether we put pressure on ourselves or whether we feel that the pressure's coming from somewhere else to work all the time. And this propensity to, you hear a ping in the back office and you go and answer the email. The psychological drain and the mental drain is actually phenomenal. So all of those three areas are absolutely key to making sure every business, every person is well.
Brilliant, thank you, Gwen. So just reflecting on some of the statistics that are public, so pre-COVID-19, we knew that 44% of all UK sickness days were accounted to mental ill health of some description, so anxiety, stress, or depression. If we fast forward that through to the challenging year that we've had, there is every expectation that those statistics are going to look a tad worse than they did in 2018-19. And I know when I engage with colleagues and associates from around the business community and the third sector, and indeed the public sector, it's a significant item on the agenda at the moment. What do you think organisations could or should be doing to protect the sustainability of their human capital over the next 12 months, which is going to be probably more challenging than that which we've already experienced? Gwen, if you want to pick that question up.
Sorry. I think there are several things to look at in terms of ensuring business continuity, but of course the people being inside that. One of the areas is an obvious one, the work environment itself, of where people are working from, and there could be a mix and match. There could be workplaces, physical workplaces, and spaces, and making sure it's purposeful and people have the right equipment to be fit for purpose, but there's some flexibility in terms of how they operate their workplace. And also the productivity of managing. Being productive means that there's an emotional drain on you, and being productive is usually quite stimulating and very positive, and we want to maintain that. So I think checking in with energy levels yourself, but also others with others. And another one is about availability, people's availability. That there is I suppose, a need to be available yourself, and also for others to be available to you, to work in teams, as we had before. But actually there's been a shift in the availability and need for agility. So the right now scenario is really quite key. And managing that availability, so enabling and allowing people, if they don't feel allowing, that they can have time to be away from the desk, that they actually, and that might be flexible in the way that work batches is working. So those three factors: where you work from, how you're being productive, as well as what is availability. What does that mean? Do I work 9 to 5 like I used to, or actually do I work in batches of time, or do I spread that across my day because it suits me better because I've got other responsibilities at home or wherever that might be?
Yeah, absolutely. I know as a working mum, as fortunate as I was to have a very understanding employer and a great team of colleagues around me, as well as some of the other hats that I wear, it was quite challenging. Homeschooling, only a 6-year-old, thank heavens. 16 on biology, I probably would have failed, but he's only 6, so I was okay with that. But juggling that with the spike in demand through the charitable work that we were doing because of the economic turbulence that the local market was going through, as well as just taking note of some of the external pressures that were growing in some of the other areas that I've got an interest in, was really quite challenging. And then all the domestic stuff, like making sure that everybody was fed, not one of my strong points, but I try, making sure the house was clean, and all of that stuff did start to merge some of those boundaries. And I think I'm pretty good at being disciplined about setting those boundaries: home life, home, professional, work, play, all of those sorts of things. But as Joey will tell you, during my last Pilates session, I need to probably spend a bit more time investing in my physical health, and I'm working on it. Richard, just a final point to you before I go to the two panellists on the stage. What are you picking up both as a significant employer across the islands, but also from your clients in terms of I guess temperature checking how people are feeling right now, and what we perhaps need to be doing to safeguard the sustainability of that human capital, because we all know that there is a direct correlation between a happy and healthy workforce and a productive and profitable workforce, and we seem to be potentially compromising aspects of that, which could lead to longer-term significant challenges both for employers but also for the wider community.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing quite a varied response in terms of how employers are reacting to the COVID situation. You know, some of our clients have been similar to Rossborough, where we've been keen to get people back into the office environment as soon as local government legislation allows it, and within those guidelines. We've seen some clients that have been very keen to do that. We've seen other clients that have actually been the exact opposite and are kind of discouraging people from coming back because they found that within their particular business and whichever industry they might be in, that they've managed to maintain productivity levels. Even had a client based here in Jersey that has actually made a decision based on a real estate lease that is due to be renewed at the end of the year, and actually made a very, very big decision to not renew that lease and shrink their workspace. And they're a pretty big employer. Directly because of their reaction to this COVID situation, giving people more flexibility to work from home. So I don't think there's one answer in terms of what people are doing, but there's some varied responses. And I think when you kind of then factor in the approach to well-being and how employers can react to well-being in that environment, I think what we're certainly advising our clients and what we're doing ourselves is that you've got to have some recognition of the fact that all of a sudden people are in lots of different boats. You know, as Gwen was saying, some people are adjusting to coming back to office working and might be nervous about it. Some people are very keen to get back to office working. Some are still having to juggle, shielding people or health issues and having to work from home. And so as the employer, and in terms of your approach to well-being and how you're going to influence your staff, you've actually got to have lots of different kind of ways of engaging people. There isn't just going to be one approach to well-being that will work that perhaps might have been the case a few years ago when you knew where everybody was going to be. So, adapting the way that you engage people with well-being, using different ways of communicating to people, whether that be through the likes of these sorts of sessions or face-to-face. You're going to have a mix between, boots on the ground in the office for certain well-being initiatives and using the technology. So I think that getting your head around that is very important if you're going to deliver well-being going forward, because it's this situation that we're in is unlikely to change for anytime soon, and perhaps will just shape what it looks like for the next 5 to 10 years. So I think that's a really important aspect of the conversations we're having with our clients. And the final point to that is just technology. I heard it in the previous discussion. Technology, we would never have thought this technology has kind of been there for a while now, but perhaps we haven't embraced it as much as we have done in the last 6 months because we've had to. And as I alluded to earlier on, there's some fantastic well-being technology out there, and I think that will just gather a huge amount of pace now as a really good way of engaging people.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. Thank you. So some other research that you might be aware of, for those that haven't yet made that investment into wellbeing from a corporate point of view at least, is that for every £1 that you invest in wellbeing, £6.50 can be traced back to the bottom line. So it's pretty much a no-brainer. So I guess action point for today, if you haven't yet got a wellbeing policy or a strategy in place, do think about what that could look like for your organisation and put it into place, because we can see how machines can break and technology can fail us, but also people can break. And these are truly our biggest asset in the organisation, so we do need to invest in looking after them. And of course, different people in the organisation will have different wants and needs at different times. And on the panel today, I'm delighted to welcome Joey Freeman, Dr. Joey Freeman, I should say, sorry, and Claire Cole. So, Joey, if I go to you first of all, can you just share some of your insights and your perspectives on why well-being is important, perhaps through some of your general observations and perhaps through some of the Pilates work that you do?
I think so. Actually, for me, well-being has been a big thing in my life. Now I'm a Pilates instructor, and I've seen during lockdown how, while delivering online sessions, how the feedback I got is from people saying having this routine has made a huge difference. I actually did my online sessions for free during lockdown because I thought that was a way to help out and encourage people to actually move, have a routine of okay, now I'm going to get off the desk, because as you say, it was tricky doing the homeschooling, then you work, then there's no time. Trying to cook and everyone in the house at the same time is a nightmare. But I think we had, so first of all, I'm going to say I'm a scientist. I've worked 20 years in academia, and only last year, when I moved to Guernsey, I became a Pilates instructor. I've been a Pilates instructor for 6 years after a neurological condition. My neurologist said, you need to try Pilates. And I'm like, oh, really? Pilates? What's that? But because to improve my posture, my head shakes, as you can see. I don't know, I have a condition similar to Parkinson's. And Pilates has changed my life. But the well-being for me started 15 years ago when I was doing my PhD at the University of California, Berkeley. My professor, I think it was well ahead of this well-being thing, coming from Chile when I arrived, and he was very keen on exercise. We were forced to do bird watching every week as part of our lab meeting. And obviously I came from Chile. My exercise was barbecue and drinking red wine, Chilean red wine. So I was like, what is this all about? We were pretty much asked every other day, have you been to the pool? Have you been to a class? Have you tried the spinning? And I was like, what's your problem? When I realized that after not even a year, half of my cohort of that year has been signed sick, some mental health issues, lots of anxiety, depression. And during the 6 years program of my PhD, we had 2 suicides in the department. PhD students are under a lot of stress, and I guess the same in companies is very similar. And that's when I realized that this whole bird watching, kind of looking back, this mindfulness and having that moment, we bonded as a team, and it was, our lab was actually quite solid and strong. And I think translating that, so I've always, the rest of my career, I did exactly what he did. He wasn't a nice person, but that got stuck with me. And I always encourage my students, so especially the PhD students that are under a lot of stress, to sort of have a moment. So let's kind of move all this. I know you have to prepare for your teaching. I know you have to prepare for your experiments, but let's have a moment. Let's maybe go for a run. Let's go for a quick walk. Let's, talk about the books you're reading, something else, but just kind of have a moment. I just want to say something else. So I've worked with some corporates as well since I started my Pilates business. And the feedback I've got from one of them, this is Investec, is how it has helped as a leveler. So at the end of the day, we would meet, I would do a session, and one of the junior guys said, it's just amazing to see my boss in lycras. And I'm like, yeah, well, great. And we're all suffering together while I'm like, do that. And it creates kind of a nice environment for people, and that has kind of helped for people to be more approachable. So that helps for me to maybe during the around the coffee machine and go and ask something that maybe I wouldn't have if I wouldn't have shared kind of these annoying Pilates class with this Chilean lady. And I think well-being, it is something that we all need to think about. And I got a bit kind of traumatized during my PhD with the amount of suicides that were among PhD students. So it was incredible. And my department was only 2, but the math department was insane. And I think that with the pressure, we all know that well-being helps to increase productivity. And I don't know if we will hear about that data at some point, but it does increase productivity, creativity. And I think it's something that we cannot just take lightly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we know, I was reading a Facebook feed, that ever reliable source of data, from a standing deputy, an existing deputy, and she's standing again from Victoria Oliver, who put something on Facebook around, since the end of March, there's been a 30% increase in suicide attempts alone in Guernsey. This is people in our community are really, really suffering. And I think that's something that we all need to be aware of, and just having those magic moments where you can step off the corporate treadmill or the academic treadmill or whatever you're doing, and just have those moments to just talk to somebody about Indian food or arts and crafts or what's on TV tonight or golf or whatever floats your boat is really, really important. And I think there's a huge responsibility on our shoulders as employers to make sure that our staff are giving those opportunities without feeling guilty to get up and go for a nice walk or go and have a cup of tea that might expand, an hour for their lunch break, without that pressure on their shoulders to get back and to charge that billable time, because that's what we've always been used to. Claire Cole, I'd just like to introduce you. So Claire is a wonderful lady who loves horses, something that hopefully sometime in my lifetime I'll be able to spend a bit more time doing. Not in the foreseeable future, I might add, but at some point, hopefully, it's on my bucket list. Claire, why don't you tell us about some of the work that you've been doing at Beat?
So horses, for me, have always helped to contribute towards my sense of well-being. And about 2 years ago, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who's a GP, and he's quite heavily involved in Guernsey's social prescribing scheme. And he was talking about patients that keep representing with different problems, and taking that patient and looking at them as a whole, looking at their lifestyle, and asking them the question, what made you happiest when you were a 9-year-old child? And for me, that was a trigger, because it was horses. Immediately, for me, it was horses. And that got me thinking about horses and how they've always just made me feel so much better in my day-to-day life, and how I could then work with horses to help other people kind of promote their sense of well-being. When we work with the horses, it's all outside. One of the things that we know helps to improve well-being is spending time in nature. So being outside, being with an animal, you're already ticking that box. Reducing stress and increasing relaxation. There's a scientifically proven result that basically when you work with a horse, when you stand next to a horse, there's something called heart math. So the horse's heartbeat is so strong that it influences the human heart, a bit like a magnet, and so it actually slows down your heart rate. So when you're working with the horses, you're in a relaxed state, and then you're more coherent. So as you're working on exercises, things come up, and you're able to think about them in kind of a more coherent way. And so it helps people to move past issues that might be holding them back in their personal or professional lives. And connection's another really important thing when it comes to well-being. And the horses offer you a real deep sense of connection when you work with them. Sometimes people will spend their whole hour just head-to-head with the horse, no words, and just connect. And it's a really kind of immersive way to learn, and just to give yourself that time to breathe, to relax, to look at your emotions, to contemplate what might be limiting you. negative patterns of behaviour, and it's solution-based learning. So the horses give people real-time feedback, and they're able to find ways to solve their own issues.
Absolutely, thank you. And I think we've got a short video to show of some of the related work that Claire has brilliantly brought to the island, and we're hopefully going to show you that just now.
Equine-assisted therapy, horse therapy for humans, is now a widely recognised form of treatment. The horse is so sensitive to our feelings, it's been called a mirror to the human soul. They're now used to treat everything from alcoholism to anorexia, anxiety or depression. But you don't have to have a clinical disorder to get something out of it. So I've agreed to try a bit of my own therapy with a horse called Devo.
Walk over and stand under the umbrella, take a few deep breaths, and then you're going to say to him, Devo, you are the teacher, I am the student, what is the lesson? Okay?
Devo, you are the teacher, I'm the student. What's the lesson?
Nothing.
So I don't want to crowd him while he's having his drink.
Yeah.
Instead, Devo drinks, and drinks, and drinks.
Oh. Looks like he's done with his drink.
Yeah.
I decide to try all the tricks I know to connect with him. Nothing. Play him at his own game. Still nothing. Bit of hay. Just casual indifference.
So, Martin, will you tell us a little bit about what's happened so far?
For a while, I was right. He was more interested in everybody else than me.
Uh-huh.
Typical, I think. And typical of me to want to look at it in that way, that I want his attention and his approval.
Yeah. Where'd that come from, do you know?
It's been around a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fairly obvious from what I do that I seek approval on a pretty grandiose level. But just getting it doesn't stop that search.
Right. Yeah. Because ultimately, it's going to need to come from you.
Oh, my own approval of me? Yeah. Yeah, that would be tough.
At Laura's suggestion, I try a bit of Monty Roberts' join-up method on Devo.
Aw, so cute.
Look at me and my horse. That's a good boy.
So, Martin, what do you think his lesson is for you today?
I suppose to just try that extra go and not be too quick to say, well, yeah, of course that didn't work because that's me. I don't deserve that.
Great.
I suppose.
Look at that. Yeah. Yeah.
It really is therapeutic. It really is.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny, it just does the unlocks
Yeah.
something. Some more rubbish in there.
So you can see that was a live, not staged at all, example of some of the great stuff that Claire is doing with Beat on the island. So when we're thinking about well-being, think about it holistically. Some people in this room might be very comfortable going to see Claire and doing something like that. It's very private. I've done it. We've invested in Claire and her social enterprise because we can see that the community is going to need a different approach to well-being on a holistic basis. And this sort of thing will suit a community of people who need help. It won't suit everybody, but I've done it, and I can say it is incredibly moving. Even if you think your world is absolutely perfect and everything is wonderful and you're super okay, sometimes it's not. So go and spend half an hour or an hour, or I can't remember how long it took, but it's the most moving experience. And it can really, really help. And that might just be your 30 minutes or your 45 minutes out of the zone where you're thinking about yourself and you're thinking about your own resilience. The biggest fear that we have at Bright Futures is that when people come to us for help, we absolutely do our best. We try to provide funding for them where they need it to upskill or reskill. We try to open doors for them to meet people that they can't get access to. And we try to get them through events like this, thinking about what that future of work could look like for them. What we can't do is look after their holistic well-being, because it's outside of what we're really all about. But when I meet people, those over 300 people in our community, and they're crying in front of me, and they're worried about how they're going to meet their next mortgage repayment, or put food on the table for their children once their compromise agreement payments run out in November, December, or January, and there's no really easy place to place those people, that's where the well-being challenge for our community could really become a big problem for everybody. So trying to get messages out from the likes of Claire and Joey is really important for us, because we can't help everybody, particularly in this area. I don't have the skill set. I'm not a scientist, and I'm not a counsellor or clinician, but I see it absolutely in a clear day of light that there is a problem arising on the horizon, and we need to prepare ourselves as best as we can. So the next time you ask somebody, "Hi, how's it going? You all right?" and then you walk away before they've even got time to answer, just give that person a couple more minutes of your time. Because actually, what I've found, speaking to the people who've approached our charity, is that in most cases, that's all they need. Just 10 minutes of your time, just a couple of ears, and a nice, friendly face that's not going to judge them can make the world of difference to somebody's day. I just wanted to wrap up with a concluding note from Richard, please, who's one of our silver sponsors, and the fantastic work that you're doing, both as an employer, leading by example, and indeed helping corporates in the community to upskill and reskill in this area. Would you like to just close the session, Richard, with some closing remarks on how very important the sustainability of human capital is, both from a corporate point of view and also from a community point of view, to our overall economic success?
Yeah, thank you. I think just when you think about from a corporate standpoint, being proactive with looking after your employees' well-being is no longer kind of a nice wishy-washy thing to do. It can't just be a tick box exercise as well that you just do and say that you've done it. And I think we are gradually getting to that place now where most, if not all, employers recognize that, and there can't be any argument about whether or not it's the right thing to do and the right thing to invest. And trying to flip the conversation at kind of a more senior level and at board level, away from it being considered a cost to the business that they've got to try and sort of squeeze into budgets, and flip that conversation into it being an investment in the people, and one of the core things that you have to do and that you should do. And that's really where I think we've got to get all businesses to. And just doing kind of free fruit Fridays again, that's no longer enough. It's got to be more than that. So getting away from, aside from the notion that it is just fundamentally a good, positive thing to do for people, to invest in their well-being, and that as an employer you have a really good opportunity to do that for your employees, which ultimately has an impact in your workplace, But as you rightly say, then it flows through to the community, because that's going to influence people to go then and take those ideas, take those wellbeing initiatives, enhance their lives outside of the workplace as well, and then start to influence other people in their lives. And I think we have such an opportunity in the corporate space to influence that. So it's fundamentally the right thing to do. And then if you stick your kind of more corporate hat on, it's giving you as a business a real competitive advantage. And I don't think there can be any argument about that either, in the sense that you are going to create some more productivity if you invest in people properly in terms of their well-being. That kind of discretionary effort that you get from people is more likely to come in a business where people feel like they're being looked after. And so that competitive advantage is something that I think businesses really need to recognise as a real advantage of doing this, and why it's important to invest. You know, there's many reasons why an employee would choose to join your business or leave your business, and this isn't the only thing, but it's certainly now one of those reasons for an employee to choose to stay with you or to join another business, because of that additional investment in well-being in people that is demonstrated by you as a business. And I think if you're going to do it properly, do it authentically and be genuine about it, and it needs to come from the top. And as I say, no longer just a tick box exercise. It's got to be genuine, got to be authentic. And I think if you do that properly, that's a huge advantage to you as a business, and in turn then has a great knock-on effect in terms of the local community as well for the forthcoming years.
Absolutely. Gwen, do you have any final remarks that you'd like to share with us?
Yes, I mean, I'd hugely concur with what I've heard, absolutely. The people first approach. I know we're businesses, but we're businesses full of people. And the people essence, and when we all club together to make businesses work, it really does make a difference. I think there's a couple of things that really resonate, that we're in a period where we're embracing change and we're weathering storms. And although we might have thought, you know, back in March time, it would all kind of go away, it's going to continue, that we still need to embrace those changes and move on with stages of change. And people are very, very much part of that. It isn't just making process or policy change, it's making sure that people are involved. So my second point is that engagement is imperative. Engagement of people in things, with things, doing things. So advocacy and championing are absolutely key things, no matter how big or small a business is, in order for it to thrive, survive, be sustainable, and to continue maybe in a different guise. It may have shifted that much that they've had to diversify, but those two things particularly are what I'd conclude with.
Brilliant, thank you. I genuinely harbour the hope that you know, we talked, we heard from some amazing panellists on our first session about the whole role of ESG and how it's becoming ever more prevalent in all sorts of investment decisions that we're starting to make. And I harbour the hope that, as important as a green agenda is, and absolutely it is, the S in ESG has its moment too, the people bit, because I think for a little bit too long that's been overlooked by the green agenda. But actually, we need to look after our people to come up with these innovative ideas to safeguard our environment and our business communities as best as we can on a sustainable basis. I'd just like to thank, finally, Claire Cole once again and Dr. Joey Freeman, both of whom have got stands at the back of the room, as have many others. Please take the time over lunch to go and have a conversation with them. They're really nice people, I promise, and Joey won't hurt you. Lovely, lovely people. And thank you very, very much for your time and attention to the panellists.
Thanks, Susie.
So it's been really interesting so far to pick up on some of the themes that people have raised during the Slido questions and keep those coming, for which thank you, around the need to have a fresh mindset, to need to reset how we think about entrepreneurs, what support we're giving them, how we think about curriculum, educating, upskilling, reskilling, and indeed now more lately from a well-being point of view. There's so much richness in some of those questions and some of the conversations that we've had so far, and long may that continue to the afternoon sessions and indeed for the rest of the day. Myself and my colleagues from Bright Futures are in the room. It is a dip-in, dip-out conference, so if they're not here, they will be back. But you can see people who are wearing the white Bright Futures ambassador T-shirts. Do approach them. They're well versed in the sort of stuff that we do, and they might just be able to help you, or a friend of yours or a colleague of yours who might not have the confidence to come and say, actually, I'd like to talk to you about something. And they might not be in a period of distress. They might just be thinking, actually, I'd like to spend the next chapter of my career. And that's how we should look at this, the next chapter of my career or my life, doing something that's different, something that's realigned to how I'm now thinking and feeling, something that's more purposeful, or whatever it might be. So do take a moment to come and have a chat with some of my colleagues in the room today. On that note, I think we're ready for the next panel. I can't see. Yes, ready for the next panel with a very, very important and lovely guest, Baroness Camilla Cavendish. You will know, for those of you that have followed some of the work that we've been doing over the past couple of years, that we're pretty passionate about equality and trying to create equality for everybody across our community. And what saddens me is when we start to see people not getting the opportunity to have a job interview because their date of birth suggests that they're over 40, which is what's really happening in our community today. I made a comment in my introductory speech which sort of alluded to the fact that we've demonstrated in our community that ageism starts at 44 if you're a woman and 48 if you're a man. Now, given that we have an ageing population, and most of the people in our who are economically active in our business world today are probably approaching that, we've got a bit of a challenge on our hands. So I guess the call of action for us putting this session on is please let's try to change our mindset. For this panel, we've got a superb speaker, Baroness Camilla Cavendish, who will follow beautifully on from our dinner with Professor Andrew Scott in June 2018. And I'm delighted to welcome Baroness Camilla Cavendish to the stage. Just before she starts, you should all have a copy of her extra time book in your bags. Please read it. It's awesome. And if you've got any questions at the end, please direct them at myself and I'll see if I can filter them back to Camilla in some way, shape or form. But Baroness Camilla Cavendish, thank you.
Thanks very much, Susie, and it's great to be here. I'm very struck by the statistic you just mentioned, Susie, that you said ageism starts at 44 for women and 48 for men. You know, many of us at that age will be halfway through our lives. So we clearly have to do something, as you said, to change that. And when I set out to write a book about aging, I did it after my father died, and it was going to be quite a bleak book, I think, when I originally thought about it. But it's ended up being extremely optimistic. I went to 8 different countries. I've interviewed people, all sorts of people, who are challenging the notions of age and ageism and completely redefining a whole new stage of life, which we've barely noticed. But in the last 30 years, we have created what I call extra time, which is basically an extended middle age. We've barely noticed, but we've got many, many people now in their 50s, 60s, 70s, even 80s, who are healthier, more energetic, and more capable than ever before. And if we leave them out of our workforce, we are missing, I think, a very big opportunity. So here is one of my favorite examples of extra time. The first slide, lovely. Now this is, many of you will know John Humphreys. There's not a great picture of us, but this is when he interviewed me on the Today programme last year about the book. And John, at the time he interviewed me, was still cycling to work every morning. He's 74. He has acquired a younger girlfriend. He is now presenting Mastermind, and he was in the process of writing his 8th book. And the editor of the Today programme dared me to bring in a pot of the anti-aging pills, which I write about in the book, and get John to take one. And he sat in the studio and refused. And he basically said, I don't need those. I'm not old yet. And he's not. And it's people like him who show that it's not old age that's getting longer, it's middle age. And one of my favourite research projects that I write about in the book was in Illinois, where a group of 70-year-olds who'd taken up jogging in the 1970s when it was a bit of a fad, and who've continued to do some form of exercise, not professional, not competitive, but some form of exercise ever since, were found to be 30 years biologically younger than their chronological age. And another study in the US by Harvard Business Review shows that the average age of the founders of the highest growth startups is now 48, which is the same age, Susie, that you said ageism now starts in Guernsey. So we've clearly got something a bit wrong. Now, this is a pretty startling statistic. You can see that there's a dramatic shift going on in the ratio of young people in the world to old people. And this really is going to require us to rethink everything. How we think about jobs, because we're going to end up with multi-generational workforces, sometimes 4 generations working under one roof. How we think about retirement, how we think about health, how we think about the social contract between the generations, and how we think about the meaning of family itself, because without children, we're going to have to need different kinds of support networks. And one of the things that this dramatic change in the world leads to is an awful lot of human misunderstandings. So grey divorce is massively on the rise. When I went to Japan, I interviewed a psychiatrist who has defined what he calls retired husband syndrome. This is when long, hardworking executives suddenly bounce back from retirement to their wives and expect to be given lunch every day. And there are women, wives, who are now presenting with physical problems as a result of having to cope with the retired husband. And at the same time, we've got a sort of extended adolescence. So a lot of children now, the average age of leaving home is 25. And a lot of scientists now say, look, adolescence ought to go from 10, when some girls start puberty, to 25 when kids start to leave home. And everything is changing. Now, this ratio on the screen is obviously created by 2 trends. One you all know about is that we're living longer. The second one is dramatically falling fertility, what I call the death of birth. So in 1950, the average woman had about 5 children. In 2015, she has half of that. And there are 83 countries in the world now with fertility rates below 2.1, which is the replacement rate you need to maintain the population. And that's true in the US, it's true in the UK, and many other Western countries. But one country, Japan, is at the forefront of this trend, and it's already shrinking. The population of Japan is actually shrinking because the fertility rate is falling so fast. And if you look at this slide, it's a classic population pyramid. In 1950, on the left, if you laid out the population of Japan with each age group represented by a bar, the youngest at the bottom and the eldest at the top, you see it's basically a pyramid. The young massively outnumber the old. Get to 2015 in the middle slide, and it looks more like a barrel with a quarter of the population over 65. If you move to the right, there's a projection to 2050. It looks more like a flower pot with the fastest growing group in the population over 80. Now, that for many people seems like bad news. So you get a lot of graphs like this one, which I'm showing now. This shows the projected declines in working age populations of Europe, China, and the BRIC countries. Now, interestingly, if you look at this, you can see that actually the US is set to retain a stable working age population, while China is growing old before it gets rich. And that's partly to do with the one-child policy. But what this graph misses is that it assumes that we're losing working age population because it assumes everybody stops working at the age of 64. That is no longer true. In the US and UK, we now have 1 in 4 people unretiring. They're going back to work sometimes 10 years after they've officially retired, sometimes for financial reasons and others because they really miss the camaraderie, they miss the structures, they miss the routine. And that group of people, the Japanese call the young old. The geriatricians I've interviewed in Japan basically are not that interested in you until you're over 75. And that group of people, many of those people want to work longer and can work longer. Now, this guy is working in a car factory. He's being helped by a robot exoskeleton, which you can see on his back, which is supporting his muscles. So obviously one of the things we worry about is that as we get older, even though we are fitter in many cases than we were before, physical jobs are very demanding. Most car companies now have this kind of exoskeleton suit, and it's actually also revolutionizing caring and social care. But I'm putting up this slide because I want to tell you a story about what one company did to keep its older workers. This is BMW, which is based in Germany, and its biggest European car plant. They realized 10 years ago that actually they were running out of skilled workers. One of the things that falling birth rates do is they create skill shortages. And the people on the plant are actually very expensive. Skilled engineers putting components together, it takes a lot of money to recruit and train those people. So they thought, how can we keep them productive and get them to work longer? And they created an experiment which actually surprised even them. They created an older workers' production line. They put all the older guys together on one production line which was assembling a particular part, and they got them into workshops and said, right, how can we make your life easier? Now, the older guys were incredibly embarrassed. They didn't want to be part of an older workers' line. The rest of the factory thought it was a joke. But as time went on, the changes they made, small, cheap changes, they started doing physiotherapy exercises to limber up in the morning. Again, the rest of the plant laughed until the management started doing the physio exercises, and now everybody is doing the physio exercises. They put in little rotating chairs, they put in screens with better lighting, they put in wooden floors so that you don't get electricity jolts in your knees. These are all things that they've now extended to the whole factory. And the results of this line were extraordinary. Productivity went up by 7%, absenteeism fell to 2%, and the number of defects fell to 0, which made it the most productive line in the factory. And I tell that story because it's partly about technology and small technological changes like the one you see here, but it's mainly about belonging. And I think those guys worked faster and turned up more often because they felt like a vital part of BMW's future, not a bunch of guys on their way out. Now, there's a widespread belief when we think about getting older that our brains decline. The truth is the opposite. Old dogs can learn new tricks, and neuroscience is showing, well, it's actually not using dogs, it's using mice on the whole, but it's showing us that our brains keep producing new brain cells throughout life. And the experiments suggest that trying out new things, meeting other people, and building relationships are incredibly good for us. Our brains keep producing new brain cells throughout life. The real issue is, can we incorporate those brain cells into the functional circuits of our brain? And in one experiment, 18-month-old mice who were roughly the same as a 65-year-old human developed 5 times as many brain cells when they were exposed to new environments and challenges, and they were better at learning mazes. And in fact, those things, learning new tricks, meeting other mice, turned out to be incredibly important in sustaining their ability to navigate mazes and keep going for longer. Now, we also need to be much more ambitious about our physical health as well as our mental health. This is a chart produced by Samir Gray, who was the knowledge officer of the NHS for many years, and it shows essentially that there's a fitness gap that starts quite early on, he thinks even in our 30s, between the best that we can be and what we actually are. We often tell people over 50, don't overdo it. But all the medical research shows that actually exercise is a miracle cure. It is extraordinary and it's underestimated. And what the two lines on the chart suggest is that sometimes what we see in our society is not natural aging, it's an avoidable loss of fitness. And there's many, many experiments to show that at any age, we can narrow this fitness gap with small amounts of activity and training. And it doesn't mean running a marathon, it can mean just getting out and being more active. And obviously, the prize for society is to remain above this dotted line, below which we fall into dependency, which is not great for any of us and is also very expensive. Now, this is a chart that I drew up from some of my conversations in Japan. The Japanese have a concept of ikigai, which roughly translates as reason for being. It's the thing that gets you up in the morning. And it goes back to something that Susie said in her introduction. It's about purpose. And one study of successful aging, the MacArthur study in America, showed that people who feel useful in their 70s are significantly less likely to develop health problems than those who don't. The Harvard School of Public Health also shows physical agility is highly, highly correlated with a strong sense of purpose. And one explanation is that a sense of purpose reduces your stress. It also relates to loneliness. It may be that purposeful people look after their health better, but either way, we are really missing something when half of 75-year-olds say that their main form of company is the TV. And we are really missing something when we don't get people to think, even at the age of 50, with a sort of mid-career MOT, if you like, what do they want to do next? What have they got to offer? 50 is not the end. It actually can be the beginning. And on that note, I'm just going to finish with a story from Zimbabwe. Now, these two women are sitting on something called a friendship bench, which was invented by a psychiatrist called Dixon Chibanda. And Dixon was sitting in Harare in his office one day when he got a phone call, and a patient who had been due to see him that day had very sadly taken her own life. Now, he was very distressed and he called her mother to say, why didn't she come to see me? The mother said she couldn't afford the bus fare to get to Harare. Now, at that moment, Dixon Chibanda realized that he had to change his model. There are very few psychiatrists in Zimbabwe. He had to get out of the hospital and take his therapy into the villages, which is where the people live. But he hadn't got enough staff to do that. And he thought, who can I get who's going to help counsel people in the villages and take my therapy more widely? And he tried various groups and he put them on these friendship benches. There are now 83 of them in Zimbabwe. People sit out in the open and they give one-to-one therapy sessions. And he tried a number of different groups. He tried young people, he tried old people, he tried men, and he tried women. And the people who were far the best at helping to reduce depression and anxiety were grandmothers. And the lady on the right is one of Dixon's grandmothers, one of the founding members of this group. Now, grandmothers had the qualities that he wanted. They had empathy, they had strong listening skills, and an ability to reflect. And of course, remember that in that society, grandmothers are also deeply respected for their wisdom and experience, which is something I think we don't always remember in our culture. These grandmothers were trained to give 6 one-to-one therapy sessions to people who came and sat on the bench and needed it. Obviously, if someone was suicidal, they rang the hospital. They're not magicians. But a clinical trial showed that the grandmothers were actually more effective at reducing repeat bouts of depression than standard hospital care. The project ran out of money after that point, and Dixon and his colleagues were terrified the grandmothers would give up. In fact, they kept doing it. Another study showed that the grandmothers themselves derived huge satisfaction from their work and that their cognitive abilities were improving as a consequence of it. So there was a wonderful win-win there from utilising these older members of society who had exactly the right qualities to do that work. And one of my passions is that I think we have a huge number of social problems that need fixing in our society. We have a huge reserve of older talent, a lot of people over 50 who are thinking about, what do I want to do next? and we could get a lot smarter, I think, about putting those two groups and needs together. So just to sum up, we know that longer lives and falling birth rates are bringing very big challenges, but we shouldn't be fatalistic. I think if we change our mindsets, we can realize it's not old age that's getting longer, it's middle age. And if we act now and let older people play a fuller role in society, there is a win-win for all of us. So to sum up, in extra time, there's everything to play for. Thank you.
Baroness Camilla Cavendish, everybody, who's going to be staying on the line, I think, after we've heard from Natasha Newell from Kerry Olsen, who's going to deliver a short presentation on the forthcoming discrimination legislation that you may or may not be aware of, but it's coming, so you need to know. And I'm sure Natasha will do a fabulous job of orientating all of us into that new way of operating. So Natasha Newell from Kerry Olsen.
Morning. So I'm going to talk about the anti-discrimination legislative regime in Guernsey. I'll start off looking at Guernsey's current protections and what the proposals are for the new legislation before turning to some key considerations for employers. Just conscious that the slides don't seem to be moving. Okay, that's why. And then I'll look at the different types of discrimination and to whom liability may attach. And in light of today's conference theme, I'm going to focus rather more on age discrimination and the concepts behind it. And I emphasize the word concept because as yet the legislation is yet to be drafted, but I think it's safe to look across the pond at other jurisdictions and the experiences in places like Jersey and the UK where anti-discrimination legislation on the grounds of age has been enforced for some time. And in the same vein, it's likely that the principal defences available in those jurisdictions and the concepts behind them will be relevant to us over here in Guernsey. And then I'll finish off by looking at an example which often comes up in this area, and it's the policy of an employer seeking to impose a compulsory retirement age. And then I'll suggest some relevant considerations. So in spring last year, the states issued a policy letter proposing to extend the current protections in the area of discrimination. And the history behind it involves international commitments made by Guernsey's government spanning several years, decades even. And then back in 2003, the states considered the introduction of wide-ranging equality legislation covering the so-called protected characteristics. And then with the 2004 law, the states were granted the power to grant ordinances in relation to the prevention of discrimination. And that law, the 2004 law, preceded Guernsey's only discrimination ordinance currently in force, the 2005 ordinance, under which it's unlawful for an employer to discriminate against an employee on the grounds of sex, marriage, and gender reassignment. And separately, it's automatically unfair to dismiss an employee on the grounds of pregnancy and maternity under Guernsey's unfair dismissal regime. So the ordinance was brought into force in 2006, and here we are some 14 years later on the precipice of the second discrimination ordinance. So the policy letter was part of a phased or staggered approach to including protections with certain protected characteristics due to come in ahead of others. And when the states finally voted on the policy in July this year, the upshot, as a result of an amendment laid by deputies quite late in the day, was that protections for disability, carer status, sexual orientation, race and religious belief would all be introduced in what's known as the first phase of the legislation, due to come in 2022. And that will be followed by the second phase in 2024, which will include, amongst other things, the rules relating to age discrimination. And then it's expected that next year, known as the lead-in year, will be the year in which the states makes training initiatives available to employers, and then will be expected to receive a few more detailed proposals from the states. So, while, of course, the legislation is yet to be drafted, so you may wonder, the relevance of a lawyer talking to you about law that isn't yet in force, I think it's safe to say that now is the time to be planning, to have regard to the principles underpinning that legislation, by looking, for instance, at the experience of other jurisdictions, because fundamentally these types of laws often have a human rights basis which finds its root in an international convention or other such commitment. And so now is the time to look at assessing the principles to be applied when employers are doing their planning. Because people have spent far too long doing this, and it's now time for employers to plan their approach, and in so doing, they'll be forced to consider the particular approach they want to adopt as an organisation. So, as an employer, you'll need to think about what your general approach to this is going to be. Do you just want to comply with the absolute minimum requirements required of you, or do you want to adopt a more ambitious approach? The answer to this question is likely to be informed by the size and resources of your organisation. However, it is worth being aware that in many organisations, there's a clear business reason, a business case for engaging more closely with diversity and equality issues. And you should be clear about your approach and ensure that you don't lose out on the potentially significant benefits that can be gained. Find a champion. In most organisations, no initiative will get started without backing at a senior level, and diversity is no different. Ask yourselves, how diverse are you? And understanding where you are at the moment is going to be crucial. Look at how and where you recruit. So by going outside the usual channels and eliminating potential bias, conscious or unconscious, talent may be located in some less obvious places. Think about your employer brand. How are you regarded by employees, potential candidates, and often the most difficult one, former employees? Look at your workplace cultures. So does your workplace in fact welcome diversity? Is it an inclusive place? Do you, for instance, reward presenteeism over perhaps other measures of performance? Are there problem areas or individuals? Can you make your workplace more flexible? As we've all learnt recently, there's a growing body of evidence that suggests that a more flexible approach to work is invaluable in attracting talent and improving company performance. And finally, irrespective of anything else you do, you must be aware of your legal obligations. Moving on to look at a few of the different types of discrimination that are relevant in this particular area of age discrimination. I'll just quickly run through a few definitions. I couldn't resist doing this because I think it's important that we all know what we're talking about. So the definition's there on the screen. I won't read it to you, but you see conduct won't be deemed to be discriminatory if it can be objectively justified. It's an important defence. So that essentially means that an employer must prove that its provision, criterion or practice, PCP, is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. And I'll touch on that a little more in a moment. And then there's discrimination on grounds of association. And this can include, for instance, not inviting an employee to a business party because his or her partner is much older, and because you don't think that they will necessarily fit into the party mood. And in terms of discrimination by perception, well, this would, for instance, apply to a person who's being treated less favourably because they look a lot younger than they actually are. Can't say that's a problem I've had. Moving on to indirect discrimination. An employer will be guilty of indirect discrimination if it applies a PCP that puts those in the employee's protected group at a particular disadvantage when compared to others. So in considering an argument related to justification, I think a tribunal in Guernsey would need to take account of the nature and extent of the disadvantage caused to individuals, how feasible it would be to overcome or mitigate the effects of that disadvantage, and whether the disadvantage caused is disproportionate in view of the employer's aims. And then just very briefly, other key concepts. I mean, I've put harassment and victimization on the slide, but we could, and should, in any discussion involving disability discrimination, mention the failure to make reasonable adjustments. That would be on a list in a disability discrimination talk. In terms of liability for discrimination, well, generally speaking, the employer will be liable for anything done by one of its employees who are acting in the course of their employment, which should really be assumed as anything in the workplace and any situation closely connected to it. So work social events would be called. And the only circumstance in which an employer will not be liable for discriminatory acts is where it can prove that it's taken all reasonably practicable steps to prevent the employee from acting in a discriminatory manner. And we can be confident about that because it already applies in other areas of discrimination that are in force in Guernsey already. So what could these suggested steps look like? Well, they could include an employer adopting a policy emphasising that discrimination will not be condoned or tolerated, training for managers and appropriate staff on equality issues and the need not to discriminate, and implementing a company culture which takes complaints of discrimination seriously. These have, both in the UK and in Guernsey, proven as successful defences when an employer is seeking to invoke the reasonably practicable steps defence. And just a few words on individual liability. An employee or agent may also be personally responsible for their own acts of discrimination, harassment or victimisation. If they're carried out during their employment or with the authority of their employer. And this applies irrespective of whether the employer is also liable. And the exception to this is where an employer or principal has told the employee that there's absolutely nothing wrong with their conduct and the employee reasonably believes this to be true. So turning specifically to the need to protect older people in the world of work. Well, why do we need to do this? We've already heard a lot about that this morning, but quite simply, it's because our working lives are now longer, largely down to demographic change, and it's expected in the next 50 years, there'll be a lower proportion of the populations in both Guernsey and Alderney under the age of 65. It's partly because of increased life expectancy and lower birth rates. And then just touching on a few strategic reasons to promote longer working. Well, there are so many, but just a few of them. It's important to the well-being, of course, of older people themselves. Being able to work longer can help people have a better income in retirement, and it's important to maintain our workforce. So I've listed some key considerations during the recruitment process in this area, but I just add to what's on the slide by saying that it's also important to make an ongoing assessment during the employment relationship, and indeed at the point of any termination. But just a few points that one should be mindful of. During the relationship, have regard to your terms and conditions of the contracts of employment, including any reward strategy and working hours. Look at what your practice is in relation to promotion and the criteria to be applied there. Sickness absence and sick pay requirements, performance criteria, and of course your equal opportunities policies. So the defence of objective justification has come up again. And in addition to what it says on the slide, the defence relies on whether a measure is intended to achieve a legitimate aim. And here we can seek some guidance from the English Equality and Human Rights Commission, which has adopted a statutory code of practice, and the supplement to which says the following about legitimate aims. The range of aims that can justify less favourable treatment because of age is narrower than the range of aims that can justify other forms of discrimination. For an aim to be treated and regarded as legitimate for the purposes of justifying less favourable treatment because of age, it must pursue social policy objectives such as those related to employment policy, the labour market, or vocational training. Now, I've put on the screen what have been regarded in England as legitimate aims when it comes to putting in place a policy imposing a compulsory retirement age. Now, in all of this, proportionality is a key concept. So when deciding whether a compulsory retirement age is proportionate, in my view, a tribunal in Guernsey would be likely to consider, one, whether the compulsory retirement age actually achieves the legitimate aim identified, two, whether there is an alternative to a compulsory retirement age, so using fitness competence tests rather than age as a retirement criteria, why the particular retirement age chosen by the employer is appropriate and necessary as opposed to another age, whether the employer applies a retirement age consistently, because deviations could undermine the assertion that the particular cut-off point chosen is necessary. So that was just a quick canter through some of the policy considerations in advance of the legislation coming in. We'll obviously have more to say once we've seen the draft legislation. And I think we're now moving on to a panel session, so I'm very happy to take questions during that session. All right. Thank you.
Natasha, thank you very much for an insightful and very helpful presentation on what's on the horizon from an employment law point of view. Thank you very much indeed. And I'd just like to welcome back Baroness Camilla Cavendish and Sophia from the Chartered Insurance Institute, who are going to conclude the session after hopefully a useful and fruitful conversation around some of the observations that have been made of jurisdictions or countries where they've embraced longevity and they've used it as an economic enabler almost. So when we turn our lens to countries like Japan, for example, that I know Baroness Camilla Cavendish referenced, it strikes me that it's the cultural shift that we need to experience to enable our mindset to shift to one that embraces longevity rather than treats it as a negative and to use your expression, a sort of fatalistic occurrence. Camilla, can I bring you in on that, please? I think you're on mute.
I am, sorry, I thought
okay.
someone else was, I thought Big Brother was unmuting me, sorry. I wouldn't overdo the Japan example, actually. Interestingly enough, Japan still has a mandatory retirement age.
Yes.
And in fact, there's a very interesting ecology of organisations which help people above that age to find part-time work. But the government in Japan doesn't want older people to find full-time work. Which is actually a bit out of date given, as I said, how fast the workforce is ageing. But there are some countries in Europe which I think are probably almost a better example of what you're talking about in terms of embracing the longer work culture. So I'm just going to read a couple of figures, actually. If you look at the proportion of 55 to 64-year-olds currently in work, in the UK and Australia, that's only 64% at the moment. If you go to New Zealand, it's 78%, Sweden is 76%, and Iceland is 84%. So 84% of 55 to 64-year-olds are in work in Iceland. And what's interesting about that, I think, is that the jobs themselves are not particularly different in those countries, and the health profiles aren't particularly different in those countries. So I think we are talking about culture. And a number of countries have started to raise their retirement ages and pension ages more in line with longer lives, if you like. But some work's been done by the OECD that actually suggests that we almost look at this the wrong way around. So rather than counting up from birth the number of birthday candles on the cake, if you like, we ought to count back from average life expectancy. And the work that's been done there suggests that if you count 15 years back from average life expectancy, that's where you ought to set your retirement age. Now, that's not fair to everybody because some people actually won't be healthy enough to work longer. But it's just a different way of looking at it. And the countries which I talked about are certainly looking at it more in that sense. And they're doing, the New Zealands and the Icelands and the Swedens are investing quite a lot in upskilling older people, particularly in digital skills. And I think that is probably fundamental because a lot of the work that I've done interviewing employers suggests that employers are very wary that older people do not have the tech skills they need. I think that's a big barrier at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sophia, can I bring you in? Would you like to share some of the observation that you've picked up in your role at the Chartered Insurance Institute?
Yeah, so a big campaign that we're running at the moment is on the ageing population and trying to get an older group of people to basically think about their later life resilience at an earlier stage. So instead of going into your 50s and starting to think about retirement and starting to think about potential care home needs, you start thinking about it in your 20s. So we're going to be producing guidance and a booklet around what you can do in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, etc., to basically improve your later life resilience. And we're hoping that this is going to kind of combat that ageism that really exists in society, particularly in the UK. And we've seen that very strongly during COVID, when older consumers were told that they had to stay in their homes, that they had to isolate, and they couldn't see anyone in a way that other people who were potentially even healthier, who were potentially less healthy than them and more vulnerable, would actually didn't have these kind of restrictions. So it's kind of talking about how can we make sure that prevention agenda is really high on that list. And one of the things we've sort of looked at is that if we follow a model similar to WHO's healthy aging, so they're doing a decade of healthy aging from this year to 2030. And it's all about kind of being aware of your the things that change your ability to do things. So, being aware of your health, being aware of your mental and social well-being, and making sure that you're engaged within your community. So those community interventions that Camilla mentioned, for example, with the friendship bench in Zimbabwe, is something that's really powerful. And there's a lot of ageing organisations at the moment in the UK that are kind of using that model, particularly around upskilling, around digital skills, to get young people to speak to and work with older people, and actually break that gap of thinking that an older person can't do X, Y, or Z, and actually that they are perfectly capable in many circumstances, and that we need to target not only ageism, but also ableism. So when I say that, I mean disability discrimination in particular. So a lot of people were sent DNRs, so do not resuscitate, during the COVID pandemic in the UK. And they were kind of in two groups. They were either groups that were seen as vulnerable and they had a learning disability or a disability in some regard, or they were an older consumer. And when we look at the legislation that came in through the government, when we're looking at them saying things like, oh, we're going to have open hours for supermarkets and they're just going to be for older consumers and vulnerable people, the world and the community still don't understand what the term disability actually means. So if we look at the idea of aging chronologically versus aging
biologically
versus how you actually are aging, a lot of people with chronic illness, for example, their bodies are actually less healthy than a person who is of age 70. Myself, for example, I have chronic illness and disability, so I know this very personally. And so I think we have to move from a place of not just talking about ageism, but also ableism and how the two are intersecting.
Absolutely. Yeah, really good, really good points. And Natasha, as an employment lawyer on the island, you must see some of these echoes of ageism creeping into some of the conversations that you're party to on a pretty regular basis. No. Without naming names, of course.
We talk about them amongst ourselves, but the thing is, in Guernsey, it's not yet on the statute book, so there's no real argument to be had between lawyers in court about it at the moment. But we're talking about it increasingly because it's just around the corner that it's going to be introduced, and the intersection between the different types of discrimination, like say disability discrimination and age discrimination, is very valid and relevant right now. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, Camilla, I'm just going back to the cultural piece, and so Guernsey's on the brink of introducing some age discrimination, albeit a little bit later down the line. Do you think having more policy will drive change, or do you think it takes a cultural shift to, regardless of policy, to make the real stuff on the ground happen, to change those attitudes and behaviours?
I think it's a cultural shift. I mean, I used to run the number 10 policy unit for David Cameron, and you'd say you'll be surprised that I am deeply sceptical about government's ability to change things on the whole. I mean, I think it is deeply cultural, and we do. I mean, you know, many countries in the world have age discrimination legislation, and it's good, but it doesn't fundamentally change the way we think about others and the way we think about ourselves. So one of the things I worry about is that we all have a career timetable in our heads, if you like. If we think about ourselves, I think we still think, well, I'm going to work hard in my 20s, I'm going to try and make it in my 30s, you know, I'm going to get on the partner track. You know, a lot of corporations still identify their rising stars in their 30s. I mean, I've got 3 kids. I remember that stage when I was trying to accelerate my career and be a mother. We kind of squash everything into that time period. And then we have women in their 50s who've brought up families, who've run their households, and who suddenly actually really want to get back into full-time work and find it very difficult. So I think we really do need to change our culture. And that's partly also about the media. I mean, I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist for 15 years, you know, and I'm conscious of the way that the media address age. We're incredibly confused about it. And if you look around the world, I Googled for the book, actually, I Googled the phrase plucky pensioner, which appears in headlines all around the world whenever somebody who's 60 kind of fights a mugger over their handbag, you know, with the kind of idea that, oh my God, you know, somebody who's 60 has actually managed to kind of fight someone off. And I just think we've basically got to have more role models and more examples of successful older people, so that we don't imagine, you know, that David Attenborough and the Queen, for example, are unique.
Absolutely.
We just got to get more of those examples onto our screens.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think there's an educational element there? I know there's some research that's come out of Harvard recently, which poses a question around why do we have a 20-year curriculum? Why isn't a 60-year curriculum? Because actually in this new multi-stage life that we're all enjoying, and we should celebrate that longevity, why don't we adjust our curriculum to suit the new life, the new future of work? But things seem to be so antiquated and slow in moving. Just putting it out there.
So I'm a senior fellow at Harvard, and I know a bit about that work, and it's partly inspired by what's going on in Singapore.
Yeah.
So Singapore, which has one of the best education systems in the world, has reinvented itself, and it now gives every citizen a voucher to spend on training at any age. So I met the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore, and he was really passionate about saying, look, I'm happy for someone in their 80s, to take a course in blockchain. And obviously Singapore is spending a lot of money on that, which a lot of governments, frankly, can't afford to spend. But it goes back to what Sophia talked about. I love the idea, Sophia, that you should think about building later life resilience in your 20s. I mean, this is absolutely right. I mean, the idea that you can kind of leave education at 18 or 21 and that's going to sustain you through the rest of life is just not true anymore.
Absolutely.
And one of the problems we have is that the very educated, the knowledge workers, a lot of people I'm sure who are in this room today, people who work in services industries, I mean, we're okay because we can go on getting training programs and courses throughout our lives. But there are an awful lot of other people who, especially those people who might not have done that well at school first time round, who really need some form of upskilling and would benefit much more from it than some of us who kind of just keep amassing degrees at the other end. So some of the Harvard work, I think, is about trying to ask, how do we target that group of people? And actually, there's just so much to build on there to stop people falling out of work in their 50s.
Yeah, absolutely. Sophia, do you want to come in and share some more of your insight from a UK perspective?
Yeah, I think very similar to what Camilla said regarding her book, is that when people think of ageing, they think of the negative impacts, they think of ending up in a residential home, they think of all of these elements that are incredibly negative and have been perceived by the media and by politics and by our government. And fundamentally what it's about is that we need to change. There needs to be a massive cultural shift. And what I think is really interesting is that we are starting to see that change. There's starting to be, so for example, there's starting to be more organisations who are trying to do housing adaptations instead of making people go straight into care. And that kind of really makes people think, okay, actually, it's not the problem, I'm not the problem, basically. And I think this is very similar to the social model of disability, which shows that the person who's disabled isn't the problem, it's society and their expectations. Absolutely. And this really comes into ageing as well. So when we look at someone who has reached 60 or 70, they're starting to decide, what's going to happen next, as Camilla said. And that also retains to their housing and what happens and to save up for that kind of thing. And what we're trying to look at with this campaign is that how can we look at things that are adaptations rather than massive changes that are negative. So trying to have a positive impact around aging. And that can be things like small changes to your home, being more integrated with your society, being aware of your health at an earlier stage. And I think a lot of people in their 20s don't realise that actually if they plan at an earlier stage, we don't know what the social care situation will look like in a couple of years, but they can at least have a bit more faith that their financial resilience and their experience will be a bit better. But there is a larger kind of issue around kind of politics and how policy is sort of seen with ageing. We currently don't have a minister for older people. We have a minister for disability, we have a minister for pretty much every protected characteristic of the Equality Act. We don't have one for older people. And that's something that, if that was introduced, I think that would change a bit of the mindset. It may not change general public, but it could really help to improve kind of companies' understanding of ageing if there was like an ageing manifesto through government.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a really valid point actually to and probably the students in the room are horrified to hear me say this, and if I were in their shoes I would be too, but to start thinking about, in your 20s where you're desperate to earn enough money to leave the home of mum and dad and have that independence that you've been so looking forward to, and then to be told, oh, by the way, because you're going to live a lot longer, you need to save 20% of your pension because the return on investment in historic pension pots actually is declining, and so we need to catch up very quickly and make provision for those around us and including ourselves. And that's from a sort of a strategic government point of view and also from an individual point of view. But it's so important that, and integrating that, I guess, the curriculum of life skills into school at an early age to prepare some people for the real world and its long real world is a really important point. Natasha, would you like to come in and share some other comments on the whole ageism piece that Guernsey's got to look forward to? Do you think we should have a minister or a deputy for age?
Well, I mean, that would be a step in the right direction. Codes of practice will come into force soon, and we are going to be heavily reliant on the states next year to set out some guidelines for us and take into account in particular the demographic situation in Guernsey. We do have an ageing population, and the legislation will need to address that. Yeah.
I think we've got, a small jurisdiction that competes with jurisdictions like Singapore who do this stuff incredibly well, and I often refer to them as my lighthouse. And I watch in awe of some of the stuff that they're doing, and harbour the hope that the Bailiwick of Guernsey and its new government will embrace some of those opportunities, because there's actually nothing wrong with looking at other jurisdictions who do some amazing stuff and copying and pasting it and bringing it back to Guernsey. We need to do something, that's for sure. Camilla, would you just like to say a final few words before we close the session? We've got about 3.5 minutes left, and then all of these lovely people can go and get some lunch.
Yeah, delighted. I mean, look, I think, Susie, where you sort of opened the session it really did strike me, the research you've done on ageism. I mean, that was actually quite shocking, really. And I think the funny thing about this psychologically for all of us is that because we're scared of aging, we don't realise that we're all getting older. And so we always put the people 10 years above us into a kind of separate bracket. And a lot of the research I've done, I was amazed to find that companies, supermarkets, a lot of consumer firms regard the over 50s as a separate group. They collect data on the over 50s and the under 50s, and they really do. It's like a sort of Rubicon. I mean, they regard the two groups as almost entirely separate. And I think the reason, that's completely out of date, as we've discussed. And I think part of the reason is just that we are all rather, as Sophia said, we're all kind of rather afraid, because we imagine that ageing is all about care homes. Now, actually, very few of us need care homes at the end of life. I'm working on that actually separately for the government, but it's something that looms very large. And maybe I should just leave you with one more cheering statistic to cheer you up, which is about dementia. Now, dementia is the thing that most of us fear most. It is a horrendous disease. We haven't found a cure for it. But actually, your own risk of getting dementia has fallen by 1/5 in the last 20 years. Now, we're not sure why that is. It's partly, it mirrors the improvements in heart health. And it doesn't mean that dementia is not a big problem, and it doesn't mean that people aren't still getting it, but they're getting it later. So I think we just shouldn't let these kind of things scare us too much. It's, for most of us, a very long way off, and we need to really enjoy the time we've got.
Absolutely. Hear, hear. Thank you, Natasha, Sophia and Baroness Camille Cavendish. Thank you hugely for your input in today's session. And I look forward to shaping a brighter future with all of you, no matter how long that is. Thank you so, so much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
The times, they are a-changing. Powerful new forms of automation are fundamentally reshaping our world. Robotics, computer algorithms, and artificial intelligence are increasing productivity and improving lives. But what happens to our jobs? New research by the McKinsey Global Institute suggests that while enough new work can be generated for everyone, there are serious challenges in how we manage the transition. Between 3% and 14% of the global workforce may need to switch occupational categories or acquire new skills by 2030, depending on how quickly automation is adopted. It's a revolution that could be on par with the biggest shifts in employment in history. First out of agriculture, and more recently out of manufacturing. But just as in those earlier revolutions, it's not just that some jobs are lost, but that even more jobs change. In emerging economies, middle-wage jobs such as office support workers and customer service staff could grow, while in advanced economies, middle-wage jobs may decline. In advanced economies, jobs like healthcare providers and technology professionals may be in demand, but these occupations will require more education, social skills, creativity, and high-level cognitive abilities. To ensure that displaced workers are re-employed quickly, leaders must act now. To ensure robust demand growth, innovation, and economic dynamism. To upgrade workforce skills, especially retraining mid-career workers. To improve labour mobility, and to modernise transition and income support. History shows that technological change can benefit us all by investing in the workforce and adapting policies, institutions, and business models to the new era. It also teaches us that when the times are a-changing, the time to act is now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Thank you once again to our sponsors, who basically paid for that, in Kerry Olsen, HSBC, Rossborough and Grant Thornton. This afternoon, we're going to kick off the session with some amazing guests. We've been so fortunate to secure such a high-profile calibre of panel. And in this panel, I'm delighted to welcome Peter Cheese, who's the Chief Executive of the CIPD, John Cope, who is ex-CBI, Director of Education, and now is Director of Strategy for UCAS. Sir John Hollam from the Gatsby Foundation. For those of you who are not familiar with that, that's the careers body in the UK, and indeed something that's been practiced more widely. Simon Lattock from the Guernsey Training Agency, Chief Executive of the Guernsey Training Agency. And Sir Vince Cable, who some of you might remember. We're also delighted to welcome at the end of the session Lucas Rill from Cambridge University, who will focus specifically on a technology piece that he's been working on with the World Economic Forum. So, welcome everybody. Thank you very much indeed for attending this session. And I think Simon's going to join us on the stage shortly. So this session is entitled The Big Reset, Flexible Working, Technology, Lifelong Learning, and the Skills of the Future. And when we think about some of the dialogue that we've had this morning around skills and the importance of investing in this, a lot of the comments on Slido and indeed reflected in some of the comments from the panel has focused on making sure we've got a future-fit curriculum that spans our multi-generational lives in order to support, in a sustainable manner, economic growth, resilience and economic growth. Peter, if I could just bring you in, first of all, I know you've got to leave the call slightly earlier than everybody else. Could you share some of your insights as Chief Executive of one of the leading and most prominent organisations in this space? From what are you picking up in terms of changes in working practices, in skills required by organisations, sort of in a sort of COVID era, and what the future's looking like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Susie, and good afternoon to everybody. Sorry we can't be with you. I've been to Guernsey before, and I always love visiting the Channel Islands, but it's a pleasure to be on this panel and to share some thoughts. So I think, first of all, I'd say that leading into this crisis, there were many, many things happening in the world of work. A lot of debate about things like skills, as you've already touched on. Certainly the majority of organizations saying they were struggling a bit in terms of skills gaps, mismatches in terms of the skills of people and what organizations are demanding. We were moving to a rhetoric much more about employers saying, I'd rather be focusing things like recruiting on attitude and aptitude, and I'll develop the job skills that I need. Flexible working, as another example, was beginning to shift, but I don't think quickly enough. And then other subjects like diversity and inclusion also were beginning to shift. But I think what we are now seeing through this pandemic is a catalyst for real change in a number of these different ways. But they won't happen by themselves. I think they will take real focus of leadership of organizations, recognizing the importance of things like diversity and inclusion. And I would just observe this is an all-male panel, so we're probably not the best representation of diversity in that sense. But that is a fact that we need to really focus on these ideas of diversity and inclusion to help us source all the talent and skills that we need to represent the communities and societies we're part of, and our customers as well. And thinking about skills in different ways as well. You touched on lifelong learning. Again, being a bit of a challenge. And if we're honest in terms of UK business, we have not done the best job in investing in skills and talent in the workplace. If you look at things like OECD data on their PIAC study, shows that we have one of the higher proportions as a nation of low-skilled jobs. So these are things that we have an opportunity, I think, through this crisis to revisit and refocus on. So, and a very obvious example of what we can refocus on, of course, is ways in which we work, flexible working. And this has, after all, been the biggest experiment in living memory of working from home. And flexible work is not just about working from home, but I think this is showing us that we can work in different ways, that we can trust our people to be productive, and we don't all have to just live in a world of presenteeism and command and control. So as I said, I think a lot of themes which have been there before the pandemic, and the pandemic, I think, is acting as a catalyst for some of these things, that we have got to lead for positive change coming out of all of this.
Absolutely. Peter, thank you very much. If I can just invite John Cope, please, to comment. John, what are you picking up? John, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks. That's okay.
I'm about to talk about the digital skills gap, and I think I just demonstrated my own digital. But no, I would agree with a lot of what Peter just said. I mean, I don't pick up a massive change, in the impact of COVID. I think a lot of the trends that we've seen around flexible learning, flexible working, working from home, a greater reliance on digital technology, these are all things that have been sped up by COVID. They're not new concepts. And I know one of the big sort of topics at the moment is around furlough and sort of life after furlough, especially for the UK. And my perception of this is that some sort of scheme, some sort of support scheme for people is here for the foreseeable future. And I look over to countries like Germany, and my German pronunciation is awful, so forgive me, but their system of Kurzarbeit is something that has been around since 2007, 2008 financial crash. It's been there since then, it's still there now, and it's dialed up and dialed down based on the economic cycle. So I would think maybe some that scheme in the UK is here to stay. But what I would add, I suppose, to what Peter said, is that the impact of COVID has been felt unequally. Some sectors of the economy have managed to adapt. And I think about my own reality, my job, it hasn't affected me. I can very easily, immediately go home, work from my computer, Zoom calls like we are now, everything carries on normal. But you look over into hospitality or construction, things like that, and the impact is huge and long term. And given the impact is going on for so long, it's potentially permanent. I said that I talk about the digital skills gap. I think one of the things that COVID has highlighted is that we can't take for granted that people can adapt to digital technology. We often say that young people are digital natives and they can just adapt immediately. The data doesn't back that, and the OECD data shows that even young people, even those that have been brought up by technology, often do not actually have the skills they need to use it in the workplace. And then very finally, I suppose the point I would make about a lot of these changes that we're seeing, flexible working from home, a lot of those are done on the assumption that people can work from home or have an environment that's conducive to working from home. But actually, if you're low paid, you're in a small flat in a city, actually you don't have the space for a desk. You don't have the space to work from home. So we have to be very careful that people with quite well-paid jobs with large amounts of space, we don't make assumptions about people's ability to just work from home and be flexible and just adapt what they can and they can't. So anyway, those are my sort of reflections at the moment.
No, really good points, John. I think one of the things that's absolutely in my mind is the labour mobility aspect, and you're quite right to highlight the impact that indeed we felt in across the bailiwick on specific sectors. In fact, colleagues at Grant Thornton conducted some specific industry COVID impact surveys during the lockdown, and retail, hospitality, and tourism in particular were really severely hit, and it's likely to be like that for the foreseeable future, I think. So lots of work, and we'll come back to some of those points, because you're right, you know, what does life after furlough really look like? And when does that tap turn on or turn up or turn down? And what does that mean from a macroeconomic point of view as well as a social inclusion point of view? And how do you get that balance right? So we'll come back to all of that. Really great points, as always, John. Really good points. One of the things I'm quite keen to explore in this session is what are we working towards the right curriculum? And I've, you know, friends of Bright Futures would have heard me say things like this before. You know, I would rather my little 6-year-old boy, yes, Pythagoras' theorem is important, but compound interest actually is really much more important in today's world. And I'm a huge ambassador and fan of, yes, academic achievement is important, but professional and vocational and life skills are also really important. Yet we seem to have suffered academic drift for quite some time now. And I know from being a member of the NCUB in the UK, they constantly lobby the FTSE 250 companies and ask them what they need and want from a skills perspective. They engage with the Russell Group universities who provide their answers, and they have this sort of collaboration, but the gap seems to be widening, not shortening. What do you think we need to do to try to actively close that gap to better meet the needs of industry across all sectors over the next 12, 24 months?
So, I mean, the first point I would make is that throughout history, there are step changes in education. So there was a period, you know, many centuries ago when we all debated whether or not it actually was necessary for everyone to go to primary school. We decided yes, and then we had the same debate about secondary. And as our economy changes, as society changes, we often have these debates about, do we need to sort of educate people more? And I think we are. If the fourth industrial revolution means anything, it certainly means that the average level of education that young people need is higher than ever. So I think we're at that point now where we are making the step change, and the UK has started to make that step change. In 2015, the government took the decision that every young person has to be education training of some description till 18. And just this week we saw the Prime Minister Boris Johnson talk about how, you know, level 3, which is sort of A levels kind of equivalent, you know, all young people and adults will have the sort of support to get to that level. So we're seeing a shift upwards, and I think that recognises the economy. On that skills point you talked about, I would push back a little bit sometimes on that, because it's become quite trendy to say that, you know, young people just need to be creative. They need to, you know, thinkers. They just need life skills. Or 21st century skills, or whatever you want to call them, and that's all they really need. And sort of knowledge is passing now. I would push back on that. You know, you often hear phrases like, "Oh, you know, knowledge isn't relevant anymore because you can just Google it." Like, you know, why do you need to know your times tables? Because you can just find them out. Why do you need to know the wives of Henry VIII? You can just find that out. But actually, that's just not how the human brain works. You know, in order to have real depth of understanding and be able to work in the real world and use the knowledge that you have to have a large amount of it. You have to have, not only just know what Henry VIII's wives are, but you need to know about the battles that happened around it. You need to know the geography of it. You need to know the global politics that was going on at the time. And you need all of that knowledge, all of those points, all in your mind, to then properly understand that period from a historical perspective and critically analyse it. So I would push back that knowledge is becoming less important, and sort of skills and life skills are becoming more important. Actually, it's not one or the other. They're both as vital. And we shouldn't say to young people, just be creative and have life skills, because that is not enough for the economy.
Brilliant, super. Peter, if I could just pose a tongue-in-cheek question to you, something that's come up in one of the previous sessions today with Baroness Camilla Cavendish. There's a piece of research that's come out of Harvard around a rethink on the length of curriculum, so shifting from a 20-year curriculum to a 60-year curriculum to accommodate this multi-stage life and an era of longevity that we're enjoying. Do you have any thoughts on that?
It's an interesting way to position it, because echoing some of John's thoughts, I mean, the reality is we talk for quite some time now about the need to upskill and reskill, and it's not a job for life, it's a life of jobs. And that's partly because of the trends of technology and other things disrupting the nature of jobs and skills that we need. So framing it in that way may allow us to think very differently about education. Education is not something that finishes when you're 18 or 21. And yet I think there's been quite a culture in this country, more than others, that somehow that's when your education's done and you get graduated, whatever, thank goodness that's all over. But in fact, it is a lifelong thing. We have to then gear our educational system to support that much better. I sit on a very interesting commission on the future of further education colleges, which is to me is a very big component of lifelong learning, vocational learning, and yet has been underinvested and funded for quite some time. So if we frame it in that sort of way, so this is a 60-year journey, it's a lifelong thing, then that can help us all have the context of a conversation, both individually, collectively, through education policy and so forth, to understand that actually that is the world that we need. And that education will come through formal educational institutes as well as what we do in the workplace, and the combination of those two things together.
Absolutely, thank you very much. So John Holman, if I can bring you in here from a careers perspective. So we're all very familiar with the careers service that we have at school. But surely to support a 60-year curriculum, we need to have a 60-year career system. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I don't know if we are all familiar with the career service that you experience at schools, because it varies very widely both across England and I wouldn't be surprised across Guernsey as well.
Indeed it does.
And it has changed quite a lot since the time when most adults' parents went to school. So, I mean, just describing what a good career guidance system would look like, and this is work that's based on an international study of how it's done best in countries across the world. What's undoubtedly true is that career guidance involves employers as well as employees. And in countries like Germany, Finland, the Netherlands, where they do really excellent career guidance, what they're doing is effectively bathing young people in the world of work, not just by one session of work experience, but by multiple encounters with employers in different sectors, so that they begin to build up a picture of what the world of work looks like. So career guidance is not simply sitting down for half an hour with a career specialist, having an interview, and they tell you that you want to be something which you don't necessarily think you do want to be. It's not that is a stereotype that's passed. It's much more about learning about the workplace, learning about the world of work, learning about labour market information, data about how the labour market is changing. But coming to your point about the 60 years, I think it is very important that guidance is available to people throughout their lives. Obviously, it's critical while people are at school, when they've got choices to make about which kind of course of study they want to follow academically. But with a 60-year lifetime of learning, then you have many choices that you can make throughout your career. But it turns out to be quite difficult, not only in England. I'm not quite sure how it works in Guernsey, but certainly in other countries in the world. It turns out to be quite difficult to have a single careers guidance system that works from the age of, shall we say, 11 to retiring age. It turns out to be quite difficult because the needs are different. But a very important element is having a common information platform, because one of the problems about the world of career guidance, which includes a lot of data, a lot of labour market information about available qualifications, they are often accessed by different people from different information platforms. And this is particularly true when it comes to adult career guidance compared to younger people's career guidance. So a common information platform, speaking the same language, using a common vocabulary that all people, whatever their age, can use, that's a very good start.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Really good points. Thank you very much. Peter, can I just pose a question to you, please? do we think we've got, from a UK perspective, I appreciate that's where most of your data and experience is from, do we think we've got the right curriculum in place to meet the needs of the future of work across every sector?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Susie. I mean, I've debated a lot with educationalists about this. I think the first thing I would acknowledge is that education isn't just about creating all the job-ready skills. I mean, it's a wider idea as well, and I acknowledge that. The second thing I would acknowledge is because of the pace of change in the world of work, we've got to be far better in the world of work at building the job skills that we need, and we cannot expect, and we never should have expected as employers, that we were going to get oven-ready employees straight out of the traditional educational system. So it comes back to, I think, some of the things that John Holman was describing, which what we do need in the world of work is to know that we've got a sort of common base of core skills, of transferable skills. And indeed, John and I are working on an essential skills task force to get a better definition of what these skills are, because they've been variously called things like employability skills. Now, interestingly, these core skills, a couple of observations. First, is they are very human skills. And in the world of technology and everything else, I think it's important we focus on these ideas. So they are skills of communication, of empathy, of collaboration, of teamwork, of critical thinking, things of that nature. And we need to see those more clearly called out, because actually you can learn those skills through a whole variety of different academic disciplines. But we're not always telling young people that if they did, for example, a physics problem, and they were working in a team in their class, and they had to figure it out together, and then one of them presents, they've not just learned how to solve the physics problem, they've also learned how to work in a team and communicate. So as I said, I don't think I would ever advocate there's got to be some sort of perfect, seamless match between the world of education and what we need in the world of work. But I do think that we need more of this understanding of what are the core and transferable skills. And then we're able to work on some of the things that both the Johns have mentioned about vocational education, which can happen at different stages of your career and life. So it's not a straightforward thing just to say, you know, these two things, as I said, have got to seamlessly mesh. I think it's a bigger conversation than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think from a Guernsey point of view, there's always all eyes on the UK to watch and learn what you're doing. So do keep us posted with developments. I'm just going to bring in Simon Attock on the stage here from the Guernsey Training Agency. Simon, from a local perspective, what are you picking up in terms of skills mismatches that you're hearing from industry, or gaps between sort of education and what industry needs and want both today and in the future? And I'll just sort of give you a bit of thinking time as I drop that big question on you. Bright Futures run every year do a Spotlight on Human Capital survey, and one of the questions we asked in that survey was around, do you think you can find the right people with the right skills to fill the jobs that you've got today? Same question for the world of work tomorrow. And consistently over the 2 years that we've run this, the answer to both of those questions has been no. So hopefully that's given you enough thinking time to think about that. Over to you.
I think Peter makes a really, really good point in acknowledging that schools are not going to knock out oven-ready employees. That's not actually the role of the school. The role of the school is to create an individual who can function and participate in the wider society and community. So I think managing that expectation with employers is really important, because I hear it all the time, that you know, these people aren't ready for work. And I don't think they are going to be. I think in terms of skills, sometimes it's skills, and sometimes it's other things. It's attitude. It's well, they haven't got this sort of work ethic. They don't arrive on time. They don't work hard enough, and some of this sort of attitudinal things as well that we hear from employees. So what I think would help is a much greater interface or collaboration between employers and education and the schools, just to understand the needs of both, to manage those expectations and make that journey a little bit smoother.
Thank you, Simon. Do we have Vince Cable on the line? Brilliant. Vince, welcome. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. So you have got vast experience and in this space, and would you like to share some of your insights as to, you know, if you were in the hot seat today and you could influence a decision on what happens in the skills and education space and the lifelong career space over the next 24 months or so, bearing in mind all of those pressures that we're facing at the moment, what would you bring? What would you say? What would you want to see happen?
Well, in terms of the nature of the challenge, I mean, we've got a long-term problem, which Peter and John and others have highlighted. You know, the neglect of training, the neglect of vocational aspects of education. That's you know, something we've lived with for many years. And then we got superimposed on that the fact that in a few weeks' time, probably, we're going to get a surge in unemployment. A lot of it's structural unemployment with industries that are not going to come back in the service sector, and a lot of middle-aged people potentially cut adrift unless they have access to good retraining adult education. That's a point that the Prime Minister recognised last week with his proposals for adult education. The big question, you know, which I experienced as a policymaker, and I had responsibility for all of this for 5 years in a particularly tough period, is this ugly word money. I mean, what I discovered in government, perhaps I should have been aware of it, is that when it comes to spending money, government has a kind of hierarchy of priorities. You know, schools comes before post-schools, and in the post-school world, universities come before further education, and within further education, adult education comes bottom of the pile. And standing up for adult education is a tough call. And I tried to defend the budget, but there are so many institutional biases in the opposite direction. You know, very few contemporary civil servants and politicians ever went through night school. They have no idea what it was, so they all went to university. So, you know, the culture of lifelong learning is no longer there. And what has happened in the adult education space in the UK is that you have, you know, classes, you know, middle-class people who can afford to pay for courses, and you have specialist groups, you know, people with learning difficulties, asylum seekers on English language training, which have got little ring-fenced budgets. But by and large, that whole culture of lifelong learning that we once had has largely dissipated at a time when we desperately need to retrieve it, because, you know, we have technology change, and now we have the fallout from COVID. So what I now want to see is, you know, making substance out of the Prime Minister's very general commitment last week to lifelong learning. The proposal I and some others have been pushing is for individual learning accounts, where at several stages of people's lives, they have an endowment which they can cash in against approved courses, supplemented by their own funding and employers' funding. That's a mechanism for getting more money into the system combined with personal choice. But, you know, there has to be more money for this, otherwise we're just all just mouthing platitudes.
Absolutely. So that triangulation of effort, so from government through to employers, through to individuals, all stepping up and working to a common objective, it seems to be sort of a pragmatic way forwards, which of course suits the majority of people in the population. But we've then got a problem when we cast that lens to people who are socially isolated, who are living in poverty, who haven't got those foundational skills in life to be able to read, write and count, perhaps weren't academic, had other social problems when they were going through the primary education or secondary education system, which are still haunting us today. And I know as a girl who grew up in Manchester, the retention rate of some of the students in my classes was interesting. And today when I go back and visit my family, you know, I see them, you know, living in the same house, on the same street, not really making the most of life, for a whole variety of reasons. What intervention do you think we could be taking to carry the entire community or population on this journey with us to make, to coin a phrase I've heard some of your colleagues say, you know, Britain great again? What sort of action do you think we need to be taking to invest in those communities who arguably need it most of all?
Sorry, is that?
That's for you. Yes, please.
Yeah. No, I mean, the really big demand is going to be in sort of deprived communities, sort of northern towns, which have taken the big hit from industrial change over the years. And of course, that's now being compounded by COVID because they're going to be hit worse than everybody else. They're already under lockdown. And mobilizing resources behind them, is that, as you rightly say, is the big challenge. I think, first of all, we've got to get the idea of devolution of decision making, when far too much is being decided in central government. I think if Manchester, Leeds, Newcastle, Birmingham have autonomy in this area and are given the opportunity to raise their own funding, they've got a much better sense of where the demand is, and they're in a much better position to mobilise public support than people sitting in Whitehall. And so I think we can't really begin to answer your question until we get power, decision-making, devolved to real communities. And we don't have that at the moment.
Thank you very much. Peter, a question for you, if I may. Very difficult question. Life after furlough. We know all of the indicators are there's going to be a sharp rise in unemployment or in the jobless community, and with very few opportunities for them to transition back into becoming economically active in some shape or form. What could we be doing? I mean, we've got a much lesser challenge here, but we still have an opportunity to take lead from some of the stuff that's happening in the UK in this space. But what do you think we could be doing to support those people who have been displaced, who probably are sort of low to mid-career in their skill set? What could we be doing to support those people at this very difficult time? Peter, on mute.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts, Susie. I mean, first of all, you're right. All the indicators, and indeed government itself, including Treasury and DWP, are pointing to a much greater level of unemployment, possibly 12, 13%. It's already been commented on by Vince about the older worker, but also we know it will disproportionately, sadly, affect younger people coming into work, and projections of unemployment rates there is as many as 15, 16, 17%. So you have to be able to stand back from that to ask your question and say, so what is it that we can do? I think one thing to recognise is that whilst we talk in these sorts of overall numbers, it's affecting different sectors in very, very different ways. And we talked about hospitality. On the other end of the spectrum, things like logistics and tech companies are going gangbusters. You've probably all read the headlines about how many people Amazon is trying to recruit and so forth. And we talk about an alphabet soup of recoveries, L-shaped, V-shaped, U-shaped, W-shaped, and indeed some which never went through a dip either, at all. So I think one of the things that we have to be able to do is look at this opportunity to move people cross-sectorally. Now that takes a number of things. It takes an ability to understand where we will see an increasing demand in one sector versus a reducing demand in another sector. It takes some of these ideas about core skills that are transferable, because I think, again, I see in many organizations, one of their first sort criteria when they're overwhelmed with applications, as they often are, is, do you have experience in my sector? Well, actually, there are many sectors that could hugely benefit from experience from other sectors. And then when you build on the idea of core and transferable skills, so that we know that somebody who's worked in, I don't know, retail operations could move into a logistics or supply chain business, because they've got some of those fundamental core skills. That is the kind of conversation that we need to be having. And then having organizations themselves reach out in very different ways. And we've touched on the idea of inclusion, and I would echo what Vince said on social inclusion. I mean, the ability to reach people that you're not traditionally recruited, or sources you've not traditionally recruited from, and seeing that as part of building a more resilient and sustainable and inclusive workforce for the future. So as I said, I think there are things that individual organizations can do, clearly some wider macroeconomic and policy things that we can think about how do we create these mechanisms, and government is trying to do this with some of the things like the job entry support programs and so forth, but to help people understand where opportunities are across the economy and focus on them. Because, as I said, the growth or the decline of different parts of the economy are very different.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. John, Coke, can I bring you in on some of those comments shared by Vince and Peter there, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my main thought is that we cannot leave it to chance. You know, that's the most abiding thought in all of this. Is there is a tendency to take quite a laissez-faire type approach to this kind of event. That, you know, people just sort themselves out, employees will sort themselves out, it'll all right itself, and we're just part of a cycle. I would really push back that, you know, you can't leave it to chance, you can't allow the disparities to build, and you cannot just sort of sit back. So that's my first thought. And I would echo what Sir Vince said about the hierarchy of education, and I think that's the spot on thing. And I think the reason why education for adults and workplace training so often comes out sort of on the bottom of the pile is that we've never really had a conversation about whose responsibility is it. You know, there is a joint responsibility between employers, the individual, and government, and quite often all three of those kind of point at one another and sort of pass the buck, or just claim they can't do it or whatever. And what it means is that government spends its time coming up with these new initiatives. I mean, Sir Vince mentioned the idea of individual learner accounts. You know, that's been tried numerous times and has usually failed for one reason or another. But these initiatives sort of spring up. They last for a couple of years. They lose political will and they vanish. And often, what government tends to do is duplicate stuff that's already out there, or just go into competition with private providers, rather than actually thinking about what their role is. So I think, you know, when we look at this situation, it's all about a proper conversation about what is the employer's responsibility, what should the individual take responsibility for, and where can government add value. And I think one of the things where government can really add value, and I really hope that the government's about to launch a skills white paper in the next month or so. I think one of the most important things that they could do is actually just look at provision. Because, you know, you think about the education system at the moment, your GCSEs, A-levels, and a bachelor's degree are basically the only things that most people understand and know. And all the funding systems, all the sort of cultural weight and value forces people towards them, and yet, you know, they only work for certain people in certain sectors and certain subjects, whereas there are massive gaps on higher technical skills, lots of gaps on flexible learning, lots of gaps on sort of emerging technologies that the system just hasn't been able to respond to, because so much of as I said, the finance and the cultural expectations just don't allow it. So I really hope the government will look at that and try to actually sort of diversify provision, so that when an employer wants to upskill or retrain their staff, or an individual wants to seek out an opportunity, there's actually menus of options out there that aren't doing a 3-year bachelor degree.
Yeah, brilliant. Great. Thanks, John. Really great comments. We're running some live Slido questions, and I'm just going to cherry pick some of them to help the conversation move on. Okay, so we've had a question around, do we think Guernsey should offer some classes to help with social skills and anxiety? Probably not a bad idea. Any thoughts or comments? Simon, can you take that from the stage?
Yeah, I think we've already heard this morning about the impact that mental health has on the economy, and it's an absolutely critical thing that we need to address and take seriously. So that kind of training, starting at schools but running right through to the workplace setting is absolutely fundamental. Yeah.
Absolutely. So this week, I'm sure I don't need to tell my esteemed panellists, is National Learning at Work Week. And there's a lot of work and noise going on around that space, and some employers doing some really amazing things. A question has come up here around how can we persuade employers to allow employees to devote more time for staff to carry on developing their skills whilst on the clock. And it's a difficult question at the moment, because I know there's all eyes on the bottom line, trying to, I guess, survive, never mind thrive, over the next sort of 6-12 months. Do you think we should go as far as to say X proportion of an employee's time in their working week, month or quarter or year should be dedicated to CPD training of some description? Peter, if you want to take that one for me, please.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting question. I mean, first of all, as you said, we acknowledge, unfortunately, that the history of any economic downturn is sadly one of the first costs that tends to get cut is training costs, and it's partly because it's seen as a soft budget. Secondly, that we're not good at measuring the outcome of learning and training. I'm not sure that we could go far as a sort of regulation that says you must set aside a certain amount of time for employee training, but we do know that good employers, responsible employers, do invest in their people. And I do think we could have more transparency on this. I mean, we're beginning to see much more focus of attention on measures about how organizations do manage and develop their people. You know, whether you talk about it from an investor perspective in these so-called environmental, social, and governance things, and we're talking about things like pay gaps and so forth, we could add to those things in terms of, so how much actually have you invested in your workforce as an organization? I think you can apply pressure into the system in that way. But the other thing I would say is that we need to reinvent a lot of learning in the workplace. I mean, we've had a mixed history of what was originally called e-learning, which often turned out to be pretty rubbish, if I'm honest. You know, often just a restatement of what you could read in a book and then you saw it on a screen. We are now moving into a different world of learning where digital learning and embedded learning and all these other things can be a very much more effective way of learning, but also to address some of the questions and challenges which will always be there of people being, you know, taken out of their workplace and stuck in a classroom for a day, and that's, in quotes, not being productive. You can embed so much more learning into the workplace and into the processes of work. You can deliver digital learning in lots of different ways, bite-sized, modular. People can do it on their ways to work on their mobile phone. And there are a lot of different ways that we have to reimagine, rethink learning, so we're getting a better outcome and getting a better bang for our buck in terms of the time that we are expecting people to spend time on training.
Brilliant, thank you very much. In Guernsey, we've got a bit of a heated discussion going on at political level around the future structure of the education system. We've got a couple of questions on Slido around that, which I'm going to quite shamelessly dodge. But one of the questions that has been suggested on here is, should we be investing in teachers and upskilling and reskilling teachers to stay ahead of the game, rather than spending lots and lots of money into bricks and mortar? John, what are your comments on that, please?
Which John?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Sir John, please take the lead. Thank you. Sorry.
Absolutely. All the international evidence shows that investing in teachers is the best thing to invest in. A school system can never be better than the quality of its teachers. And just coming back to the discussion just now about should there be a proportion of time set aside for employees to improve their skills, yes. In the particular case of teachers, yes, because the teaching skills constantly change, the technologies change, and indeed in many subjects such as the sciences, the subject matter changes too. So regular updating of teacher skills is essential. In many countries, it's something that is a part of the contract of employment. Take Finland, for example, take Scotland, not all that far away. It isn't yet in England. I don't know about Guernsey, but you can't make a better investment than in improving the skills of teachers.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to move to Lucas Rill from Cambridge University, who's got quite a shocking piece of research for us here in Guernsey, but something that echoes some of our previous research from the OECD and other international bodies around the impact on technology. So fellow panelists, please stay on the line, and we'll just listen to this presentation from Lucas, and then we'll take some questions at the end of that. Thank you. Lucas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Susie. So the research that I'm presenting here is actually just a short extract of a larger report that we did at the Cambridge Centre for Alternative Finance at the University of Cambridge Judge Business School in partnership with the World Economic Forum, as well as EY and Invesco. And the overarching finding was really that most financial services institutions expect AI to transform from a niche technology into really a major business driver over the course of just 2 years. As you can see on the left here, we had 3/4 of all respondents expecting AI to exhibit a high or very high importance to their business within just 2 years, as opposed to just under half today. And on the right, so our respondent sample included both incumbents and fintechs across all sectors of financial services. And in incumbents, the expected jump is even more drastic, with currently just under 40% up to 80% in 2 years. So basically, all of the incumbents, and these included, again, some of the largest banks in the UK and in the world, some of the largest asset managers and insurers, they all expect AI to play some extent of importance in their business within 2 years. In terms of application areas, we've seen AI mostly applied in somewhere like risk management, where it can be readily employed in generating insights from large amounts of data on things like fraud detection, followed by generating new revenues through creating new AI-enabled products and processes, things like customer service, re-engineering and automating existing processes, as well as client acquisition. And then the expectations shown in lighter blue here sort of reflects the findings from the last slide, where in most areas we have 90% of all respondents that we're expecting to use AI-enabled solutions in these areas. So following some of the insights that have been discussed over the course of today and in this panel, we also did some research in the expectations of how this will impact jobs in individual organizations. And based on the responses of incumbent financial services institutions in our survey, we might be able to expect AI to replace up to 9% of all jobs by 2030, as you can see here below. And again, this is a net result. We have the actual numerical split down there, where about a fifth actually expected some sort of increase, as well as a simultaneous decrease in other areas. What's interesting here is also that there's an aggregate increase expected in the short term. I'll come back to this a bit later, but essentially what we found is that a lot of incumbent financial services providers expect jobs to be emerging at the interface between organizations and third parties who sell AI solutions, basically, which is for most incumbents the quickest way of implementing them. In fintechs, this looks very different. So fintechs actually expect AI to lead to a net creation of jobs in their organization by about 20%, measured proportional to the current workforce by 2030. And this already hints at the fact that we find fintechs are generally being further down the adoption timeline of leveraging artificial intelligence in their organizations to create value. We also had a look at the split across different financial services sectors and found that the job losses were expected to be largest in investment management, which then was expected to be due to things like investment research, portfolio management, risk management, AI applications in these areas basically gaining maturity over the next 10 years. Whereas areas like payments expected a large net increase, which might be, again, as our sample in payment providers was slightly skewed towards fintechs, but at the same time, having sort of these large scale application areas like anti-fraud analysis, things like network analysis, automatic payment monitoring, which still require some sort of human interaction. At the individual company level, we also surveyed the degree of autonomy of the AI systems used by the companies in our survey. And we found that only fintechs and only a small proportion, about 10%, were using any fully autonomous AI that was making any business relevant decisions. On the other hand, we also saw a quarter of incumbents that were actually using AI systems not making any business relevant decisions. And this would be sort of primitive, low-level operational activities, mostly some degree of automation. But the vast majority was somewhere in between, essentially leveraging AI solutions in conjunction with human input, whether that's just auditing AI decisions or actually controlling the workings of the AI systems used by the companies and how they make decisions fundamentally. So the previous slides, I already kind of hinted at it, and one might think that if fintechs are just further down the adoption timeline, incumbent financial service providers might just follow suit over time. We found, though, that fintechs are actually taking a completely different approach of creating business value through AI, which you can see on the left, where we can see that about 40% of all large fintechs are using AI to create fundamentally new products and services, whereas the vast majority of incumbents, almost 90%, are just using AI to enhancing new products and services. And again, we filtered large fintechs out here because obviously smaller fintechs will have an inherent need of creating new products. So this is sort of an equal comparison, if you will. And on the left, in parallel, there's a trend and more than double the amount of fintechs selling AI as a service. So this could mean selling some sort of standardized product or capability, which is easily sort of scalable across multiple organizations. An example is anti-money laundering or fraud detection, which has sort of become a standardized third-party product, but it can also be an all-in-one sort of business intelligence solution that can offer a lot of capabilities. So this is interesting because this also means that we might see the advantage of fintechs actually increasing in the future. So the World Economic Forum has done some research on this before and has coined the term AI flywheel, which basically entails the notion of organizations that are able to sell productive and competitive AI solutions to customers, thus gathering customer data. And again, data is very important because at some point, just from a technical standpoint, your AI system is just going to be as good as the data you feed it with, and meaning that organizations that can gather customer data on a large scale can then use that to improve their service. And this sort of creates the self-reinforcing cycle, which may enable current AI leaders to even increase their advantage compared to the followers. And this obviously also reflects back on the job market implications that we just discussed. So wrapping up this narrative, I mean, we see a lot of incumbent financial institutions remaining rather hesitant to build their own in-house machine learning or AI pipelines, which is mostly because of the rigidity of legacy structures. And this can entail things like siloed data, but also a lack of trust and user adoption in certain organizations. And this is also a cultural issue, obviously. And then technical issues such as the access to new data and the access to talent. Whereas fintechs are not only positioned further down the adoption timeline, but again, they also use AI for fundamentally different value propositions, which then again reflects back on the job market, where we could see the current impact on jobs, meaning a long-term decrease for incumbent financial services providers, as well as an increase for financial technology companies, which may further solidify within the next decade. At the same time, in the short term, in incumbents, we may see these new roles emerging at, again, the interface between organizations and those organizations basically purchasing third-party solutions that they then have to deploy and integrate into their existing environments. Whether this effect will offset the effect of replacing low-skill roles is still fairly unclear, and whether, again, this effect is sustainable over more than 2 or 3 or however long it takes to implement these third-party solutions is also still a matter of further research. Okay, thank you very much. I'm eager to take any questions. And again, if you would like to learn more about this research, a very comprehensive report is available online for free at the World Economic Forum, as well as the University of Cambridge Judge Business School. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Very insightful. And indeed, that report in full is well worth a read. It's very detailed. I think for a very long time, there's been a number of buzzwords being used around skills of the future and the future of work, but what does that actually mean? And today, hopefully, with this very granular insight as to what that means on our biggest GDP contributor to our economy, the financial services sector, there's obviously a lot of change on the horizon. Now, just reflecting on some of those risks and opportunities surrounding AI in particular on financial services, which we've seen as a standalone piece of research, when we have gone out to market locally to contextualize that and said, this technology has been on the horizon for a little while now. You know, AI has been around since 1954, but we still seem to be pretty slow off the blocks here in embedding some of that. Why is that? Time and time again, it comes back to local capability, access to human capital. And so from a strategic point of view, that presents a number of different challenges for Guernsey as an attractive destination in which to do business, particularly when other jurisdictions are investing in the upskilling and reskilling from a skills point of view, or are buying it in quite readily to implement some of these changes that will ensure some resilience for their organisation as the world around us continues to change. Simon, I've got a question for you, and then I'll come back to the floor. So if you want to use Slido, ladies and gentlemen, to pose any questions in relation to that presentation, or indeed anything else that we've talked about so far, please do so. I'm actively following up on some of them as we speak. So Simon, a question for you. Do you think it would be beneficial to offer more relevant degrees here in Guernsey to prevent losing young people to the UK?
I think it's a balance. I think if young people have the opportunity to get off island, talking possibly pre-COVID, because the HE sector is in a very difficult situation at the moment, but if our young people have the opportunity to get off island and experience a UK or international university, I think there is benefit to do that. I think there is benefit in people working away, gaining some experience, and then coming back to the island, bring that experience with them. What we don't do, and I know Mark Leno was sort of proponent of this several years ago, is try and track those individuals and sort of prevent the brain drain of them leaving and not coming back. So I think we need to try and look at that. In terms of the degrees on island, it is a difficult one because we obviously suffer from scale here in Guernsey, and working with universities as Louise at the college and Tracy at the Institute and Guernsey Institute is just going to have a look at this is, yes, it's great to do these degrees on island, but you need a cohort of a reasonable size to do it. Now, there's some degrees, for example, nursing, where that is going to work. There are other degrees where perhaps we need to look about if it's more economical to send them off island or keep them on island. So it's quite a complex picture.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm sure. Okay, so Lucas, in your experience, so Guernsey is a 63,000 population financial services centre. Financial services contributes 44% of our GDP. So you've got an impression of the sort of scale of what we do here. When you compare what we do here to other jurisdictions, are there any pointers you could give us in terms of other jurisdictions that are doing stuff in this space particularly well that we could take some ideas from or take some leadership from?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and it certainly circles back onto the argument of making local efforts to offer suitable human capital to implement solutions, AI-based solutions in financial services companies. So in our study, we did actually have a couple of respondents from other jurisdictions, such as Germany. We also had a larger group of respondents from China. But it's very difficult to compare these really, because in China, you have the dominance of some very large tech companies such as Baidu, Tencent, that tend to start dominating this industry. So I think comparing this to a financial services hotspot, so like a dense place like Guernsey is maybe a bit difficult. I think some of the companies that we surveyed in the UK were certainly, making efforts to especially increasing user adoption and trust in the technology. And this may sound easy, but for some of the larger incumbents, this has definitely posed a challenge. And we did some in-depth interviews with asset managers, with banks that have said that raising trust and user adoption really require the participation of the entire hierarchy, basically within an organization, from top to bottom. So I think that's the point to start. It's really engaging entire organizations in this process, because otherwise this change is not going to be enabled.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is Peter Chu still with us? No. John Cope, can I turn to you, please? So from reflecting on some of your work at CBI and now at UCAS, one of the big things that has been talked about for a little while is the whole mismatch of skills. And then we layer that with the COVID pressures, and we layer that with continuous advancements in technology. What do you think we should be doing as a sort of an immediate stroke medium-term plan to bridge some of these gaps before they start to really turn into significant chronic problems for our community to deal with?
Yeah, no, it's the right question, and it's a big question. I mean, there's no silver bullet on these things. I mean, the thing that strikes me from Lucas's research and my sort of experience with employers and the education system is that the difference between the fourth industrial revolution around AI and automation compared with the agrarian, industrial, and digital revolutions, first, second, and third, is the speed at which it's happening. The industrial revolution was a couple of centuries. Whereas the fourth industrial revolution that we're going through is, we can measure it in decades. And also the difference is that those three first industrial revolutions, they tended to hit specific sectors and specific parts of the economy, whereas the fourth industrial revolution affects all of it, and not just the sort of the bottom, the more the low pay, the lower skilled end, which the previous revolutions did. This is also affecting currently very highly paid people. You think about actuaries and people in law, for instance, who currently demand sort of six-figure salaries. Their roles are very vulnerable to AI and automation. So you're about to see a big social change. And I'd also echo something that you said about AI came in 1954 in one way or another. As policymakers and as in a national debate, we tend to spend a lot of our time trying to fix yesterday's problems rather than tomorrow's issues. And we're already entering the fifth industrial revolution, around biotech, about actually technology and biology being merged. That's the next revolution that's coming around the corner. So we need to not just kind of have a backward view all the time and need to look forward. As for your sort of question about what can we actually do about it, I think the sweet spot in all of this is smaller and medium-sized businesses. It's them that struggle the most to adopt tech. It's them that have the least capacity on HR and learning and development in-house. Whereas big firms can have whole teams doing that, and they can think strategically. They can invest huge amounts of capital in technology. In the small and medium-sized space, that's a really tough ask, and actually they're still trying to make ends meet at that point. So if government and we as sort of policy thinkers have any kind of priority, it has to be on smaller businesses.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. And it's a point that we're going to pick up in particular on the next panel. Thank you, John Cope. So, John Hollam, can you provide some of your insights on that same question, please, that we've just posed to John Cope?
I mean, if we're talking about the need for skills, there are certain skills which aren't going to change a great deal. The AI revolution will sweep all before it, but there will be a lot of things it doesn't sweep before it. And we've had mention before of what some people call transferable skills, employability skills, essential skills, things like teamwork and the ability to communicate and the ability to solve problems. And these are pretty eternal. If machines replace humans, humans will divert to other jobs. And it's the human characteristics that will be prized above all. So what I would say about essential skills is that there's a job to be done to define what we mean by them. So if you look at job adverts, employers are consistently asking for qualities such as the ability to communicate or to work in teams or to show leadership. But what do we actually mean by that? If we can do a piece of work to define more clearly what these skills actually mean, that will do a great favour to the people who aren't already in with the inside knowledge about what those things mean. And so that's very important for social mobility. So it's a matter of defining terms and thus creating a common vocabulary.
Brilliant, thank you. And Sir Vince, please, do you have any suggestions on exactly the same question?
I've just got two simple points. I mean, the first is that we always tend to panic over the job impacts of new technologies. It's happened since the Industrial Revolution, the Agricultural Revolution, computers in the 60s. And actually, new jobs are created, providing you have the right kind of economic policies to support it. So I shouldn't have panic over employment. I think the second is that, to answer directly your question about what you do in the short run, you have to have a liberal immigration policy. I mean, you can't produce highly qualified, trained specialists overnight any more than you can produce a doctor in a month. You've got to have reasonably open doors, and I think, I don't know what the position is in Guernsey, but for the UK as a whole, we've talked a lot about cracking down on immigration. But actually, if you're going to have a successful technological transformation, you've got to be open to international skills.
Absolutely. And it's certainly a hot topic locally, the population management strategy, with a very mixed review as to how business friendly that, or how successful it's been as an economic enabler, or not, as the case may well be. So just, I think, to wrap up this session, I'm hugely grateful to all of the amazing panellists that we've had on this superb session today, not least our own Simon Latok, but also Peter Cheese, Sir Vince Cable, Marcus Rill, amazing presentation, huge thanks, and please stay in touch. And Sir John Holman and John Cope and Peter Cheese, as I've said, huge thank you. We will keep you absolutely posted with what we're doing here. We've just had an election, our general election yesterday only, so let's hope that we can start to put education higher up the investment agenda, and the right sort of education over a longer term period to that which we've historically awarded. Huge thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Okay, for the next panel, I'd like to invite Matt Thornton to the stage, please, from Cortex, Wayne Bulpitt from the Guernsey Community Foundation, and our other panellists will be joining us remotely. And Justin Bellinger from Shaw. Okay, so this session is entitled Once in a Lifetime Opportunity, where we're going to further discuss unemployment, the rise of the gig economy, and Guernsey PLC.
Everyone's talking about the gig economy, but what exactly are they talking about? Is it big or small? Exciting or terrifying? Good for your health or bad for it?
The first thing to know about the gig economy is that not everyone actually agrees on what it means. As the name suggests, it's about people who earn money from doing a series of gigs or tasks.
But some people use that term to apply to everyone who works independently, including lawyers and plumbers. But of course, the notion of working for yourself is nothing new. What is new is the invention of digital platforms that connect customers with workers to perform tasks on demand. That task could be to do someone's ironing, translate a document from Arabic to English, deliver a pizza, or drive someone home from a nightclub. There are a host of gig economy platforms, from Upwork or Hourly Nerd for tasks that are done online, to Uber and Deliveroo for tasks that are done in person. The uniting feature is that they match workers to customers, and they use their technology to facilitate the payment while taking a cut for themselves. They say they're intermediaries, not employers. Others disagree. That's a question being thrashed out in courts in the US, the UK, and elsewhere. If you live in a city teeming with Ubers, you might think the gig economy is huge already. But actually, the number working in it is still pretty small, but it is significant. In the UK, one think tank says about 3.5% of the workforce are in the gig economy. That's about the same number as work for the National Health Service, the UK's largest employer. This is a growing army of workers without workplaces, colleagues or bosses. What does that mean for their health and safety? In some ways it could be positive. The gig economy is based on the idea of working whenever you want. Having a job where you can easily nip out to deal with something personal. Studies show that's one of the best indicators for high well-being. But some health experts are worried. Flexibility might be good for your health, but loneliness and isolation are bad for it. Gig workers don't have line managers to keep an eye out for them. Instead, their regular contact is with an algorithm that doesn't know how they're feeling today or what personal problems might have cropped up. The algorithm just sends them tasks and monitors their performance. Some algorithms also deactivate workers from their platforms if there are performance issues. That can create pressure. And when the platform sets the fee per task, some workers feel they can only increase their earnings by working ever longer hours. Driving or cycling in traffic can be dangerous at the best of times, let alone when you're tired and stressed. For health experts, one thing is clear. There's an urgent need to investigate the benefits and the risks of this new world of work.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. And our online panellists, I'm delighted to welcome, are Jonathan Barr from the OECD. Welcome, Jonathan. Alex Belcher from the Polygon, who's based in Jersey. Sorry you couldn't come over, Alex, but delighted to meet you virtually. And Mike Minutes stand-in. We had a last-minute emergency crop up, I gather. So we've got one of the co-advisors on the panel today to share or echo some of Mike's comments that we would have heard from him. So, Jonathan, if I can kick off with you, first of all, to set the scene from an OECD point of view. The world's looking pretty challenging at the moment. We've got rising unemployment because of COVID. It's coming with sort of forcing an economic contraction, which is putting pressure on the number of jobs, social well-being, health, how we do stuff, why we do it. The gig economy surely presents an opportunity to play a vital role in our recovery, or not?
Great, thanks a lot, Susie, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to participate in this event. And indeed, I think you've really hit the nail on the head. I mean, COVID has really been a shock, both from an economic and labor market perspective. We've seen in many countries, rising unemployment rates. And in particular, we see certain sectors that have really taken a hit, notably tourism and hospitality. These are industries which are really undergoing severe pressure right now with no real end in sight in terms of when prospects are going to improve, because they're really rather dependent on where the virus goes and how the virus evolves. Depending on what happens with COVID, whether we do see a second wave, and in fact we are seeing a second wave in many countries, the economic damage that we're going to see is just really hard to predict. And across the OECD, we've really seen governments respond in a major way with economic and fiscal stimulus. And on the employment front, we've seen massive job retention programs in the form of income support to individuals or wage subsidies to firms. And this has really helped ensure unemployment is not as bad as it could be. But what's going to happen going forward is governments only have so much fiscal capacity to maintain the support. And there's going to be hard questions asked about the timing and the phasing of slowing down or withdrawing that support. And what we truly could see is a real jobs crisis going forward, that, as a result of COVID. And I think one of the other things that we talk a lot about at the OECD is that COVID is a game changer for existing structural trends that were already in place before. And this includes things like automation and digitalization. Typically in times of economic crisis, we see that automation tends to accelerate. And that was certainly a lesson from the 2008 global financial crisis. And we think that that's going to happen, as we in the medium to long term as a result of COVID. And I mean, we see this already. I mean, the massive shift to online working, teleworking, and having firms needing to adapt to this trend. In terms of the gig economy, I think it's, it's something we talk a lot about. It was on the rise before COVID. One of the challenges we have, just to state, is it's very difficult to measure the gig economy. We have some sense from different surveys that some countries, really the range can go from a low of say 2% to a high of 15% of the labor force. The real challenge is we have most labor force surveys, don't actually pick up, because someone could have a full-time job and then, for example, be an Uber driver and they're not reporting the fact that they are an Uber driver. So it's really hard to know the true extent of the gig economy. There are both positives and negatives to the gig economy. I think the positive side is, it provides flexible work opportunities. It allows people, to take a job where they may need to balance other responsibilities, or they just simply want the flexible working arrangement. On the negative side, I think COVID-19 has really shone light on the vulnerability of gig workers. Many of these jobs can't be performed remotely. They're not able to have physical or social distancing, and therefore these workers are more exposed to actually getting sick from the virus because they're coming in contact with more people. And they actually, on top of it, they generally are not covered by social protection measures. So this would be, sick benefits or unemployment benefits. So if they do, for example, get sick for whatever reason, COVID or not, they're not covered through income support measures. And so this is, I think there are, like I said, there are challenges and opportunities. I think, overall, we do anticipate going forward that there will be a rise of gig work. And I think we've seen that in the demand for gig services going forward. I know personally, I'm in Paris. I mean, I'm using, I'm ordering grocery deliveries all the time because I don't want to go out as much. So, I mean, this is just an example of the rise of the gig economy and one way. So there'll definitely be an increased demand for services going forward. But indeed, the need to balance social protection of gig workers to offer this flexible work opportunity, but making sure they are protected in this employment arrangement is one of the sort of the key trade-offs that we need to think about going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Thanks. Great opening comments from you, Jonathan Barr from the OECD. Thank you very much. So we know that gig workers generally appreciate the flexibility, but the isolation, the long hours, and the performance assessments by an algorithm are all contributing to challenging mental health problems that we've talked about in a previous session. I think this particular cohort of people, those people that are in the gig economy, are those that are most exposed because they're generally working in isolation. They are generally working significant hours. In fact, I can remember meeting you in Porto at one of the OECD conferences, and I was taken in my taxi from my hotel to the OECD conference, and I was driven by a PhD student because he was just trying to earn a few extra pennies, or euros I should say, on the side to put food on the table for his family. So you see all sorts of weird and wonderful people embracing it to try to up their revenue streams, to try to make some sort of provision for a better level of income. There are risks attached to it, though, and one of the points that we didn't talk about with Baroness Kilmer-Cavendish's session was around pension provision. And gig workers generally are not in a position financially to make provision for those longer years in life. So the rise of the gig economy can be a very positive thing, but it also presents longer-term challenges if we don't support entrepreneurs or sole traders in a much better way to that which we already we are today. Andrew Potterton from Portal.co, if I can just turn to you, please. First of all, huge thanks for standing in for Mike. I understand he's got a very important meeting to attend to, and I wish him the very best of luck with that. But Mike tells me he learnt everything he knows from you anyway, Andrew, so we've probably got the best man for the job. So Andrew, when we look at the gig economy and the support and the skills that are required to start up a new venture, whether as a sole trader or as you're going for gold with a limited company or you're playing big time, what skills and support do you think is needed to really make it in this very tough environment?
I'm really sorry, I didn't catch much of that.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
No, it's gone silent, I'm afraid.
Don't worry, we'll switch to Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex, can you hear me? You know, the beauty of having people on the stage is that we can just direct attention to them. Okay, so if we start with Matt Thornton. So Matt Thornton is an entrepreneur who set up a technology business here called Cortex. If you haven't used them, please do. They're awesome. Matt set up his business a couple of years ago now, and we've had sort of an infrequent but ongoing dialogue around the difficulties of trying to do the right thing and grow a local community of tech workers, but at the same time trying to balance the bottom line to make sure that you've got enough coming in to put enough food on the table to grow. What's your experience been like, and what would you like to see happen more of locally?
Yeah, so my experience echoes many of the things that came up in the previous session around having in place the right structures and mechanisms for people locally to skill up in all the areas that are needed. And as we see the proliferation of technology-based industry grow as it has, and the onslaught of AI and machine learning and all these things, the difficulty for small businesses like mine, compared to, say, the big ones that were referenced by the research, is, if I want to bring someone into the business to work in a technical capacity, but the chances are they don't actually make any revenue, then it's a big challenge for me to actually sort of balance the two and afford one versus the other. And I wonder if that's why we see the growth of the gig economy and the things that it can provide to you, because strictly speaking, if what I really need is someone who knows how to do skill X, in my industry that's some sort of technical capability, then actually I'd sort of take away a lot of the risks of having them in the business, and I just say, I want one of those, give it to me, and I'll see you in a week. And that has a sort of an interesting benefit to me, in quotes, and an interesting benefit to them, also in quotes, because as the opening video highlighted, there are many pros and cons of it. So there's something to be had, and is it good for Guernsey and for the people involved? I'm still a bit cynical with it, because actually, even as was referenced in the previous session, it might be all very well that right now, some person knows how to do some particular technical skill, but if that's all they do and they don't have the time to actually continue to gain not only additional technical skill, but also the experience of having done it, which is what you get from a traditional workplace, then actually there is a risk that their shelf life becomes very short.
Yeah, absolutely. Which goes back to the whole sustainability of human capital point, which we referenced earlier on. So Justin, Guernsey is heavily dependent, as the lockdown demonstrated, on having a robust infrastructure that allows home working in a robust way, and indeed today, evidently. What would you like to sort of share with the audience from a Shaw point of view in this area?
Well, any gig economy relies on connectivity, relies on supply and demand. So the demand of a task being completed, whether that's a lift from A to B, as in Uber, or something more complex like Matt would maybe outsource some specific cyber skills. So it's a given. It's got to be. It's the fundamental requirement for any gig economy piece of work to do. But when we look at the sort of Guernsey context, I'd rather talk about freelance digital than gig economy, because we're probably not going to be attracting or wanting to attract Uber type companies with an average wage of between $9 and $11 an hour, and only 4% of them lasting more than a year. But when you look at the sort of digital freelancers that are using the connectivity here, and by the way, Guernsey does punch way above its weight in terms of the output of the digital creators. We spoke a little bit about Rotashaw before, and Muru Massa, and didn't mention Holly H from TikTok. Without the connectivity that we've got right now, we do need to increase speeds in some instances. Most households are doing okay, but without you simply couldn't have that economy. And when I reference speeds, doubling of broadband speeds usually leads to an increase of about 0.5% of GDP per capita, and a full fibre network would lead to an increase of about between 1.1 and 1.3% of GDP per capita. I kind of guess we also need to talk about collaboration, because we touched on it a little bit on the video there. So being a digital entrepreneur, digital creative, or digital freelancer, it can be quite difficult, can be quite a lonely thing. Some of us would have seen that. Many of us work in organisations, obviously, in this room, but some of us would have seen that over the period of lockdown. In fact, I was chatting to Jim Nichols over lunch. I don't know if Jim's still around, but since he started up his consultancy, he hasn't met a single client face-to-face. Started up just before lockdown. Every single interaction, every single piece of business has been done over Zoom. And I kind of guess figuring out what are the best collaboration tools to use, whether it's, I don't know, Slack, Asana, Jira, Teams, Zoom, and making time to make those connections and keep those connections. Because we haven't got the luxury necessarily through lockdown of visiting places like the Digital Greenhouse, which incidentally have seen a huge increase in digital freelancers since COVID kicked off. I think 40%, Lucy was telling me, and about 25 to 30 startups a month coming through there. And that's where you get that physical collaboration. So you've got to try and seek out those online collaboration tools as well.
Absolutely. Andrew, can we go back to Andrew, please? Andrew, can you hear me?
Yes, got you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Wonderful. Welcome, Andrew. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
So the title of this session, Andrew, is once in a lifetime opportunity. We're looking at sort of job creation and the role of the gig economy as a potential key ingredient to our economic recovery. Do you want to share some of your insights on that, please?
Yeah, certainly. I say Mike apologises for not being here. He's actually out there trying to raise some investment at the moment. So I think we ourselves are a startup gig economy business. So that's a key priority for us to get some funding to build our business. We've been working at Portable for about 3 years now on a project that basically seeks to prove that whether you are employed or self-employed stroke freelance, you're effectively the same kinds of people. Now, what we've seen is that over time, people that used to work in maybe big companies for various reasons are now gigging, are now going out on their own. They may actually be doing the same work that they were doing before, maybe even for the same company, but they're now technically self-employed, and they're now looking for work out there in the wider world. The problem that gig workers have, freelancers have, is not that they're going to be capable of doing the work. One would assume that they're capable of getting clients, getting contracts. The problems they have is the bits around the edges. You touched on pensions a little bit earlier. I talk about income smoothing, income protection, death benefits, all those kind of things that come into the insurance world. Generally speaking, if you were working for a large company before and you're no longer working for that company, all the things that you used to have and probably didn't even know you had, the rug has been pulled from that. There's no longer a full-time salary going on. There's not much going into pensions these days anyway, but the whole idea of the old full-time salary pension, the old final salary pension, has all gone. And you're stuck there as a guy on your own. And I've heard it a few times in the conversations already today. You were in a group before, you're on your own now. You're emotionally finding it difficult maybe because you haven't got the collegiate aspect going on. But more than ever, you realise all of a sudden you've got to provide for yourself a whole lot of support, benefits, concierge kind of things that frankly you took for granted before. So what Portable has been trying to do over the last couple of years, and we are launching very shortly with a package, is to have an online app effectively to try to recreate the environment that you would have been in before when you were working in a several thousand person company or whatever it is, but you're now on your own in your own room doing your own thing. So that starts from an insurance basis. So we're looking for insurers to partner with us to provide certainly protection products, but also some of the gadget insurances and other things that are out there in just the way that you probably had when you were working. So you won't get 4 times salary life cover, but you'll get some life cover just by virtue of being a member of the group. And what we're saying to the finance world, the insurance world particularly, is that if we've got 10,000 freelancers, that's every bit as good a risk as a company that's got 10,000 employees. So why can't they have easy access to insurance products, affordable access to those products as well? So we're building up a whole environment and community now that says we really want to be able to say it's a safe environment to go gig, to go self-employed, to go freelance, and we will take care, and people like us will take care of those things.
Brilliant.
It's not just financial. I think I've heard already. I wasn't party to the previous conversations, but there's certainly a big mental health aspect to this. If you were working for a large company, you probably had some kind of employee assistance program, practical day-to-day help, plus emotional support, counselling, and those kind of things going on. Why shouldn't you have that in a self-employed environment, I suppose? So that from that point of view, we're really trying to engage with the providers, suppliers out there to rethink what they think about gig workers, because insurers have always had a thing about self-employed people as being worse risks. It doesn't matter whether it's death benefit, income protection, or anything. It's just, there's always been an issue about self-employed, and we're on a bit of a mission at Portable to convince the world that actually the gig worker is every bit as good a worker and an individual and safe risk as the employed person. That's probably enough in terms of where we've got to, but yeah, I mean, Mike, if he were here, and he's Australian, so he's louder than I am, he'd probably say the gig is big, and this is one of our strap lines. There is no doubt that this is not going away. It's been going on for a while. COVID's exacerbated it, and we think there's a long-term future here for the gig worker.
Brilliant. Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So Alex, I think on that note, perhaps you guys actually should hook up and see if you can collaborate on bringing some of that stuff to Guernsey. It sounds like a really interesting protection package almost for aspiring entrepreneurs. And Alex, of course, the Polygon Group have made a significant investment in Jersey that I'm aware of. I chair the tech business, the Nexus technology business in Jersey, and I'm very aware of the brilliant stuff that you're doing over there. But also, you've just made 2 purchases locally, which is a clear demonstration that you also feel that, to quote Andrew, gig is going to be big to house these aspiring entrepreneurs. Can you tell us about what your thinking was behind that and what your indications are for the future of the gig economy across the Channel Islands?
Sure, thank you, Susie, and great to be there. Sorry, not in person, as we'd originally hoped. But I think all of the messages that I've heard so far are very valid and very credible, and pretty much stack up exactly our experience so far since March and lockdown. I think our approach to Guernsey and what we feel the future will hold is very much a path that we've been following for the last I would say 10 years or so, and that is that the office isn't performing as it has been in the past. There's more pressure on working hours, there's more pressure on shorter lease lengths, there's a greater flexibility needed as part of everyone's working environment. And I think our approach is very much around offering a greater level of flexibility that will hopefully allow staff, with mental health considerations implied, the ability to do all of that stuff. But I think certainly going back to the gig part of the economy, for me, the Channel Islands is not going to be as affected as other places. We're not going to see as much unemployment as we have elsewhere, but very much the opportunity here lies in the scalability of tech. So for me, the ability to develop solid intellectual property here in Guernsey and Jersey will be the opportunity that we see in the gig sense, rather than the scaling out of Uber and other platforms that will work in other economies. Yes, we've seen unemployment here, and we'll probably see more too. But I think as far as the future's concerned, our ambition should be more focused on skill sets, focused on digital, focused on startups. And I think eventually we'll probably revert to the similar sorts of pathways that we have always followed, which is the tax route. I think the opportunity in low tax regimes for family offices and hedge funds and the other sources of business, insurance sector as well, that we've always seen great growth in and great employment in will continue to thrive in these islands. And we'd like to be part of that framework, that support network, and that future.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alex. So Matt, just going back to some of your comments. So I guess what we're saying is, you're committed to your business, you're wanting to grow it, but there aren't the skilled people readily available, but you're willing to invest in those skills if you could just have a bit of a helping hand from government to do so. So I harbour the hope that one of the things that comes out of the new government is some sort of funding pot available to support people like you and other small businesses across the island who are trying to do their bit to grow and to give more back to the economy in more than just economic terms. And I hope that is something that is going to be considered, because I know from speaking to you offline and online that it's hard. It is hard. You're trying to do the good thing. You're trying to be the good corporate citizen, but you can't always do that. There's only so much that you can do. So let's hope that there's a bit of a helping hand that comes available from the next government. I think it's also important. I stand here today as a volunteer of Bright Futures, trying to do as much as I can in this tiny little space. And of course, I'm acutely aware of other third sectors organisations in the room and the amazing contribution that they give to our community. In many cases, doing things that we probably shouldn't have to do in ordinary circumstances, but we are where we are, and we'll leave that debate to another day. But Wayne is sort of chair of the Guernsey Community Foundation. There's an exciting project on the horizon to help third sector organisations who might need it. Would you like to just expand on that?
Yeah, Susie, very much. Perhaps just firstly, if I may, just something about the gig economy generally, because I think clearly there is a vast opportunity even in our islands for technology to match buyers and sellers. We are a community of entrepreneurs, self-employed. The challenges we've been talking about are those that any self-employed or small business individual has. Maybe what we need is an ethical gig economy, because touching on Justin's point, with a well-known taxi app. Actually, the app itself is amazing. The bad press comes from their choice of how they remunerate their workers. I visit Malta often on business. They have a local app there that pays the drivers properly, and it works very effectively. So maybe the ethical gig economy. But thank you mainly for giving a slot and a voice within today's event for the voluntary sector, the charity sector. The Community Foundation recognises some of the challenges that we all face, and thank you very much, Health Connections, I suspect, thank you, around setting up, and some of the support that has been talked about for businesses, clearly for charities and social enterprises is a key part as well. So the Charity Support Hub that we've just established provides some of that support, some of the basic tasks that it may be difficult to get volunteers to do. We're lucky to have a large number of volunteers in the island, but they're not always available when you need them, and able to do the specific task on time. And that includes the well-being and looking after your volunteers and staff. And let us not forget that charities themselves are quite significant employers across the islands as well.
Brilliant, brilliant. So if you are involved with a social enterprise or a not-for-profit organisation or a charitable organisation, please do go and have a look at the Charity Support Hub or contact Wayne and he'll give you more information about it. It's basically your business angel all in a package. So when you're looking at your contracts or your marketing or you've got insurance questions or other legal questions, all of that stuff that you need, because operating in a charity is just like operating in many respects in a private sector organisation. All of that toolkit is now going to be available, which is an amazing initiative. Brilliant. I'm just going to read some of the feedback from the Slido session, which posed a question: to what extent is your organisation considering reducing its full-time and part-time employee headcount in response to COVID-19? So fortunately, the audience is telling us that 69% are unlikely to make any changes whatsoever. 24% are likely and 5% very likely, which echoes some of the research that we obtained from the Spotlight on Human Capital strategy, which said that a quarter of employers were seriously considering making redundancies over the next 12 months, which is quite frightening. So it's no surprise to me to hear you recalling some of the activity happening at the greenhouse around people approaching them saying, I would like to start up my own thing, because I know from the interaction that we've had with people who've been displaced, and some highly skilled professional people have been displaced during the lockdown period, they are struggling to get traction in finding an alternative employment. So the obvious thing to do when you've exhausted all options is to try to do something yourself, because you go into survival mode. Which I guess brings us back to, again, a skills and education question around if we see that this is going to be part of the future, even if it's just a small proportion, as we've seen from the video from the FT, which introduced this session. Jonathan, do you think we need to be introducing a much more focused entrepreneurial curriculum for all ages to arm people, to well-equip people with the skills that they're going to need to at some point potentially be an entrepreneur?
Great, thanks a lot for the question, Susie. I mean, the first point just on skills in general, and I think you had a previous session about this, is skills and skills training and skills development is more critical now than ever before. And that's because people no longer have a job for a lifetime. They're going to go through several different career transitions, and having the ability to have access to the training system is going to be fundamental going forward. And indeed, many countries, OECD countries, are looking at how to build more opportunities to training as a response to ongoing automation and the future of work. One particular program that I'll just mention is individual training accounts. So basically, these are like a portable training account that individuals get a stipend of funding that then they can choose their provider, and that goes with them. It's not based on the company; it's for the individual. So France has one. Canada has recently introduced one, so it's a $1,000 training account that the individual can choose where they go. So indeed, just having access to more training and more flexible, modular, part-time training is going to be critical for workers and for individuals in general as they make career transitions. And then more to the point of your question around entrepreneurship, indeed, entrepreneurship is going to be a fundamental driver of job creation going forward. And having education and further education training programs embed entrepreneurship into their curriculum is going to be critical. And we've seen some efforts. There's many different universities and further education colleges that are taking a lead role. And I think particularly for young people, it's absolutely critical. And they often lack access to capital, for example, to start their own business, or mentor or peer learning networks where they can learn about how to commercialize their business. So having a sort of ecosystem in a region or in a place that can provide these opportunities to young people, both ensuring they get the education, but also the wider support network to actually foster and commercialize those ideas is going to be absolutely critical going forward.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jonathan. About 18 months ago, I was at a conference in London, and one of the speakers was an amazingly passionate speaker from New York, and she was saying that in 2018, the biggest cohort of entrepreneurs in the US was from the over 65 category, because they have got capital behind them. They've got the wisdom of life. They've got an idea. They know how to bridge it into reality, and yet there's still such a huge hole of support that's lacking, that cohort, or all cohorts of people who want to drive their careers in a slightly different direction. So I'd love to sort of get your thoughts, Jonathan, on perhaps having we talked about a 60-year curriculum, for example, today, and one of those units in that curriculum perhaps should be accessible, yes, indeed, to the young students that we've got in the room today as part of their sort of compulsory learning, but also, if I wasn't doing what I'm doing today and I haven't done all the stuff I've done, then maybe I would like to go and be an entrepreneur at the age of 38 3/4. And where do I go for that? And what does that look like? And where do I get my money from to get me off the ground? And having a robust access to a robust ecosystem that allows me, if I want to be a hairdresser or a gardener or an engineer or a tech startup, to have access to that opportunity across every stage of our life is so important. Do you see any good examples of that from around the world?
I mean, one good example I can think of is from my own country. I mean, even though I'm based in Paris, I'm Canadian, and in Canada they have what's called the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, and it's a skills training program to help workers who might be going through structural change because they've lost their job to get these skills or get access to skills training and think about what they want to do for their next career. So that's one particular good example. But I would invite people at the conference today to Google. The OECD's produced a number of policy briefs around entrepreneurship. And one in particular is around senior entrepreneurship opportunities. And again, many of the same issues are kind of are articulated around having access to support networks or business development services like one-stop shop services, where people can go to find out, if they have an idea, how they can actually bring that idea and then start a business. So having these kind of, as you mentioned, this wider ecosystem available and knowing where to go to get the advice is really fundamental.
Yeah, absolutely.
Susie, sorry. Yes. Perhaps, I mean, in terms of a UK and Guernsey context, I think it's worth noting there are a number of charities and organisations that do something similar. So Young Enterprise,
yes.
I'm a trustee of, forgive the plug, long-established company program, money management for younger people. The Diana Award provides mentoring support into the workplace. I think for those more mature budding entrepreneurs, U3A offers a wide range of special interest and interest programs, a large number of participants across Guernsey, over 700, I think. And when it comes to money, charities like the Prince's Trust here in Guernsey offer, particularly for those that might otherwise find it more challenging to get into employment, provide startup funding as well. Organisations like the Community Foundation and others can help with other funding. So there are a number of, dare I say, all charities providing that support to budding entrepreneurs.
Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Wonderful. Okay, Alex, could you give us sort of your insight to your I guess your business plan over the next 12 months in terms of populating some of these amazing buildings that you've acquired? Are you looking at the horizon and thinking this is going to be a really bright future for us because of people have been made unemployed and are looking to sort of redirect their time and resource into starting their own venture? Is that starting to sort of come through in the research and the analysis that you're doing, or is it still slow moving?
Thanks, Susie. Yeah, I mean, I think as I'd said before, actually, the experience we've had so far through this lockdown period is just accelerating what we were already doing. So for us, we were planning to we bought one building and letting another, and that's something that's been a long time coming for us in Guernsey. I think in terms of why and how that looks going forward, yes, it's a little challenging, and I think people are a little risk averse at the moment about making moves, particularly if it's something coming out of employment. If they're forced into unemployment, that may be a different story. But I think the sectors that we will certainly be focusing on is the corporates, the lawyers, the accountants, the family offices, the new entrants to Guernsey. And those are, going back to the point we were making about second-time entrepreneurs or older entrepreneurs, those are very much the businesses that we will expect to see more of. both from a sort of lockdown experience in a central city where the Channel Islands is a nicer place to exist, should this happen again, but also from an opportunity point of view. There's a tax benefit to coming to Guernsey. There's an opportunity to recruit and to deliver something for the economy more widely. And those are the sorts of sectors that I think Guernsey's always had an opportunity in, and we would like to support and see more of. As well as the tech side. So I think, you know, it's no secret that we've got Digital Jersey, or one of our tenants here in Jersey, along with the Skills Academy, and those types of initiatives are very much on my passionate list and on my radar for working with more of. So if we can work closer with the greenhouse, as you know, as Lucy knows, we tried to meet up a failed attempt earlier this year, which has more or less turned into a non-event now, which is a real shame, but hopefully we'll revive those conversations and work with that community as well. So there's a sort of a few answers to that question, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And can you shed some light perhaps as to some of the good practices that Jersey are offering in this space, and perhaps some lessons we could learn from a Guernsey point of view as we sort of embark on the new government and help to shape some of their thinking in this space?
Sure. I mean, I think necessity is the mother of all invention, as we know, and Jersey it's no secret, had a sort of a challenging economic time 10 years ago, and they've had to do something to sort it out. I think Guernsey has a similar sort of opportunity right now. And I think part of the new government should be looking more at the skills area, more at digital, more at startups, and if there are sectors that can benefit from the gig economy, perhaps in Guernsey as well, then that should be a focus, along with the green finance and the other initiatives that Guernsey's got going at the moment, which are very much a flavour of the sort of funds world, and something that's getting international note, which should be encouraged and worked on as well.
I feel like there's a sort of a collective effort trying to happen in Guernsey at the moment. We're all recognising there's a bit of a storm on the horizon, and the clouds are coming in, and it's going to be an unusual situation for many people in Guernsey who've never really suffered any significant economic pain. So I do think there's a much more open-mindedness from key decision makers around what can we do in this place, in this space, to try to help the jurisdiction on its road to recovery. And I know Elaine's not here now, but Elaine Gray, who's president of the Chamber of Commerce locally, is very keen on supporting entrepreneurs in this space. And I think indeed that colleagues from the Institute have got a fantastic opportunity in supporting, albeit in the future, people on this journey, because I do think it's going to form part of the fabric of what we do and how we do it. There is a question on Slido, which if you could have a look at would be brilliant. It reads, please indicate to which degree you would agree with the following statement. The COVID-19 pandemic is increasing the rate at which my organisation automates processes and tasks. So far we've got 100% response on that, which is probably going to possibly fuel a greater surge of people considering doing their own thing. Now, doing their own thing doesn't necessarily mean setting up a limited company or operating for a profit basis. Indeed, we had Claire Cole from Beat earlier today, who set up a social enterprise, and indeed many of the people who've approached Bright Futures over the past few months, when we've had the conversation around taking a different sort of direction in life, the role of the social enterprise has really come up quite high. But I think a lot of the skills are transferable and are generally lacking across the board. So I think the initiative that you're involved with, Wayne, will be hugely instrumental in help teasing out some of those other people and those other opportunities to help Guernsey on its road to recovery. But I think, Matt, your day job is to sort of advise companies and on their sort of tech strategies and what they might want to be doing, and to make their businesses more efficient and more effective, or leaner, more valuable to their shareholders. Are you picking up sort of the same sorts of indicators? Are all organisations seriously looking at technology as a sort of a way to become more efficient and effective?
Yeah, it's interesting how the view has changed in light of everything that's gone on over the last 6 months and in 2020 in general, because around about 3 or 4 years ago, we started to experience a bit of an embargo on new expenditure on technology in Guernsey. And then that sort of started to shift. And then, of course, as soon as we all got locked down, there was a real nervousness that all the big capital projects were just going to get shut down and put on hold. But what we've seen from being locked down is that actually businesses can survive. They can do things digitally. Zoom and Teams and all the rest of it is an enabler that perhaps the leaders of these businesses were perhaps reluctant to accept before effectively it was just forced upon them. And they said, you know, when lockdown occurred, you have no choice, you have to respond, you have to do something. And what that's shown them is actually that doing things electronically, digitally, automating things is not actually the scary prospect that perhaps they thought it was. So certainly there is more interest now, more inquiries around, okay, what does it mean? There was obviously the talk previously about AI, but before that we've had sort of the new world that was always going to be the robotic process automation stuff. That was going to come in, that was going to disrupt everything and change it all. You know, as an actual technologist, I sort of always a bit skeptical about the real potential and opportunity and impact and what it's going to have. But what was fascinating from the research from the previous session was actually that what it demonstrated was not necessarily that technology is going to put everyone out of a job. In fact, what it's going to do is generate more jobs. And it's really interesting, particularly when, you know, the dream of automation technology is, not that you decrease your headcount, but that actually you just reallocate your staff to do things in a much more valuable way, and actually doing things like risk assessments and even actuarial tasks, stuff that computers are brilliant at and that humans are rubbish at, because anything that's repeatable, humans will get it wrong, machines will get it right. And so, you know, there is always the argument that says if you can get a computer to do it, get a computer to do it, and then but reallocate that person to do something more valuable.
Absolutely. So I guess from a business perspective, I guess for small businesses in particular, it would be helpful to have access to a training pot, perhaps similar to that which Jonathan has talked about in Canada. Singapore have also got one, and a growing number of other countries, where they're providing access to funding on an individual basis to invest in upskilling in any discipline in some jurisdictions, but in other jurisdictions in a much more specific way. Do you think that would help organisations on the island?
Yes and no. In fact, and you raised the point previously about the difficulty of, say, funded training in Guernsey, and it's delighted to see in the last few months that there's been the announcement of a funded scholarship in local business that actually focuses on data science rather than, say, AI and machine learning. But nevertheless, it's a huge thing. I'd reference the point almost to back this all up that I think Andrew made previously, which is when you go from the big business to doing your own thing and you have the safety net, you know, the rug pulled from beneath you, you end up having to do a ton of things that you always took for granted. And a lot of those things are, you know, the administration of your business, setting up your bank accounts, doing all that kind of stuff. And so it's certainly a lot of the work that the Greenhouse is doing to provide that kind of auxiliary function, that's really important, and that will really help and encourage, because you know you can have the idea and have the skills and the sort of the ambition and the vision to do something, but you do need support around you to do it. And the reason I say all that is because, you know, in response to your question, should there be funding available to the likes of me or whoever to skill people up, is because I think at the moment the states are at a real risk of scoring an own goal in what they're doing with how they're responding to technological change, the way they're approaching changing their organisation. There was a huge opportunity for them to use that as a way to upskill properly the local skill set and all the rest of it, and the approach they're taking doesn't necessarily support that. And when you factor that with what they've done with the Innovation Fund, which is sat there to effectively do what you've described, and certainly the conversations I've had suggest that it's not doing it. So if we want Guernsey to to take hold of the opportunity that the AI or the data science, any of these things, that the opportunity they present, and use that to grow. You know, if we can have that as an inherent skill in Guernsey that is there as a support to finance, to charitable sectors, to everything, so that actually grow Guernsey's offering as a whole, then certainly they need to make it easier for me to give my experience to the people who want to get into that experience.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And Justin, do you have any views from a huge employer on the island and global organisation? Would it help an organisation as big as yours?
Well, certainly government investment in infrastructure. Let's just put that one to bed. Is normal in any jurisdiction. Whether it's
don't we class skills as infrastructure?
Yeah. So government investment full stop, yes, which is what we haven't done in a lot of things, I guess. So infrastructure number one, skills 100%. I mean, lifelong learning. It's got to be there. We haven't had a crisis in Guernsey since probably the oil crisis in the 70s, right? We're traditionally not a bad bunch at pivoting. We're pretty good at moving from privateering to coffee export from Costa Rica into Europe to marmalade to avoid the sugar tax, etc., etc. We've got a very, very long heritage, hundreds of years worth of heritage of pivoting. But the last time we properly had to pivot here was with the oil crisis in the growing industry. And the last time we saw any massive innovation on an island-wide scale is in the financial services sector, which I fully appreciate is many and varied innovations have happened in that space. But make no mistake that it's us white-collar workers that are going to be automated out of a job. It's not. We don't have a car manufacturing industry here, although we do have a small and thriving electronics manufacturing industry. So it's us that are going to be automated out of a job. So I think that as well as looking to government to help us pivot and skill, and the many organisations that can help us do that, we've also got to look at, as an organisational level, to our boards to help us with that, to our senior management to help us with that, through that transition. We're talking sort of digital transformation with a capital T. We're messing with people's hearts and minds, and we're also messing with people's careers. So at a board level, we've got to be able to help our organisations through that. And absolutely, we should be looking to any source, government, private, and our individuals in our organisation to help us pick up and navigate our way through that. We spoke the other day about when you look, there's a Morgan Stanley Oxford University report on the most likely professions to be disrupted through automation. Number one on the list is a bank clerk. Number two is paralegal, I think. You look at the skills attributes, look at the JD for a bank clerk, it's pretty much the same as a fund administrator in terms of the core attributes. And you look at the fund admin sector here, particularly take the admin part of that as the operative word, there's quite a few people working in that sector. But when you boil that down to the core skills, those core skills are not that dissimilar to the core skills of a data analyst. So let's focus our minds on that data-driven economy. It's high value, low footprint. We've got a potential large pool of resource that we can unlock and shift slightly to make the most of that. We've got the laws to back it up, right? So whether it's the Electronic Signatures Act of 2000, the Database Rights Law of 2005, our specific implementation of GDPR, all points to we can do a lot more with data. And we can do it, we as leaders of organisations here can help our staff transition to do a lot more with that new gold.
Absolutely. When we talk about entrepreneurial activity, we often think about startups, but actually, huge organisations can be very entrepreneurial in their activity, in their culture, and their behaviours. But you're right; it has to start from the very top of the organisation, and to have somebody with a digital mindset and a human capital mindset around that table is absolutely critical, I think, to ensuring the sustainability of that organisation. Absolutely, Jonathan. If I can just bring you back in, we've talked at length over a great deal of time now around the skills of the future. And indeed, last year, a colleague of yours came to Guernsey, for which we were hugely, hugely grateful, and talked about specific skills of the future. Here we are in a sort of, well, in Guernsey at least, in a pretty much a post-COVID-19 world, almost. You know, we're able to enjoy conferences like this and facilitate knowledge-sharing activities. What do the future of skills look like from an OECD's perspective today?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, our big discussion right now in the OECD is digital skills. I mean, digital skills, the growth and the demand for digital skills is absolutely increasing. And so what we've been doing within the OECD is actually accessing different databases to look at how the demand for skills is growing. So we have access to, for example, burning glass technologies, which actually allows us to web scrape job vacancies to look at the types of skills that employers are putting in their job descriptions. And indeed, you see it's funny because of all the talk for digital skills, when you still look at these job descriptions, the number one program that most employers are still asking for is Microsoft Office products. So Microsoft Excel, Microsoft PowerPoint. So for all the kind of talk we do about digital skills, it's kind of funny when you do this kind of web scraping looking at job vacancies that you see that's still the kind of basic Microsoft Office products that seem to be the most in demand on these job vacancies. But indeed, we talk a lot about hybrid skills as well, and that's the need to have kind of hard qualifications, which like a university degree, for example, alongside interpersonal skills, which are increasingly important. So this is communication skills, showing up to work on time, knowing how to be a team player, these kind of core competencies that make people a good employee as well. So a lot of it, and those are much harder to measure, but within the OECD, a lot of the kind of work we're doing is trying to understand what is the mix between the two and how can the education and training system embed that more in workforce development and training programs.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you very much. It seems to be, I feel like we're stuck in emotion at the moment because we've been talking about this digital skills gap and the wider skills gap for such a long time. I can remember when I first got into this area, getting on for 10 years ago, and I still use some of the same expressions today because we don't seem to have moved forward an awful lot, although the world around us has changed dramatically. Andrew, can I bring you in, please? As a well-seasoned entrepreneur yourself, what do you see from a team building perspective, or from a pure entrepreneur perspective yourself? What do you see as some of the big challenges or skills gaps that you're identifying when trying to recruit new team members to your organisation?
Yeah, well, I should stress that we're a very small organisation in our own right, anyway. So the recruitment is not a big thing for us at the moment. So I just listening to the conversation about the digital thing, I think there's a piece missing here that keeps coming back to me as I'm hearing it. Sometimes this whole idea about the world changing and jobs being lost and things, it's the ideal opportunity for people to go off and almost live their dream and revert to something that they actually think, I'm good at this. I'm actually good at doing something completely different. And I think, sorry, it's not exactly the question you asked me, but it's just won't go away from my head. There's plenty of people out there who are taking the opportunity now to do something completely different, to make something, to use their craft, their hands to do something, to work in a completely different way on their own. And it's almost like a kitchen table industry going on here. And there's a lot of that going on now that say, okay, yeah, sure, digital. And I heard one of you guys say earlier that it's the admin kind of jobs that are going to be lost. There's a lot of people like that can actually do a whole host of other things, and I think it's important to focus or to get back to the idea that it isn't just a whole technology thing here. There's a lot of entrepreneurial stuff going on. I can think of several examples in my own sort of sphere of people that have actually made something of themselves in a field that they would never even thought possible before they lost their jobs or before they took that decision to do something different. I just think it's really important to remember that there's plenty of things. I mean, there are services that people still need. I've got a classic example in my head of someone who runs a gardening business who has made a ton of money through COVID in the UK, because one of the things, if it's from a morale point of view, is that people have decided they need their gardens to remain tidy. And actually, a gardening business, if you're out there working, it's a loner's paradise. I mean, you're not the sort of gregarious kind of type. You're walking into somebody's garden, you're mowing their lawn, you're tidying their garden, their flowers and all that kind of thing, and you're going away again, and you're earning money. And people like in those kind of roles are actually generating more income during this COVID period in the UK than actually they were before. So I think it's the creativity is what I'm trying to get at, is that when situations do change, you don't have to stay in the same field. And I'm seeing a lot of people just moving into different areas. I appreciate that wasn't exactly the question you asked, because as I say, we're not actually recruiting, so I can't really specifically answer it. But as I was listening to that part of the conversation, I just wanted to say it's not just a digital story.
Yeah, absolutely, quite right. Absolutely, very well said. So I think I'm going to sort of start to wrap the session up now, and I guess this is probably in some respects an unfair question, but it's a sort of, let's treat it as a hypothetical question. So if you could if you had a magic wand and you could sort of change 3 things or introduce 3 things that would help kickstart or support a multi-generational movement into the gig economy or an entrepreneurial movement en masse that would support the people who cannot find employment, that want to do something that's much more purpose-focused, what sort of things, what would be your sort of top 3 things that would allow you to do that? What would you like to see here? Aim for the sky.
Do you want me to go first?
Absolutely, fire away.
Okay. Well, if we're aiming for the sky, and we're looking at lifelong learning in the context of that, I kind of think the students that are with us here today, and thanks ever so much for bearing with us all day, and I hope you got something out of it. I kind of think these guys are going to be the last generation, I hope, the last generation that are going to need 8, 9, 10 of these, 3 of those, 1 of those, and everything's knocked on the head at 20 odd. What I really hope for their children is, and hopefully before, is that we develop a view on education that delivers 3 outcomes. An individual that knows how to look after themselves, an individual that knows how to look after the place that they live, the world that they live in, and an individual that's learnt how to learn. Those are the only 3 attributes that I'd like to see in an education system. And we need to quickly shift and figure out how we just capture those 3 things. And until we stop measuring the wrong things, whether it's GCSEs, A-levels or degrees, and we start measuring the things that actually count, then we're never going to be able to make that pivot. We're never going to be able to address the lifelong learning aspect of it, because even now, during lockdown, some of the courses that I did, I've done a fundamentals course in cannabis cultivation. I've learned how to make agar jelly. I've done all sorts of bonkers things. I understand now why octopus and mollusks have used different metals to move oxygen around their system than developing that inquisitive mind and nature. So there's those 3 attributes. Learn how to look after yourself, look after the world you live in, and learn how to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. Brilliant.
I think for me, I'd certainly agree with education that focuses on outcomes, not bricks and mortar, would be a great first. I think you dodged the digital connectivity question, Justin. So the ability in the island to take advantage of the opportunities that will arise in a changing world. And similarly, looking at the blue and green economies and where the future jobs will come in a much more it's happening now frame of mind, rather than it will happen for the next generation. It's yesterday's problem we need to solve. So.
Absolutely. Here. And Matt?
Oh, I don't know how to answer this question without it being really sort of abstract, because obviously there's been a big focus on education, and then you sort of almost compare that with the sentiment that Andrew just said about how people are feeling empowered nowadays to just go off and do the thing that they want to do, and and to sort of find the balance in between. It's because I very fortunate. I'm educated to a very high level. Spent a long time at university, and was fortunate, in the position I was 3 years ago to be able to leave a position, start a business, and do what I do now. And the one thing that I've I kind of keep coming back to throughout that experience is that it's taken me to the age that I am now to have the confidence and the sort of the whatever to make me push forward and do it. And I think the story of, you know, the Zuckerbergs and the Jack Dorseys, these young 20-something entrepreneurs doing great big things, they happen, but they are absolutely not the norm. There's, you know, for every one of them, there's 1,000 others who aren't, you know, the same mold as them. And so it comes back, I think, almost to Justin's point, which is to find a way to let people to be happy. This is the abstract bit. To be happy to do what they want to do, because actually not everyone wants to be an entrepreneur or an innovator, or, you know, their ambition in life is to raise a family, to go to the pub, watch the football, whatever it happens to be. We need to find that sort of happy place where you do what you want to do. And so my advice again to the students here today, if you've got something in you, find someone who can help you take that dream forward. If you're going to university just because that's what your friends are doing, stop, take stock. Is university the right place for you? You know, and just actually, I don't know what the, you know, I guess my dream therefore would be, you know, because I've got 3 young children and they're going to have this exact problem in 15 years' time, is there the support framework around them that just lets them be people and do what they want to do?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just picking up on one of the phrases that you use there, which I love, I think we're all students, and we're on this sort of lifelong journey. And I think we should all be brave enough and courageous enough to do what really we're passionate about, and have the support to be able to just get on and do that. Jonathan, you've got the final note on this. I'm sure you meet all sorts of very important people all over the world. If you could sort of wish for 3 things from, you know, the presidents of the United States or Canada or France, and bang their heads together to say, come on, guys, you know, if only we could all just collaborate on 3 things to make the world a better place in this economic disaster that we're all looking at, what would they be?
Yeah, well, that's a really tough question. I mean, it's
you're on camera.
I mean, the major thing for me, if we're talking about skills, is we really need to build a culture of lifelong learning, and that's, you know, getting information to students, to parents, to the guidance counselors, you know, about where the job market is going, what are the opportunities available, and what is the training that's needed. And I know from the OECD assessments overall, the UK in general, not necessarily Guernsey, but the UK in general is that you know, career guidance is really poorly developed, and that we don't know where the labor market, you know, getting good labor market information into the hands of young people so they can make career decisions is really something that needs to be done. So I think, yeah, you know, I think it really comes down to embedding a culture of lifelong learning. So I'm not going to say 3. I think that for me is the number one important thing going forward. And I think for me, skills is really the currency of the 21st century. And it's all about skills going forward to help people remain adaptable in the face of ongoing and rapid technological change.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. I hugely always welcome your comments, Jonathan. You've always got some really interesting stuff to say. And I'd just like to thank you, Andrew Potterton from portal.co. Thank you very much indeed for standing in for Mike at the last minute. Your comments were very helpful, thank you. Alex over in Jersey, thank you hugely from the Polygon Group, and we wish you every success with your future endeavours. And indeed to my panellists on stage today, Wayne Bulpitt, Justin Bellinger and Matt Thornton. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, you're doing really well. We're almost there. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up now just with a couple of concluding remarks. And I think the big takeaway from today's session is that we've all got a vested interest to invest in our own upskilling and reskilling. Don't procrastinate it. Make time in your diaries, in your lives, in your colleagues' lives, in your family's lives to help them on this lifelong learning journey that we all need to embark on. Because at the end of the day, as much as we talk about trying to fuel Guernsey's competitive advantage by having a good flow of skilled human capital flowing through the veins of a jurisdiction, that starts at an individual level. And investing in yourselves to remaining that you remain competitive in what's becoming an increasingly crowded marketplace, coupled with economic pressures, is going to present 1 or 2 interesting challenges. I was lucky enough to have a good education, and I'm still on that learning journey, and I don't think I will ever get off it because I love learning. And my one wish for everybody in this room is that you share some of that love of learning too, because if you can embrace that, it will really put you in good stead until the day that you decide to retire into doing something else, in which case it all starts all over again. I hope you found today very useful. Thank you very much indeed for your support. I'll spend the next 12 months doing something similar, so look out for the date. But a huge thank you to our sponsors, Kerry Olsen, HSBC, Rossborough Insurance, and indeed Grant Thornton. Thank you to our patron who's still here. Thank you very much indeed, Guy. I hugely appreciate that. And indeed to all of our other special guests that we've had here. A huge thanks to my board at Bright Futures who have trusted me to continue to put on an event like this in very, very difficult times. The number of moving plates we were dealing with on an ongoing basis and the many, many, many hours we've put into this have been just off the clock. It's just been crazy, crazy, crazy. But I hope you found it useful, and I hope you continue to follow some of the good work that we continue to do. We're a philanthropic organisation. We give our time freely. We punch way above our weight, as you've seen today, with some of the contributions that we've had from some of our world partners. And indeed, we will do similar events, shorter events throughout the year to keep the momentum going at what we see is going to be a crucial year in the history books of Guernsey PLC. I'm delighted to offer you a glass of wine or two, which you can get from the bar. Please carry on networking, keep talking to each other, reflect on all of the good stuff that we've talked about today. You know, from the economic session this morning with the FT and with Bloomberg and our local panellists, right the way through to what well-being means to you and what you can do to better look after yourself in getting that right, and also your colleagues, your friends and your families. Look at your skills journey. What does the next 12 months look like for you? And what are you personally going to do to take charge of that journey, invest in yourselves, in your teams, and indeed in your organisations? And support people who have got questions, who just want that moment of time to ask a question around which direction should I go? I think we also need to brace ourselves for the reality that there are going to be a growing number of people who are displaced over the next 12 months. You know, a quarter of the economically active population is a significant proportion of people, and that's going to present a huge amount of sadness and pressure on us as people in our community, but also on our governments and on our employers. So think outside the box how we can help some of these people to transition into work or into becoming socially active as a pit stop until they can become economically active again. Because we all know when people are locked at home and all of those doors get closed on them, it's a very short transition to suffering with mental ill health challenges, and the recovery time thereafter is significant. So be people and look after each other. We can create a bright future for Guernsey. I truly believe that. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you over the next 12 months until the next conference in shaping that journey together. Thank you very much. A very quick shout out to the tech team. There's a lady in the room today called Claire Louise Gorman, who I described to the Lieutenant Governor as I rushed in, having left William with somebody as my guardian agent, and indeed she is. She's always there in my hour of need when I need her most of all. So thank you, Claire Louise, for being there to support me on this journey. But also akin to that is thanks to Jock and Sasha from Delta, who have translated some of my quite wacky ideas and vision for this conference with great patience and the utmost professionalism, and have delivered an amazing event. So all credit to the Delta team, Jock and Sasha, who have brought this to reality. Thank you very much.